Welcome everybody to the Games Done Quick Hotfix for Saturday today here. It's a good day. We got Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time. It is about time that we able to showcase this game. We like a little bit of backstory here. We've been wanting to showcase this pretty much since it came out, but felt like the time wasn't quite right for a little while. This game is really big, basically. Hadn't had a lot of time for it to super develop yet because so many people were focused on finishing their casual playthroughs and all that. But now we are good to go. We have a fantastic showcase for all of you today. Lots of different categories that we're going to be showing. If you like this game, well, strap in because we're going to be here for 7 or more hours. It should be a lot of fun. My name's Jobs. I'll be hosting throughout the show today. But up first, our very first category that we got is all clear gems. That's going to be run by ENSG Master, who's also joining us on commentary, and Merkaz will be helping out as well to talk about the game. Welcome, folks. How are y'all doing?
Hello. I'm ENSG, and doing well.
I'm Merkaz, and I'm also doing well. Looking forward to this hotfix a lot.
Yeah, should be great.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Now, the first run we're going to be showing, like I said, is all clear gems. So we're going to kind of jump into this one right away. This is basically analogous to 100%, more or less. It's not quite everything in the game, but it's a really good point where you got to break all the boxes, you got to get all of the main gems and everything, but there's not too much repetition in this one. So we're just going to get it started and then talk more about it because it's a really long one. So ENSG, whenever you're ready, go ahead and count us down and take it away.
I'm going to go in 3, 2, 1, and let's go.
All right, all clear gems. So tell us a little bit about this category, ENSG.
Well, all clear gems is just collecting all the 228 clear gems in the game. Clear gems because there are also inverted gems, and we're just gonna care about the clear gems, which are basically we're going to go through all the levels that the game has to offer and get all the gems.
I want to quickly say that he just took a box behind.
I died because of the double jump. The game ate my double jump in the first level. Dang.
That's funny. I didn't think we'd see that until at least the second level.
Yeah, it's it was kind of retarded movement, but still.
As you saw him take box behind one of the rollers there, which is hidden. Most people miss that on their first playthrough of the level. It just completely. It's a lot of boxes that are like that, which is hard to notice for a casual playthrough. So most people, when playing their casual playthrough, just ended up missing 1 or 2 boxes in absolutely every level.
Yeah,
it's there are some really clever box placements, and also some less clever but more how were we supposed to even find this type of boxes. Like that hidden gem, he is just going to get under that hut there.
I always liked that one because that one felt like you could see it when you're coming up, but if you're not looking for it, then you never see that the door's open with the hidden gem in there.
Yeah, it's really good.
Got our first bonus here. This is gonna be
a simple one. Yeah.
Right.
The first and second one are easy, but bonuses are quite tight to do optimally.
Yeah, they're in every level, and they also they really made them very difficult in this one. Like some of them, even just to clear them in the first place while getting all the boxes, but especially once you're trying to go fast. ENSG right now is using triple mask, which is whenever you pick up 3 masks, it'll give you invulnerability. Each mask will kind of just prevent you from taking damage once, and prevent you from dying once. And the invulnerability is really helpful because it also can help you just break some boxes really fast.
Yeah. There's a difference in triple mask to this game compared to the others. There's no animation when you take it, and it doesn't really speed you up in any way. It just makes you invulnerable. It has no advantages other than that, basically. It's very similar to the GBA games triple mask, actually.
There's actually only one invincibility in the game that is saved a lot of time. That There are 2 levels where it's useful. Crash Landed much later and Blast to the Past. And only the one in Blast to the Past saved a lot of time. So
Yeah.
it's kind of deceptive. I didn't even need to get that invincibility. Yeah, this is a
That makes sense.
hard cycle to get.
Yeah, other kind of
Oh,
like the other reasons you would use the triple mask is just being able to go straight through TNT, being able to go straight through Nitro, stuff like that. Another change in this game compared to a lot of the previous Crash games is that your masks don't carry over from level to level.
yeah.
I'll say that. So
Yeah.
you can easily damage abuse a lot in each level because you're not going to keep your masks anyways.
Right, especially at the ends of levels where, you don't have nearly as many hazards to worry about anymore, so you're just like, okay, I can spend all of these
Yeah.
masks instead of keeping them for safety.
There are a lot of damage boosts in the game. Like, much more used to damage boosting than triple mask form for sure. There's a level actually I get 4 masks and I'm going to damage boost all the 4 masks. Like here, I'm damage boosting to make sure I get this cycle.
Yeah, that's a pretty classic example of a damage boost. Whenever you see a TNT that is underneath another box but doesn't have another box beneath it.
It ends.
Ooh, that was close.
Yeah, there's a jump still too short.
So that's the first color jump
Yeah.
out of
Red
4.
Yeah, 4 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the red gem is it's hidden there by you have to jump on the platforms in a specific order, which is why it may have looked weird in the way that ENSG was doing that.
I play so many different Crash gems and there are different amount of color gems in each of them, so I keep forgetting how many is in each.
Yeah.
This one 4, yeah. Normally it's 5 like in the previous ones, like in 2, 3 and Wrath of Codex if I'm right. But
There's 6 in Crash 1.
Oh yeah, in Crash 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ones. It was kind of surprising to see only 4 almost, like because so often they have way more. Like they have like 5 or 6.
There's 6 in Crash 4, and then there's 3 in Entrance. In Crash 1, I mean, there's 6, and then there's 3 in Entrance, the GBA game. So that's why I'm getting them mixed up. And I said the mask form was equal to Entrance. It's also equal to the real Crash 4, TWAP, Wrath of Cortex.
Yeah, the real one. I agree. I agree with it.
It's cool how they kind of, it feels like they kept the theme of that game alive in this one by having all the different masks, the different powerful masks. It was really cool to see. Now you're seeing the world map kind of evolve here. One thing that's going to be pretty common throughout the world map movement is ENSG is going to use a menu to actually switch between levels most of the time because it's a little bit faster. But whenever you unlock a new island and also when some other things happen, you actually can't skip all of the animations. So for those, you have to actually just kind of move to the next island.
Terrible.
Now,
this is kind of my worst level here because I'm very bad with Lani Loli, so it's very sloppy.
Yeah, Merkez, you want to tell us a little bit about
You
Lani
can
Loli?
do that very, very fast, but
So-
it's very not intensive if you want to do it optimally.
Right.
This mask is like dimension mask. So whatever you see, what's blue here, when he presses a button, I think it's R2. That's the default, right?
Yeah.
When he presses R2, he faces out those boxes, and you can see like this spark coming from normal things. They face out when he presses out R2, so they keep spacing in and out different boxes, and optimally using this is very difficult because you can just quickly press R2 and spin it, and then quickly press R2 to spin the other boxes, but you can easily like be too fast and miss some that he just did and had to do it again. But
Yeah, there's some cool tech around the Lani Loli mask too, where you can basically, if you're inside of a box as you phase it into existence, it'll break, and you can even like detonate some TNT, but switch the like dimension before the TNT fully explodes, and you can actually avoid taking damage. Oh, good save there. Yes, that was really close.
I was just too fast apparently. So the box was still not spawned in, so I got to go this time. It was strange.
So another thing you're gonna, which I probably call like one of the main level gimmicks in this game, is the hang rails or the grind rails. Grind rails.
Oh
so
yeah,
you're gonna see
hidden crates, by the way.
It's one hidden crate on the left in the tires there, and then one when he comes back, which is, I think this is the first level where people really struggle to find like the boxes.
Yep, those boxes.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. And
there are the grind rails, but here ENSG is having to like have particular timing because when you initiate the TNT, that is one that can be phased out, and then you phase it out, it actually won't blow up other TNT around it while it's phased out. So you have to make sure it's in like the dimension is switched so that it's actually available. It's actually in the foreground to blow up the other TNT around it. So that takes good timing to make sure that you're nailing that. A lot of the times with crash runs, runners are used to just hitting TNT, to start it counting and then just moving on. And tricky little platforming here.
There is you can like actually like face something that was found in the demo. You can phase out TNT so fast that you
don't take
damage. Explode them. Yeah, but it's very difficult to do.
It's actually if you just press R2 and triangle at the same time, it's just all good.
Oh, interesting. That's a good technique
there's
for it.
no, like, in this run, like in the bonus there can be some incredible strats to go faster, but like it's extremely input intensive, and I'm not able to do that. So I just played safe, but it's actually a strat that is not really that useful anywhere. So
it's still nice.
Not going to do it, except like in the bonus where you can just make it super fast, but
yeah, that
it's
makes
very
sense.
complicated. I don't go for that.
I wanted to go in a bit on a few things about this category. You need 6 gems in each level, which is 1 for dying less than 3 times, 3 for Wumpa. I don't remember the exact percentage, but I think you need 80% to get 80% to get the all 3. But I don't remember that level 1 and 2. But they don't really matter as long as you get 80% anyways. For 1 for all the boxes.
Yeah.
And then 1 hidden one for each level. So
is not a problem.
The reason why the category is called all clear gems. It might be misleading as the inverted gems are also clear. We could say all normal gems or all upside down or right way gems or whatever, but the game specifies when you get the achievement that it's clear gems, so that's why it's called all clear gems. The inverted ones are called not clear gems, and that's a cool little skip you just did there over to the other area.
So there's no crate over there, and it's quite like this red gem path is kind of beautiful. To be honest, it's like you can go through it super quick. You don't have to care about like many crates because they all get destroyed by either nitros or TNTs. So yeah, it goes very fast.
Yeah, you'll often see just several crates left behind in spots, but it's just because they're next to Nitro or TNT, and they'll get blown up by the end. The neat little hidden button down there.
Yeah.
Which opens up this hatch where the hidden gem is.
Oh, and I actually didn't know about that one. You could skip the bouncy
a lot.
box.
It's a very nice level in the speedrun. There are a lot of little skips here and there.
That kind of small, just platforming optimization kind of stuff is what I absolutely love about these games.
Yeah.
It's all over every Crash game, honestly. Like stuff like that, it's great. So here is a small like bonus strat you can use. Actually, the way double jump works in this game is very interesting compared to the other games because you can basically do the second jump whenever you're in air.
Yeah.
So sometimes, like, you think you've landed, and then you do another jump because you want to do a flat jump from the ground, and then you just do a double jump, and it's not quite as high, and then you just die. That happened to me like a lot of times during my casual playthrough.
I'm not sure about this mechanic of just being able to double jump whenever, because that kills a lot.
Yeah, it's a common thing with speedrunning any game, or even just playing any game that has a double jump that works in the same kind of way. You got to be really precise with your timing, because you're trying to buffer a jump for as soon as you hit the ground, but you need to actually wait just a hair so that way you don't actually do a double jump instead. Ooh, some damage boosting through the cycles there.
I can go under, but I don't need this mask really, so I just do some hit it.
Makes sense.
Here as well.
Ooh,
that one's cool.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah. Just enough wumpas in this level.
Yeah, so
barely.
Merc has brought up the 80% wumpa thing. When you're casually playing the game, you're pretty much, if you get all the boxes, you're pretty much always going to get that, the 80%. But when you're speedrunning it, there's a lot of boxes that you're going to break by detonation from TNT or Nitro, or the bouncy boxes that normally give you 5 wumpa fruit each that you're going to spin. And so you can actually come short on that 80% wumpa target. So they actually have it routed out for all clear gems where you need to actually jump on some boxes to get extra wump out of them, just to make sure you're going to hit that 80% mark.
Yeah.
There's also
almost half of the levels where you need to be careful of that.
Yeah, there's a few levels where it's more important to pay extra attention to it. But what's a few boxes we've seen so far that we haven't seen in other Crash games is first of all, like the golden wumpa box, which gives you, I believe, 25 wumpa every time you break it, which helps a lot for the wumpa completion. As well as the fire cycle box.
Those can be rough if you're if your timing is off on those. You gotta wait on them.
I'm not completely sure what I'm saying. Like that box you just saw there, I'm not completely sure about this, but I do believe they're on a global cycle.
Yeah, they're on a global cycle. Like this crate, for example, I waited. You can get like before it. You can save one cycle, but I need pretty much perfect movement. Being kind of sloppy, I would say still. Yeah, not really dying, but kind of sloppy. So I was not going to make the fire cycle.
There's also quite a like the movement in this is quite similar to other Crash games where you do slide spins. Like almost every Crash game that has a slide has some variation of the slide spin used in the speedrun. What's interesting about this though is that for as long you're gonna see a lot of like you can use the slide spin so far off a ledge. You just saw it there. Like as long as you don't die instantly like you do in like Insane Trilogy or like the GBA games. I keep mentioning the games I actually know well, the ones I run. Especially the GBA games, you die instantly the moment you go off a ledge, which isn't used. But here in this game, it's the complete opposite, where you can slide and spin so far off a ledge, and it's utilized in so many different ways. There's one specific scenario where that slide over a ledge is actually used that we're gonna see later today during a different run. Where the developer is actually meant for you to do that. Especially like there, he just did it there, like sliding under that Nitro.
Yeah.
Like that's not something you could have done in most other Crash games. In some of them, you definitely can to some degree.
It at least would have been a lot more precise in the other ones too. In this one, it's very much intentional that you can do that kind of thing. Exactly.
It's definitely utilized in the other Crash games, like very much as well. Just not, it doesn't feel as intentional as this one does. That's my point.
Now we've got one of the rolling ball escape sequence things. This is I always felt like this was just an homage to Crash 4's ball levels. That's how it felt like to me, or Crash the Wrath of Cortex, that is.
It's actually quite in the speedruns easier bit of gameplay. Just need to press down. be kind of careful. I think it's pretty easy. I'm actually, normally if everything goes well, I'm going to finish on that. Because the way I do it, I finish on truck stop, which is the alternate level. So there is a little strat for here to slide spin that and it goes much faster to stop at some point though. Alright.
There we go, green gem found. That one was a really cool one to find accidentally, I think.
Yeah.
It was a neat one. You might also notice that ENSG is totally like skipping over some of these boxes, not stressing about them. The truck will break any boxes that are just in the course.
Actually, I still need to break most of them for the Wampa Jam.
Oh, for the Wampa though? Okay. There are definitely some though.
The fact that I missed one with an interrogation mark is actually bothering because I need to miss one maximum, so be careful.
Gotcha.
There's...
And now it's good.
I think in all of the chase sections of this game, they the things chasing you break the boxes.
Yeah.
It's also a little throwback, like being chased in a ball. Like, not you get chased in the other Crash 4, Wrath of Cortex. I'm just gonna say other Crash 4. It's funny.
Yeah.
There's ball levels there, which is kind of the same as this, just not in the same way. Like, I think it's funny that they do this small kind of throwbacks every now and then to not only that, but the other games. There's going to be things that reminds you of the other Crash games as well in this. And in this boss is actually really cool because there's, if you've done this casual, you know that you have to do what he's doing here. For every phase, you have to knock these small little, what do you call them, fans of engine into the speakers, and then go up and hit engine. But he's gonna do a slide spin or a double spin into engine here, like a slide spin into engine, and that like hits him twice with a slide and a spin. So you start the second phase directly in the second phase of the second phase, and you can just do it again, and you don't need to smash the fans into the speakers at all. You completely skip that phase.
Yeah, it's very nice.
This was found so fast too, and it was like really lovely to see because the bosses can kind of be in this game, like they're really fun the first time. I think there's some of the better bosses in the series, but from a speedrun perspective, a lot of them are basically just wait for your opportunity to hit the thing, then hit the thing.
Especially this one. Like, the others are fine, but this one.
Yeah.
So nice to be able to skip that.
So if you want to try that at home, it's actually pretty simple to do. You just land in between those two drums and do a slide spin, and you're good to go.
It's very lenient.
And now on to the next island, just like that. Gonna move on to the pirate themed one. Got a lot of different themes in this game.
Yeah. Which is sadly one of the least interesting dimensions in speedrun. Because second level, Tona level are generally not that interesting, and the third one is an auto-scroller. Booticles has some interest to it, but...
I think that a lot of the themes are really good for this game. Probably the like New Orleans theme, like the one with Offbeat. Even though Offbeat's a really hard level, like speedrunning wise, I still love the theme of that world. But this is a good one too.
So here I just did a nice snipe of a box with an enemy. Saved me a good bunch of time. Because normally you're supposed to bounce on the box to get the box very high, but so I just got hit there because I cannot understand the box with his enemies. Alright.
Now, there are some flashback tapes. You might have seen ENSG pick a couple up, or I think really just one, just because it's on your way and it's like, it's slower to avoid it than the small amount of time it loses you on the world map. In general, those flashback tapes are not something that you need to worry about in all clear gems. However, if you do want to see speedruns of those, make sure you tune in later because we are going to have a category where we do all of the flashback tapes, getting the platinum for all of them. So be sure to stay tuned later today for that one.
Yeah, it's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, it'll be a really fun one. Now these rail sections, sometimes it can be a little trolly, like the depth perception can kind of throw you off on some of the swinging side to side.
So what I did is actually the hardest one to get all the boxes
Yeah.
of the game. Or at least that's what I think. But,
Now,
there's a little skip here that saves actually a lot of time.
oh, that's awesome. I wasn't sure about that one. That's super cool. There's spots too.
I would like to keep my mask.
This level, I always feel like, at least in any percent. Oh dang! I guess I can snipe the TNT for you.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that'd be cool.
There's a bunch of time.
But yeah, you have kind of like two split paths there earlier, and you're always going to see runners take the left one because that platform shows up first. So otherwise, you'd have to wait on the cycle.
Here we go. So damage boost here saves a lot of time. So there's a little theme in this game about bonuses that many bonuses you need to reach the end of the bonus and then backtrack to the start, which is very annoying for speedrun. So in all the levels I can, I'm going to try to avoid that by damage boosting. It's not possible in many of them, but in some it's possible.
Now, cool little drop over here.
I was about to say, this is a very cool colored, or hidden gem, I mean.
Yeah.
Really like that one.
Hiding in the treasure chest. It also makes you end up like spinning at every treasure chest in the game after you find that one. You're just like, oh, just annoyed that none of the rest have any.
Are you sure that's not just something you do out of your Dark Souls sphere, Hobbs?
Maybe, I don't know. Now, ENSG, how do you feel about those last platforms? I always felt like those are a little awkwardly spaced, and it feels like you can't go.
Yeah, I really
fast.
hate to. You can slide spin through them, but it's,
yeah,
I hate doing that.
It's so
and
tight.
It's not
and
that
like,
much faster, so I'm most of the time just not doing that. It's a bit.
There's the moving cycles too, so it's like you gotta wait on those also. It's
I hate this room. It's like it's a room I do very slowly compared to what you could do. Alright, we're reaching the first Tona level.
Ooh. Yeah, there are actually many side characters in this game that you get to play as. And the first that shows up is Tana. Tana's mechanics are a little bit different. There's no like way to just speed up Tana's base movement.
Oh, no.
Like there's no slide spin equivalent like there is with Crash. You have to just run. But the way that you kind of speed things up with Tana is finding where you can break as many crates at once as you can, or where you can use the hookshot creatively or avoid using the hookshot if need be in certain spots.
The thing we'll do a lot is skipping wall jump platforms like I'm just going to do here.
Yeah, there's pretty much, I think it's if it's not every, it's almost every wall jump sequence. You can skip the first one.
I also do believe that hidden gem is the least hidden gem in the game.
You say that, but
Insanity Peak is a good competitor.
Right.
Oh yeah, that one's true.
It's also like it blends in somehow still, so it's still really easy to miss. I feel like for a lot of people, I've definitely seen folks miss it before.
I mean, it makes sense. But at this point, in at least my casual playthrough, I've already missed like every box in like one box in every level. So I was so focused on trying to find everything.
I didn't know you could skip that little cart there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's actually wasted a lot of time getting the crate after. So because the camera is not really.
It doesn't turn quickly enough. Nice bounce strat there too, to just go straight from the enemy up to the wall jump platform, which is really neat. And then big sequences of TNT like that. The nice thing about the hookshot is that you can use it to detonate TNT. That can be really helpful sometimes when there's a big group of boxes that have a TNT in the middle.
Oh, we got 0 crates there. Generally, the enemy is going to snipe 1 or 2 crates. You can very often just get one with a spin, but I got 0 there. Pretty unlucky. The spin of Tona is awful. I hate the hitbox of it. It's like when you have Dingo dive or Crash, it's like terrible. Alright, this is one of the easiest levels in the run.
And there's all the gems.
Yeah.
You might also notice the, insanely perfect relic showing up at the end of a lot of these levels. That shows up when you get all of the boxes and don't die in a level. That little text box actually is slower, but it's obviously going to be slower to die in most cases. So it's better to have that. It's not something that's actually needed for all clear gems.
Yeah.
It's
That's
only
more
necessary in 106, and it's
Yeah.
also done in 100% because it's the fastest way. But that's another.
Yeah, technically you
thing.
don't waste any time getting it.
Yeah.
Like in level. So in 100% that's what you would want to do, but would not recommend it if you just want to do 100% run for fun.
Right.
Except if you're just like very good at getting them. You're most likely gonna end up having a bad time.
Are there actually any levels in this where there's like planned death abuses so that you can end up skipping that text box at the end, ENSG?
There are two technically. I'm certainly only going to do one because one is barely saves any time.
Gotcha.
But in Dragonon there is one that is essential
Right.
to the run.
Yeah, that one. That's true. That makes a lot of sense. Now we get to the little jet board. Marquez, this is your favorite part, the jet boards?
Yeah, I mean,
I hate this level. I'm pretty sure everyone who speedruns the game hates this level as well. So
it's not it's I don't mind it too bad. Like I'm a avid vehicle lover, so I'm not I don't think the vehicles are as bad as people say in this, but I do think they're very difficult and very precise.
Yeah, I thought they were well done. There's definitely some really hard sections.
Exactly, it's very difficult. You're especially gonna see that most likely in 2 to 3 levels later on, including a polar bear. That's notoriously
Dude, they had to copy the polar bear instead of Purra. Like, if they just brought Purra over, it would have been so much happier.
Yeah. That's the correct opinion for every polar lover out there.
yes, it's fine. The sliding on the boxes sometimes can be weird, I find. That's like here I lost all my speed, I don't really know why.
So I have one big issue with this section just coming up right now, and that's some of the moving mines have ridiculously big hitboxes.
Yeah.
Where you can just be sure that you're a mile away from them and they still hit you. So it's pretty frustrating, especially like when doing casual. It's also, I do believe that every color gem, every color gem is acquired before the levels where you need to use them. So there's no backtracking like that, which is great compared to a lot of other Crash games.
Yeah, Crash 1 in particular always, when you do 105% runs and stuff, can feel kind of brutal with that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
so I'm not
sliding,
not sliding under this grace because they sometimes randomly explode and I cannot know why. So I'm just, they don't have to slide under.
Just jump over them instead. As long as you're making the same cycles on the platforms, you're not losing any time anyways.
I almost missed it actually.
Yeah, it was close. I wasn't going to call you out on it, but...
Yeah. So very lowly park, as I said, and that's the best of that.
Right. You're seeing as well with those bouncy boxes that you can really get some massive height with them if you're holding on to jump. And you can actually get just really good bounce height from every box, but the up arrows especially, they're pretty huge, and that's they like to hide a lot of the boxes and gems.
Yeah, high up there. That's true. So this is the worst section of the game.
Yeah, this one was the section I talked about earlier, and you have both these guys chasing you, and like the mines and the cannonballs to worry about, and
Yeah.
If they miss it, like you see there, it's really hard to navigate through because one of those mines can easily hit you, even if it doesn't look like they do.
Yeah, that's why I tried my best to keep my 2 masks, so I don't really have to worry about this last part. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can speed it up a bit, but I like to do like that.
And here is the worst boss in the game.
Yeah. It's kind of strange that for this dimension they went for a mini boss, and that's actually like the only mini boss in the game.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange, but
it's really how do I say, like, out of place. It feels weird to have like a boss setting of a boss we are not familiar with. I think everyone in the community kind of hoping for a skip to be found of this.
yeah, for sure.
If you fancy your
bounty, if you go on.
yeah, I was gonna say if you fancy yourself a glitch hunter, there's actually a bounty on this one.
Yeah.
Some community members have thrown some money into the pool, so you can make about $300, I think, if you find a skip for that skips the entire boss fight.
Please find it.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those games that can be helpful to everybody. So.
There's a really cool dimension coming up, including a really cool mask.
Yeah, this is my favorite.
The best mask.
Close with the one that comes later, but I really love this dimension. This is where I really thought to myself that this game is incredible.
Yeah, this was my favorite mask.
If I had any doubt before, like
right, this is my favorite mask even before all of the speedrun stuff that was found with it. Like, it's just so good, and it's not that surprising, I guess, because it's the closest thing to Death Tornado Spin from Crash 3. But
yeah,
my favorite mask is actually the one coming up later. The
gravity
time
one. Oh, the time one. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
That's my favorite because it can be used in quite a lot of ways and manipulate cycles, which we're gonna go into later. But now we can look at this. One of my favorite things about these levels also is how aesthetically pleasing they are to look at.
Yeah,
they're really beautiful.
Yeah, and all 3 levels look different.
Some real tight slide spinning there across the lily pads. Again, slide spinning is the fastest base movement you've got, so if you can do that instead of taking a jump somewhere, that's pretty much always going to be faster. And then if you look at the top right, there's a hidden little exclamation point box up there that you're going to see. Yeah, you can actually just hop up to.
I was hoping to... Oh, I'm blocked for some reason. Didn't manage to get all the way up there.
It's really easy to, like, if you just look away for a few seconds in this run, to miss a box. Like, there were 2 boxes there, like the exclamation point and the box above the metal crates there. Oh, that was barely.
Yeah, I was hoping to just fall on the crate. Alright, I'm not going for it. The problem is that the checkpoint is pretty far here. So it would be quite a shame that.
An advantage all clear gems has over any percent is that you actually pick up all the checkpoints because they're boxes. But still means that it still doesn't mean that there aren't like really long sections sometimes where a death would be very costly.
Neat little strat here.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. So another one of these bonus where I just have to go back to the start. Alright.
This one took me a little bit, I think, I don't know. I think this is where I started to be really surprised at how they made a lot of these bonuses. Like, they made them so that you had to learn things casually that I knew how to do as a speedrunner of these games, and I was just like, I don't think a casual person's gonna do it that way a lot of the time.
Lizard TNT is kind of death into
the 106% or 106% is a real challenge in this game for everyone, like speedrunners included. Like, from what I've seen, like even the most experienced, like fastest people that play through this casually still spent over 50 hours.
Yeah.
It took me a
one
while.
I'm not done with it yet.
Yeah,
I'm at like 98.
So it's a lot of content. It is packed with content, and a lot of it is callbacks, and it's a lot of fun. It's a great game. That's all I have to say.
It is
absolutely great.
Yeah, it's a very, very good game.
Yeah, go get it if you don't have. All right, going to go right into Dragon. I'm not doing the timeline levels because I'm going to get back there later when I will have the triple spin.
Yeah, there is
make that a tiny bit faster because, to be honest, I'm not really using triple spin all that much.
It takes a lot of practice. There's a mechanic that she's talking about here that you get when you beat the game that allows you to go faster by doing a kind of rhythmically timed triple spin, and you can even use that in slide spins. It's really nice. We're going to see a lot of that when we look at the time trials after this run as well.
Yeah.
But now we've got a lot of... this is where the skips really... You can see some really cool ones later in the 90% run as well, but even just, like...
It hit me. Oh, dang.
Wait, did that really? I didn't... That's weird. It didn't look like it should have hit you on my end either.
Alright. So that's bad because the mask at this level is kind of useful.
Right. But yeah, you can basically manipulate the timing of when you activate this mask power, and when you double jump to get some extra height in a lot of spots.
Okay. That's what I lost it last.
You didn't? Okay. And you can also use it to do some out of bounds skips. Close. The purple mask won't actually... You won't take damage if you hit green objects with it, but it will kind of bounce you off and potentially, just lose you time and cause some problems.
Yeah.
But then I realized, no, that's right.
Ooh, that didn't make it.
Oh.
Kinda sad. Don't want to wait for this rope, so you don't have to.
Yeah,
This is kind of bad because I'm going to death abuse in this level. I don't want to really.
Yeah, you can't. Again, one of the gems that he has to get is a die 3 or fewer times gem. So
Yeah.
if you need to take a death abuse and you start taking unintentional deaths, it can get really scary. But I believe you got this.
Normally I get that, but it's a bit unusual.
Yeah, you can see just what I was talking about earlier about how you can get some ridiculous height with the use of the dark matter spin. I really enjoyed that they kept the acronym pretty close to Death Tornado Spin.
Kill this kitty. No, yeah, now it's very bad because I need to wait.
Yeah,
Actually, I could have. Normally, I would have just death abuse if I actually thought about it. Well, not death abuse, damage boosted.
Right.
Yeah, if you want to...
Okay, it's good.
Nice.
Alright, so here comes the most important skip in this category.
Mm-hmm. This is the grabbing. So the blue gem in this level is it's a throwback to Crash 2's blue gem, where you have to actually do the entire level without breaking any boxes. But turns out they actually left it just out of bounds, just under the ending, and they just move its position. So if you jump onto the correct spots, you can get out of bounds there, grab the blue gem, and then take a death abuse, and you keep the blue gem. So you don't have to do the level twice.
And that saves an entire revisit. Yeah, it's great. It's a great skip.
Yeah, that is really huge.
It's not really hard to do as well. Like I messed up the fast version. That is a bit trickier to get, but
I think it's one of those where like it's the perfect kind of balance of you're not going to just jump in and do it your first time looking at it, right? But it takes a little bit of practice, but it's also not something you're super stressed about when you're doing it after you've had a little bit of time to practice it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little strat about taking the bonus as well when you want to get the blue gem. That's I didn't know about. But because bonuses works as checkpoint. Well, if you go casually about it, that is.
Right.
But yeah, in a speedrun, speedrun is all great because we have to skip.
Yeah, I actually didn't think about the bonus either. I just, when I got it, I just had to go through the whole thing.
Yeah. Oof. Okay, pretty cool level in speedrun.
Yeah, I mean, like you were talking about before, like all of this dimension is really good. I love triggering the lily pad there, just letting it break the boxes for you.
Yeah.
And all of the damage rates and stuff.
I just love
the wall
using
me there.
Akano in general. It's just so fun, like getting abusing the boxes to get a higher height with like activating him. It's just amazing. It's so fun to do. It's not even that difficult to do. It's just generally fun.
Yeah, some of the stuff. I mean, even just look at that skip right there.
Yeah.
ENSG is just kind of like breezing through, but that kind of stuff is just, you can do that all over the place with Akano. We're going to see a lot of really big Akano skips when we get an any percent run at the very end of the broadcast tonight.
There's actually a nice skip with Akano in this level that is very neat and looks very nice, but I'm not going to do it because that was not intended. I like that map. That's sad.
This is similar. Someone can probably help me remember, but this is similar. That bonus is taken off of the Crash 1 bonus. I can't remember which one specifically, but I'm sure someone in chat or JOBS could tell me. But it is.
I don't know.
It's mimicked off
so
the Crash
this is
1
a
bonus.
glitch death. Just
Yep.
you can see. Happens from time to time. I have no idea what causes that, so
Yeah.
I can't about it.
I had that happen too, and it feels like it's from you hitting the checkpoint, but it's actually not. There's some spot. It's pretty much the spot where that enemy spawns, from what I could tell. There's just a hitbox there for some reason that just kind of sticks around sometimes, and it'll just cause a death. Luckily, as we were talking about before, you don't need the perfect relics in this category, so you can take a death there as long as you hit the checkpoint. It's not going to cost you much time.
Away my... Yeah.
Ooh.
It was quite... I was a tiny bit late on the thing, so normally it's all fine, but yeah, it was a bit oopsie there.
Some hidden boxes up at the top here. Really handy to use the Akano mask to just jump from one set of the hidden ones to the other set.
Well, normally I damage boost here, but I have one less mask than usual, so try to keep this one and see if I can make the cycle over there.
This level actually made me go completely crazy during during my casual.
Just trying to find.
There's two boxes in particularly coming up that's very difficult to notice without checking something. Like one of them, one of them is like, I don't know, good. You can see it.
Yeah,
you can
this
see
one coming up here. To me, it's the only real grade that is absolutely bullshit.
No. It's you can see
all the
it.
other one, all the other ones that are hard to get. But this one, I don't know. So I guess you can see it in the distance.
You're not going to be focusing on like looking forward at the time they want you to look forward because of other things.
I think I know where it is. Alright. So it's either I kill. Oh, is that? Did I forget the one at the very end, or?
No.
But there is a moment where I'm not sure that I got everything, so I'm gonna try. But It's kind of run over. Just
I don't. I thought you got both of the hard boxes.
Yeah, he did. I think Chad is saying you missed one in a dimension, like over a nitro box.
Oh, it might have been in the auto scroller section.
Yeah, it seems that way.
It's possible, like just before.
I saw one, but
I need to do all the things quickly, and it's hard to see.
Yeah.
There are lots of things to do at the same time, but
I saw one, but I thought it was a
could
nitro.
have missed one,
Yeah, I thought it was a nitro box that you were missing
Yeah,
intentionally. So I think it was in that auto scrolling. You can always come back to it later though, or do
Yeah.
it like whichever one.
Very, very unfortunate. It's the end of because it was a very decent run before, but it happens.
Are you redoing it now or
Nah,
later?
I'm gonna go ahead. There's no point in redoing it now.
Yeah, you could always come back with triple spin.
I will have triple spin.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be able to do some triple spin kind of goodness.
Yeah, I'm almost certain it was like the first box in the auto scrolling thing because I saw it, but I just assumed it was a nitro because I couldn't remember.
The kind of thing that can unfortunately happen because I'm doing a lot of things at the same time.
And also, I mean, the box is like clear, so when you're like thinking really hard about the next section, especially that auto scrolling one has the.
I think it's
the
because
body
most
box.
of the time the ghost, if it's the one I think about, the ghost snipes it, but I certainly had a...
Yeah, it could have been it.
This one has extra papachu in him.
We got our next boss here now, Embryo. This is effectively a remix on the Crash 1 fight.
Yeah.
Why don't people take me seriously?
And it's also the introduction of the inverted levels once you beat Embryo. Again, you're not going to be seeing the inverted levels today in this one. That's something that's reserved for 106%. But they are all effectively mirror mode levels that just flip the level horizontally and will and have new hidden gems in them. And they also have some different gameplay mechanics as well sometimes. But for this boss, even if she's just kind of baiting the boss to hopefully be knocked off in one hit wherever possible, instead of trying to have to knock him all the way across the arena. And that'll be the fastest way to do it. One more hit.
There we go. It's a very simple one.
Mm-hmm. That's probably one of the more disappointing bosses in like a speedrun sense. Just because not a whole lot you can do about it. You just gotta wait for him to punch a lot and then knock him
Yeah.
It was a nice throwback though, like as the casualing, as you said. So.
And thankfully we get to skip the weirdest cutscene.
I know, it's the best one.
It is a pretty good one. It's also really weird. And we move on to probably my favorite level theme, like my favorite dimension, in terms of, like, I don't think it necessarily is my favorite levels. I agree that I think the previous dimension is really good with levels, but I love the theming in this one. It's so good.
I love a bit, but the Choosers level, like, I really don't like them. So unfortunately, for me, it's not my favorite.
I think I'm a bit weird when it comes to this dimension because I actually really dislike this level he's going into. Both, like as a music level, I do not like it, and
Yeah,
I just
I really don't like this level.
I love it.
It's a speedrun.
It's definitely rough in a speedrun. I'm not gonna deny that, but I do love it, like, casually.
I really
Yeah, casually, it's really one of my favorite.
Merkaz.
did not like it even even casually, but
That was my
the levels coming up after this, it has my favorite soundtrack in the game at least. Did you miss a box over the arrow crate there?
There's a nitro.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Nitro box.
I thought it was a. Just making sure nothing's
all
happening
on
again.
edge. Yeah, everyone's on edge now. We're like, oh no, one's been missed.
Yeah.
making sure nothing's being missed.
Yeah. This also has probably one of the better inverted gameplay mechanics. At least one of the better ones for speedrunning, because the gameplay gimmick for the inverted levels in this dimension is that it's kind of old-timey, but everything moves faster. Everything moves faster too, so really nice for speedrunning.
Yeah, it's not like it's the next dimension.
Right.
Be able to talk about it later.
Nice. That was a neat strat to get all three of those without having to drop back down to the ground.
Press the button to Just getting that, I don't actually need to get that, but it's one of the levels where it's very tight on one pass, so... I hate this bonus, I want to say that. So, I played very sloppy, and playing it any faster is very hard. It's like extremely input intensive if you want to really speed it up. And this box as well that I'm bouncing on, I can skip it. I can actually manage to destroy it, but I will need a very perfect like bounce spin, like get a spin and a bounce at the same time to not die.
Right.
So, it's very annoying.
Hard thing to do.
Like, lose the cycle due to missing the boss.
There were two also minor mechanics that UNSG did in that bonus that'll show up in other bonuses as well. The first is whenever there are bouncing, like bouncy metal crates, any of the metal crates with up arrows, you can actually spin to land on them instead of bouncing. That's something that comes from some of the older games as well. And on top of that, I'm spacing on the other mechanic that I wanted to bring up in that section. Do you remember what it was, Marquez? Did you see? Otherwise, I can just call it out the next time we see it.
I was thinking of the one you already mentioned.
Right.
So I cannot.
Here. Great. Oh, at least I got this.
Probably the double jump one, where he like spun through a lot of boxes and double jump out of it.
Yeah, it might have been that. Worst case, it'll show up again later, and I'll just mention it there.
Great. Here we see two commentators with the memory of a turtle. So
right.
It's great.
Now another on-rails section. So this one I felt like it's not too bad with getting the boxes. I don't know how you feel about it.
It's very easy. So there's a meme that happened to me the other day and killed a very nice run. So here there is a box with a big wampa, and the big wampa actually takes some time to land onto you. And you actually get it just after taking the checkpoint. So if I was to die on this section, I would actually lose this big wampa.
Oh yeah.
Because you have broken the crate before the checkpoint, but you get the big wampa after.
And that was something.
I killed the run not too long ago, but I took enough safety crates to make sure I'm not shot on the wampas.
Nice.
And normally this section you don't fail it. So yeah.
In my casual playthrough here, if you don't jump at the end there, you don't like get the gem. Like you don't hear the gem animation like actually come up. So I was so afraid that I missed the gem and didn't get the perfect when I did it. It was just, I was just so frustrated, and I actually got the gem. So
the other thing that you were talking about with that checkpoint is that actually used to happen with TNT crates as well, or really anything that exploded later in the older games. But they actually fixed that in this game too. You like if a TNT is counting down and you hit a checkpoint, it'll count as detonated even if you die past that checkpoint. I was thankful to see that, but unfortunately, with the wampa that's still traveling to you, it doesn't count it. And now we have our second side character, Dingo.
Best character.
Yeah. He's probably the most fun to play as. Even though, just like Tana, there's no way to actually kind of speed up his base movement. It's just running around. But because of the way... Oh, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, it doesn't. You're not supposed to do that, so it doesn't aim for
Oh,
you,
okay.
But, just didn't get it this time.
Also, if you're a fan of breaking boxes, you should probably just stick to Dingo levels.
Yes, that's kind of one of the things that's so fun about it. They just give him massive chunks of boxes to break all over the place.
I do believe one of the counts even goes above 400, right? Or am I-
Yeah. No deal of daring. It's the most boxes. You have 500 boxes.
500. Okay, so it goes over.
Oh, I hadn't seen this skip yet. That's cool.
Yeah, so neat little also bounce. Yeah, you don't have a lot because, well, you have boxes most of the time to break. So, but here you have a little section with some boxes that you can skip thanks to this little bounce. Doesn't save that much time.
Yeah,
You
that's a
see
really
it,
cool one.
It's pretty easy to do as well.
One of the things you try to do with Dingo to go fast as much as possible is just cut corners, like you're seeing UNSG do everywhere, using his little vacuum gun thing that lets you hover in the air for a little bit. And then you actually, whenever you just have kind of short sections of platforming, like short gaps that you're supposed to jump over, you want to try to avoid using the hover as much as possible because it will always forcibly make you jump at the end, and it's like slows down your horizontal speed just a little bit. So you will also see a lot of the times the NSG is going to try to like make sure that you can jump in certain ways that aren't going to that aren't going to need a hover. But when you can use it to cover, to skip big sections, like it's always going to be way more worth it to hover in those situations. Yeah. You got the masks though.
So a level that is pretty easy but hard to do on team. Tough saying, lots of boxes to get, so.
It's one where I imagine you're not as worried about like cycles and stuff, right? Like there aren't.
Actually, yeah, there's a section
you are?
where I need to get the cycle. Oula, this is highly unusual.
I hate when that happens. The worst is when that happens.
Never happened to me. Like normally they all break.
I haven't had it happen there, but I've had it happen in some other spots. And it's awful when it happens and you're using TNT crates to break it instead of, respawning barrel, because then you only get one shot at it.
Yeah. Yeah, in rock block later, it's very likely to happen, and let's hope it doesn't.
That might be the one I'm thinking of. I'm not sure of the names.
Rock block is the counter to Dino Dash, I believe. Right? It's the other level of the other part of Dino Dash, basically.
Alright, I need to get to be fast here. Yeah, I got bad enemy placement, so I need to get that. Alright, here it's gonna be very bad if I don't get these enemies. Like this cycle here, if I'm too slow before. So I'm just gonna focus on getting the TNTs. Yeah. Okay. I have to wait enough here because there is a meme that happened to me the other day. So yeah, I got everything even. So yeah, when the TNTs, the TNTs are still counting down, but not exploded, you can still finish the level and it will count. But the other day, actually, I went very fast. Like it just had dropped this TNT, the enemy, and I exited the level, and I had the counter showing 298 bucks out of 298, but it didn't give me jam. It was a nice way to lose a run. So yeah, I need to wait a tiny bit.
That's
okay,
unfortunate.
Run it by you. So Run it by you is not hard level, but the first checkpoint is very annoying. So just need to have perfect movement at the start to not miss boxes, so I can get good cycles.
Amazing soundtrack, though. By the way, I absolutely love this soundtrack.
Of the level?
Yeah, this level.
Ah, yeah.
In general, for the game, it's really good.
Yeah,
it's really good, but still I feel like it's I prefer the original soundtrack. Like I would say, Crash 2 art's very bad. I may miss my cycle. Crash 2, 3, and oops, that's pretty bad. All right, I needed to take risk here.
And that was the last of the color gems you saw him get there?
Yeah. So I really hate the start of the level because you need to clear all these boxes quickly because later there is a cycle with a mine and I need to get good cycle or yeah, bad mine cycles, and that may be very complicated later. So yeah, here I'm actually restarting the level because when you die before the first checkpoint, you still get a death that counts, and I need to get less than 3 deaths through the level. So to make this, like in case it goes very badly, I just reset the level to remove these deaths. Okay, this is much better. Should have the cycles no trouble.
Nice.
So yeah, here I hate this timer crate because if you get bad cycles on the mine, you can end the door, the blocks that moves us.
Ooh.
It can be very bad, but yeah, here you see, even if I messed up, I had a whole lot of time.
Oh, that's
and
good.
if you have a bad cycle, you have to play perfect. So yeah, it's like very important at the start to figure it out. The first checkpoint is done. It's the most complicated stuff.
I'm always tense even
yeah.
while you're going back and like getting that that one plus still. That one box.
Yeah. I tried. Alright.
There's a lot of precise platforming in this game, and it's great. It's a challenge. It's a very challenging platform.
This is also one of the more difficult to find hidden gems.
This one, to me, is the hardest one of the normal level. Inverted levels have some ridiculously well hidden gems.
This one is, this is maybe the only one in the game where I'm just like, you have to be standing in a pretty precise place to even be able to see it. It's a little ridiculous. I think the exclamation point box is hidden in a well, is hidden well, but I can try to actually do the death abuse strat that saves a tiny bit of time. That's up to you.
But I haven't trained on that, so I'm not going to do that. Alright. Normal is fine, yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna play it safe and... Oh! Nice! Alright.
Hey!
Normally the metal box stops me, but I guess it was not the case this time.
Yeah. Don't think that was quite the death abuse strat you were talking about.
Nah, I'm definitely not going for it. Okay, so this time I'm going to take the checkpoint.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Oh, I got to say, I got invisible wall there.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah. That's okay.
I thought still there actually.
Common crash thing to get invisible wall.
Actually, I need to reactivate this thing.
Yeah.
It would be there if I got the. So yeah, you can just take this jam and death abuse and get back to the checkpoint a bit faster, but
at this point it'd be a little scary.
yeah. Normally, if you have 0 death at this point, it's fine. Oh. Jetboard, hit boxes.
Yeah, the boxes can be a little bit trolly sometimes when you're on the jetboard.
Vehicles in general, and boxes.
This is another level with a very cool skip in the 90% portion later tonight.
Yeah, it's very cool and very nice.
Actually, there were so many things found early on in this game that saved a lot of time. Didn't take more than like a couple of days before like huge skips were already found. Which is also always fun to see that people glitch hunting and stuff just had a lot of fun with this game as well.
Yeah. So you can ignore the auto-scrolling platform here for quite a while, but you do eventually need it. Right here, you got to break the the body slam boxes. But ESG went ahead of it anyways because it waits whenever it hits a TNT wall, and so you want to get that TNT counting as soon as you can, so that it's only waiting for a little bit.
Actually, you don't have to do it that early because the guy is always gonna wait a tiny bit before the TNT wall, even if the TNT wall isn't there anymore.
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying if it's still counting down, if it's still there, he's gonna wait even longer.
Yeah. I could have gone for it at 2 masks. Right, so here pitch strats can definitely manage to do that. Boosting all over the place, but it's a bit tricky, so let's not do that.
Yeah, turning backwards there you can just accelerate against the water current and slow things down a lot. Really, I'm just letting everybody hear the music. Unfortunately, on our commentary stream, we don't get to hear the music here.
So it was a pretty bad level. All in all. I think quite the worst level. That is, of course, accepting the missed grade earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty the first checkpoint is very tough to do well. The rest should be fine, but kind of messed up. Alright, that was all for this dimension for now. And let's go into the snowy dimension.
This is my favorite level, probably because I played it a massive amount in the demo. But I really love this level. It has a great utilization of my favorite mask, as I said earlier too.
Yeah, the time mask here is really cool. There's
I didn't.
Whew. The time mask is cool because if you know what cycles are coming up, then you can activate it early, so that way you can end up not having to wait on the cycles. On top of that, there's some interesting tech that's really hard to use, especially in 106%, or sorry, in all clear gems and 106%. There's some cool tech that can get you a lot of speed with it, but that's something that's more just kind of implemented minimally by runners right now because it's a really difficult to control thing.
Yeah. For now, it's not really doing it, but cool to do in the future.
Yeah.
I was a bit too fast, and I was not able to get my my mask back because it didn't. That plays Okay, very messy there.
I think when the demo, because this was one of the demo levels, right? As I mentioned, when this people first experienced this bonus, it was it's gonna be like that, huh? Like, this game's really gonna do bonuses like that, because that bonus was really.
It's actually one of the easiest bonuses, to be honest.
yeah, afterwards, but still compared to the previous Crash games, this bonus is quite difficult to get, because you have to use the time mask pretty extensively.
Mash the button a bit too hard there.
And you also saw ENSG get the hidden gem. Like, in the demo, you could actually, skip the cutscene by slide spinning over from that area to after the boxes. It wouldn't be possible in clear gems regardless, because you'd have to get the boxes, but they did actually patch that out during the demo or to the full game.
Yeah,
That's
the
something I miss doing.
they said they knew about that one and had fixed it, but just not in time for the demo.
Yeah.
It's understandable though. It makes everything kind of weird because the ship that's supposed to be blown up is not blown up, so it's still there, but the hitboxes aren't.
I saw a few guys in chat saying that they were going to tell the mods about some glitches. Please tell them to bring that back. I want that back. Don't patch out anything.
Tell the devs about it. You mean? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Tell the devs. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna take some platform. Oops! I tried to go too fast. TNT did not.
That happened.
Did not distract someone else. Alright. I would say it's a very easy level, but I died twice. I'm just not going to say that. The thing is, ship happen that comes later is actually very hard. So
Yeah, ship happens.
Like these sections are a joke in comparison to ship happens.
It's also, I think that this is one that tends to feel easier for folks than it necessarily is too, because it was one of the demo levels.
Yeah, for sure. So you might, it's finally like an easy level, and then you mess up things that aren't, like, it's not actually that easy. It's just that you played it more than others.
Mm-hmm.
I played the demo only once, so
we're giving you the out, ENSG. You just gotta go with it.
Say you played the demo a lot.
Yeah, we're giving you the free excuses.
Not at all. I didn't even want to play the demo. I'm just
that's fair.
My friend wanted me to, but I'm the kind of guy that wants to know nothing about the game. Like, if I'm sure that I'm going to play it.
Yeah, I'm totally with you there. I like doing that too.
I didn't watch any like gameplay video or anything.
I played the demo, but I avoided everything else.
Right. This next level is actually pretty cool in speedrun if I can manage to do it fast.
Oh yeah, this one has some real neat stuff to it.
Normally you can skip this like on the side, but it was extremely slow there.
It's always funny when it takes a while before you have to pick up a box, because the first like several boxes in the level are all near Nitro.
Yeah.
One box above there and an arrow crate hidden in all of those big box stacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's also in actually used to hide. To hide. It's not completely uncommon for Crash games to hide like a different type of box in big stacks of boxes. The most recent one I can think of is the TNT at the end of Future Tense, where it's inside like a big stack of boxes. So you have to be careful about just spinning into them, because when you see a big stack of boxes, what do you want to do? You want to spin into them, obviously.
Yeah, there is that later, but on the cortex section.
Yeah. It's it is actually in this game as well. Here's a few boxes that people often miss.
I don't completely need that mask. I'm just bad at it, so.
Yeah. In a marathon situation, it's always a good idea to like take a few extra concessions for safety here and there that you wouldn't normally take in PB attempts. Keeping masks in general is something that I always love to do.
I don't know if it has been mentioned yet, because turtle memory. But there are a lot of like remixed soundtracks, which are like have some part of the originals in them, but are remixed to like a Crash 4 type level. Especially like Cortex levels are that are coming up are more usual with this. So they really.
Did I mess up completely? Yeah, I activated too early. I activated my mask too early there, so I was not gonna make it. Then the exclamation mark point unfortunately makes a PS upgrade that screws you up for later. Okay, I just need to activate it late and it's all fine. Yeah, not good. Unfortunately, I've lost my mask, so I just cannot do any of the damage abuse I can do if necessary later. This is a bad cycle generally. Okay, so here normally I can just jump over the gap, like without really bothering, but sorry, I don't have my mask. I'm not going to risk that.
These levels are in general really cool with the way they set up the time mask to work in them. I really like seeing like the cycles slow down and it makes sense and stuff. There's small skips you can do and stuff as well.
Well, we're kind of
the infamous levels.
Oh yeah, bears
Everybody
repeating.
Here
I was
comes the best
happy.
vehicle.
I was happy with so many of the like mechanics that they kind of remixed for this game. You know, brought from older games and put into this one. Not as much this one, but I don't like it even in Crash 2. So that's kind of why.
I am totally with Hobbs there. I don't like it in Crash 2 either. That's why.
That comes at
us
the end
Crash
of the
3
level.
Boys. Us Crash 3 boys likes the tiger instead.
Yeah, I love the design of the bear. I just don't like the way that it plays. But first, we got the rest of the level, which I don't know. I don't know how you feel about it, DNSG, but I really enjoy moving through this level up until the bear part.
Defense, are you talking any percent or?
That's fair. Yeah, I guess my context is more any percent context. So
it depends. I've gotten better to it, but
any percent these levels are really cool. I think.
Ooh, a tiny bit too far, unfortunately. That could have made it.
I think the yellow gem is really cool. It's a good, very good throwback to.
It's,
I love that.
I feel that still color gem is a bit of a letdown in this game. Like you have only 4 and 2 of the gem path are pretty bad. So I already had that, so I don't really need that.
I think I cannot even remember which is which. The red one is not very interesting, and the green one is not very interesting, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember where the blue is.
The blue is in Crashland, it's fine.
Oh yes, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that one's fine.
All I know is
and this one's fine.
The combo one at the end is really hard.
Yeah,
the combo one though is very good. Like it's how it's supposed to be.
It's a bit of a more of a challenge compared to the Crash 3 one.
Yeah.
In Bug Light.
I don't have a mask anymore.
Which is it's supposed to copy that one, right? From that one and the Crash 2 one.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that last one was it's the Crash 1 high road to nowhere one. It's nicer in this game because the cracked planks don't break immediately, which means you can go pretty fast through it. Also, we haven't really talked about it yet, I don't think. The fact that the time slowdown allows you to walk on Nitro and bounce on them.
Yeah.
Not walk on them, I guess, just bounce on them.
As well as slide or spin into
TNT. Yeah, it's really cool, and it's honestly, I think, one of the most creative additions. Like, I thought it was really cool that they added it. I really enjoy it about this mask. I think it's a neat thing. Oh, now we're getting some spin jumps.
Yeah.
It's also really fast.
Normally I get 3,
which we love, obviously.
Right. Those spin jumps are really hard to do.
It depends. I don't know. In some levels, like there is like in Jetboard Jetty. I don't know why, but it never seems to work. Like here, it works all fine.
Yeah, so in this one, basically whenever you dash with the bear, it's a short range dash and then there's like a cooldown before you can use it again. And in Crash 2, you can dash and then jump to keep your speed really far. In this one, you can dash and jump, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you only keep the speed for like the same amount that it would have been on the ground. I feel like you don't get to like... I feel like your speed doesn't go flying as far if you do a really big jump.
I do believe that's the case. It doesn't keep the speed for the entire jump like it does.
Yeah, I still think it's useful.
It's still...
Not
Yeah.
completely sure.
Also, the cooldown after you have used the speed is ridiculously long compared
very
to the
long.
other game.
But nice job grabbing all those boxes. Like
that was all fine.
that is really genuinely very difficult. The controlling the bear. A lot of folks have noticed that it tends to be a lot nicer on the analog stick, and if you're like holding forward with it and stuff. Which is funny because for me in the Crash 2 and 3, I always use the D-pad for the the bear and tiger levels.
I use D-pad there.
You do? Okay.
So just a tiny bit of practice and works all well.
Yeah, it's definitely personal preference, but like I just know a lot of people came in, the first few days after going like, oh yeah, analog was way better for this compared to like the NST games.
Here you see ENSG entering the timeline level due to the fact that he does this and doesn't wait until the triple spin is because Tana does obviously not benefit from the triple spin, and neither does Crash in this level because you only use him for like a very small amount before you enter Polar again. So
maybe you could save a second, like
right. But you'd lose that second on menuing, right? Because like in here the menu is right there anyways. So
yeah.
Well, not even, but it just it's a polar level and can be a run killer, so may as well just do it early.
Yeah.
It's convenient to do it now rather than later. Also, these cycles are really weird and difficult once you're doing this level for the first time.
A lot of the wall jump skipping again, like skipping that first one whenever possible.
You can skip there, but it's like I prefer to keep the run alive.
Yeah, this one's weird because it's the 3 timing thing, right? Like,
yeah, it's very weird timing. So I think it's possible, but it will be very precise to skip. I don't like to do that, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right. So I'm going to set up something that is very nice in this level, and hopefully it's gonna work. Well, hopefully I'm not going to die to the bonus. It's a great juke.
So I can explain that if you want while you do the bonus.
Yeah.
I actually messed around with that a bit. So what he did, you can see the counter when entering the bonus is 1 out of 25. The reason due to that is because he slid under the TNT and activated it, and it didn't explode until he was in the bonus. So it counts as a box in the bonus and outside of it. So it added to both counters. So you're gonna see him exit now with 20 out of 25, and there was, I do believe, 6 nitro boxes in the beginning. So he had 26 out of 25 basically. So what he could do now is, if he mixes a box in this section, he could still just continue and still get the gem. Yeah. So that leaves one box like
a buffer,
safety.
Basically.
Yeah, buffer. 1 box buffer is the word.
Yeah.
Which is great.
I think this level is actually the worst one, maybe, because 3 times I missed 2 boxes.
Oh
there
no.
We go. Just trying.
Oh. Yeah, so missing that box, he's still okay here.
Yeah, just need to not miss the second one.
About that.
Don't really have the occasion to boost much here. Well, could certainly, but it would be very complicated to get the boxes, so.
It's very convenient that the buffer is in the one map that everyone dislikes the most to get all boxes in.
Yeah,
right.
It's very nice. Even if I kinda feel it's easier here than in burst repeating, because in burst repeating you have some weird 4 boxes sets, that sometimes they don't all break. Here we go.
Yep.
Works fine.
Nice.
It's great. Now we got to see the dupe in actual action as well. It's great.
Well, I would have liked to show the 229 out of 228, but yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't actually like show you that you get the gem if you do that. It just actually just still gives you the gem.
Also, every time you're seeing the skin menu pop up, that is not intentional, but the way that you skip, the way you skip animations on the world map is by hitting triangle, and you're often sitting there like mashing triangle to skip it as soon as you can, and then it also pops into the skin menu, and you got to back out real fast. It's annoying.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I don't know if you people noticed, but I'm using the chicken skin. The reason is absolutely no reason. I just run with it.
Now, has it been
half
fully,
a second to get, but
has it been fully figured out how this boss, how you can sometimes like death abuse to speed things up?
No, it has. To my knowledge, it has not been figured out. I did it in my casual pit and skipped an entire phase, but I never managed to figure out how to do it again. I tried to mess a bit with it. I do think a couple of people have tried, but it doesn't seem to have been anything consistent as of yet.
Right. Yeah, I've been the same way. I've been able to occasionally skip a phase here, but I haven't been able to figure out why.
I was
Like
not
why
aware
like
of
that.
Although the way I have done it ends up not being a lot faster due to like the death abuse being a bit slow and stuff.
Right.
Like the setup being a bit slow.
You have to like go through a lot of the phase first. That's my suspicion, is that that's kind of how it works. That you almost have to get to the point where it's going to spawn one anyways and then die, and it'll spawn it like instantly. It's a little weird.
So it's like a safety strat. It seems to not go through the thing again. Like it's weird. I really don't know how it works.
I wonder what happens if I hit all
Final
the
hit
buttons
time.
at once. Feel the wrath of
Yeah, if anybody ever does figure out exactly
Also, here's
how
a
that
very
works.
cool quote by Cortex. Feel the wrath of Cortex, which is
Yeah, the true Crash 4 reminder.
Yep. Yeah, at some point somebody will figure out how that death abuse skip works in the boss, and it'll speed that one up. Hopefully, that'll be really cool. Because it would be really great if the first 3 hits are pretty fast, but if you could skip that like kind of transformation phase at the end for the 4th hit and just get another punch bot immediately, that would be a really big time save.
So we are in Dino World. Actually, this world goes very fast. I think it takes like 10 minutes to go through. Like not counting roadblock, that is very fast, very long actually. Very long.
I do think this is my least favorite world.
I'd probably agree with that.
It's either that or the engine one. That one's
I like a lot this world, but like the gameplay isn't too good. I feel.
Oh, never mind. Snacks World exists. Sorry.
I love the snacks dimension. It's hard, it's brutal, and it's long, but like I very much enjoyed it casually.
I love the first level of Snacks World. I do not care much for the 2 other stuff.
I think the worst thing ever in this game is Rush Hour Inverted.
Yes.
That shouldn't exist. Somebody has to get fired for this. But except that, don't have much problems.
So I guess I can just quickly say that like the snacks dimension coming up like in about like half an hour maybe.
That's
an hour.
No, much faster than that.
In the inverted mode, it's like a slow down water mode, and I have not seen a single soul that actually says they enjoy that inverted mode.
I'll say the one helpful thing about the water mode is it makes it a lot easier to get the perfect relic in that world, because you can just get it in the inverted version.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not sure. It's too slow.
It's very. Oh no, I'm not saying you would do it for a speedrun scenario. For me it made it easier. casually to get the
I don't
the
know.
perfect
I
round.
actually die more in inverted because it's too
You do.
slow, so
I found
it's just not responsive and all.
yeah. For me, it just like it was so much easier to just kind of avoid everything. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
This is kind of a cool, tricky bonus.
I ended up doing the perfect in the normal way because I could not stand the water thing. I just wanted to get out.
Yeah, it was definitely very slow.
I messed up.
Felt kinda grueling.
Way too late.
Ah,
Because I
dang.
really need this invincibility coming up. Like,
Yeah,
this
this
is the one that
invincibility.
saves a lot of time. That's already kind of messed up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to carry it until the section where I need it. Save the body slam. Oh no! Sad.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, I messed up a bit at the start, unfortunately. But yeah, it saves a whole lot of time.
It's a good triple map.
Saves like 3 or 4 body slams and having to care
Kind of
about the cycles and stuff.
Right.
It's nice.
So, a question for chat, since we've seen quite a few. Are you, have you seen enough grind rails, or are you still having fun with them?
Yeah.
I think that's one of my few complaints about this game. Is that I think the grind rails are. I think there's too many of them for my personal liking. I think they're kind of just stuck in there. It seems like in more areas than it should have been. It's a cool thing, but there's a lot of them.
I feel like where it's too much is really Rush Hour with Stoner. Like too long.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I
Three
agree
of
with that.
them and that's long. So
Yeah, I agree with the Rush Hour one. I don't think there's too many
Correct.
casually, but I am really disappointed that there's no way to speed them up at all, given that they actually do they do a really good job in this game of kind of making a lot of stuff work for speed. And for me, even if you could just like triple spin on them to move faster, that would have been really cool. Like just because doing any time trial that has a grind rail is it just feels rough when every time you gotta wait on the grind rail go through the whole thing again.
I do wish that was the thing too, that you could,
Yeah,
especially in the time trials, just. do
that's
that.
okay because we're not worrying about those anymore. We're in a Cortex level.
alright, I hate this level exactly for that. When you fire with Cortex, first it's very hard to aim for anything.
Yeah,
And like on sets of like one crate, one above another, it's gonna randomly break either 1 or 2 crates. So it's very annoying in the speedrun because obviously you just want to break both crates.
yeah. Cortex was probably, for me, my least favorite to move with the speedrun, despite the fact that he has a dash, which is
Sure.
really nice. Like you can, the dash will also reset on the ground. So as long as you're on the ground, you can keep dashing repeatedly. But I felt like the little hang time animation that he's got was a
Yeah.
little, made things a little bit rough sometimes. Oh, that is a really cool route to go through that 2D section.
Yeah,
Just
that route is
because, well, I didn't mention it, but there is a bug that is somewhat guarding like a metal crate earlier.
Mhm.
And the problem, if you take the box, you get always a very, very bad cycle.
Yeah.
Like, and you have to wait for like 5 seconds, so I'm just taking this
That makes sense.
crate later. Get that. I need to care a bit about Wampas in this level, so...
On second thought,
Like,
no volcano lair.
Yeah, just it just hits one of the crates instead of both. Very frustrating.
no, it's just
Perfect.
like my shots just hit the scenery even if I was not in front of it at all.
Aiming with Cortex is
Yeah, it's
an
like this level,
experience.
I hate it because it's really not that complicated, but I like that. Happens all the time to just miss
yeah.
crosses randomly when you're trying to go fast.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just kind of add like a little explosive effect to it, more or less. Just make it so you don't have to be as precise. But I'm sure they had reasons.
check if I'm good Wampa wise at the end of the level. Yeah, it's more than enough. Alright. I have 10 more Wampas than needed.
Awesome. Yeah, for anyone coming in late, for 3 of the gems, they're based around how much Wampa fruit you get, 40%, 60%, and 80%. And in a few of the levels, it can be really, like, you have to actually pay attention to making sure you pick up enough Wampa fruit to get 80% in a speed run, where often you're just blowing right by the Wampa fruit and you don't care about it.
Alright. Another demo level incoming?
Yeah, Dino Dash.
Yeah, the bad demo level.
This is good, except for I feel like the cycles with the moving platform where you gotta like duck under stuff at the end.
You can skip all of them actually.
That's what's rough about it.
yeah, it's very very precise.
Yeah, that was what was always rough about it to me, is you can definitely skip them, but the timing felt a little difficult.
Yeah, here it's like I think with getting all the crates. Oh wait, no, it's possible. It's very hard. I don't know. I don't remember. There's one way it's impossible, but I never remember if it's blocked or
here. Yeah, there's
right. There's a lot of levels in this game, as it turns out. It's hard to remember everything about them.
Yeah, 38 levels total, plus 5 bosses, so it's a lot of stuff.
I find it surprising that the Nitro actually gets those 3 boxes around it back near the start, given that it's, even though it's, you know, a dimension hopping one.
So I need to get quite a lot of these boxes in the way.
Yeah,
they give a lot of Wampas in total.
The dinosaur will break all these boxes, but yeah, like you're saying, the Wampa fruit are a concern.
I do believe you can actually hold skip over every single hole in this level, like in the chase section, but it's not it's very precise, some of them, and it can lead to body slam that you don't want.
Nah. That to happen. Actually, I don't know if the TNT just destroy it, actually, now that I think about it.
Right, because you're just so used to normally spin jumping it.
yeah, just just okay. Right. So we'll test something, but I think it just doesn't destroy it.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I was at 5. Oh well, at 4. That's quite a shame.
I remember way back in that one bonus.
Never a problem,
Yeah. It's always something random that'll get you sometimes in a marathon.
I mean, at least now we know.
Yeah, please. Okay, I don't know why. Normally I get it like all the time.
You got it though. You're still good on lives.
2 is like the moment where it starts to be annoying. I may have to unfortunately be safe from the lava section. That's the only thing.
Right. I did remember finally in that, like from that earlier bonus, what I wanted to talk about there, which was the bouncy crates. They work the same in this as a lot of the other games, where they will give you can bounce on any of them 5 times, and they'll give you 1 per fruit each time you bounce on them. But if you bounce on them once and then wait a while without bouncing on them anymore, like go do something else and then come back, they will break instantly. So that's used in several bonuses. And it's what caused one of the deaths there too. It's just it took 5 hits. You were hoping like maybe it was just going to be off of 1 bounce.
No. I was just miscounting. I thought I was at 4 because I didn't really pay much attention because I was supposed to break it normally.
Right.
But this dino heads much. Just keeping as many as possible.
Yeah, this level you can skip over like a lot of the pits and stuff with slide spinning too, but it can be a little bit scary sometimes. Some nice double jumping there to hit the top crate like more quickly. I don't think I've gotten that hidden gem.
Yeah, here you can make the cycle, but the problem is breaking the crate and making the cycle. Oh, it's bad.
Did you not know about that, Alps?
I haven't got. I basically went through the whole game once, and now I'm going back through, and I don't think I've gotten to this world yet. So I'm gonna learn all the tech.
Alright. Unfortunately, we have to play everything safe now. I even missed that.
Yeah, at this point, one more death would mean no death gem. So
yeah, it's
Later
actually
to
a pretty easy level. I think, but unfortunately, I messed up the easy stuff.
It's a generally, I think it's the same as we said earlier because of the demo and stuff. But I do think it's an easy level to snowball the. It's really easy to snowball the deaths in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as soon as you die once in the 2D section there, you just want
this done.
you want it to go faster the second time, and you end up just trying to make a cycle that you can't.
Yeah.
At least he got it.
Yeah. So and that's actually we are already over this run, and it's actually halfway through the run as well. Still a lot to go. The easier art as well. The next dimension is pretty challenging.
Most of those holes can definitely be hole skip, but it's not easy to do, especially and also very risky to do once you have 3 deaths already, because one tiny mistake would have to make redoing the entire level, and it's like a 2-minute 90% level, so that would not be beneficial.
Alright, so this next level is the one that is the tightest with Wampas. So we'll need to get quite a lot of extra ones.
I do think this is one of my favorite worlds, actually.
Yeah. So
I really like
this one or Tranquility Falls.
Yeah, I can agree on that. I think this one is very, very good. Very good level theme, very good.
Yeah, the problem
very
is this one is keeping errors, it is an error as well. So.
Yeah, and then very good, both this and Cortex Hub has very good humor. With Oxide and Cortex, and they're being very silly. Like,
I'm glad that Oxide is in the game.
Yeah, Oxide is gets his vehicle stolen and his wife threatens with divorce. Like it's very it's
not supposed to happen. Just lost 25 Wampas on the level that is.
Yeah.
Wampas, nice.
It'd be hard to make that up.
I should have been worried of that. It's very rare that he has a bug and just snipe the TNT there. So yeah, need to make that up exactly. Actually, just... yeah, I'm very low on Wampas. 192 is not too good. Normally here I have 25 more than that, so... Please, I want this mask.
I really like this this level theme. I think it's very solid. For all the CTR fans out there loving Oxide Station and all that.
This one too, I don't know, something about like it takes a little bit of it takes a little bit to get used to spinning these crates as you're like running along the wall. In these nitro rail sections, you just gotta make sure you're dodging the correct way in order to break the box and avoid all the nitro.
Well, they're nice at least here is they don't have jumping nitro, not like shipping error.
Right.
So I'm gonna do a little thing normally I don't have to do there. I'm gonna get a few more Wampas there, like just these 6 here should be enough to be enough. That's the flame side. And I'm going to bounce on all that. There is just in this level, you don't have that many wompas all in all, and the thing is you have a lot of these bouncing ones, so it's very long to get enough wompas. But hopefully that should make that up. This guy is hard to deal with, but that's fine. I have a mask.
Yeah, we also haven't talked about it much yet, but this is the gravity switching power-up.
Yeah.
That you get throughout this dimension. So you basically just can flip gravity at will, but you can only flip it twice in a single jump. So you can't just like float through a section basically by just constantly flipping the gravity back and forth.
You kinda can in a situation we will be seeing later today, though, but that's different. Not in this category.
Right, as long as you can do it in 2 flips,
just
basically.
enough wompas
Yeah. As Hob said, it can only be done in 2 flips, and there are cases that mask gets insanely broken due to that. You can basically go places where you aren't supposed to be, and that's also one of the reasons why I really like that mask.
So shipping error, I'm going to do that later. So it's maybe the worst level in the run, but I'm gonna do that with triple spin to save very few seconds. Alright. So stowing away, it's actually a pretty easy level, but they can go badly as need to wait for these 5 crates. Well, it was just after the checkpoint, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you are,
get the sailing there.
if you're gonna take a death right after a checkpoint, pretty much the best time.
The problem in this category is that it counts.
Yeah.
If I had been a tiny
do
bit
too much.
faster, maybe I could have made that.
Do you feel as well, like, without any of those fireboxes, since they're a global cycle, once you die once, it's basically like you just don't know whether you're gonna hit it or not?
Yeah, pretty much.
You're just kind of having to react to it.
Consistent. Yeah. Normally this one, like when I waited, I know I can be fast enough to make it, but
These levels are very difficult, so it makes sense that it's not a very easy level to do at all.
okay, I got the crate. Alright, so this is one of these levels where you have to go back to the very start. So I'm going to do a damage boost here.
Oh yeah, that's a cool one.
Box refused to go, but
How did that box not break?
okay. Alright, all good. So you need this mask. It saves a lot of time, like 6 or 7 seconds to this damage boost.
Right.
Ooh, I didn't see that. My character was perfectly hiding it. You see, that's 2 death already. Not big ones, but
Yeah, I didn't even see that shot either. Like you said, your character model was just kind of perfectly over it the whole time.
yeah.
So you could never see it. Now, this section actually, if you're not careful, if you're trying to go a little too fast, you can end up out of bounds and soft lock here, because that happened to me once.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's something that you, as long as you do it the same way every time, you're probably never going to run into. But I tried to like throw an extra slide in a spot where I shouldn't have apparently, and clipped into one of the boxes and soft locked.
I've been wondering if that's possible, actually, apparently, because it seems like it is a very like easily soft lockable spot.
Yeah, it's up that top right corner when you're hitting that exclamation point box up there. I like, slid immediately after and flipped into the box.
For some reason, these ones are never gonna hit you.
I think I did that once, or I think I've seen that once.
Okay, it was 2 minor death, yeah. Okay, crash landed, which is a very nice to run as well. So hopefully you can do that well.
I think this is my least favorite level in the run. Aesthetically, it's great, but anything
Landed?
else, yeah.
I love it in
You like Crash Landed?
Oh yeah, I love it. Like the Schnurgle part.
The Schnurgle
I
part,
remember
yeah.
that.
I'm a little...
as the community calls him, Tim.
And the community is wrong and should just call him Schnurgle because it's a better name anyways. But yeah, no, I don't know. This is a cool level, but I'm kind of with Marquez. It can be a little frustrating sometimes. Honestly, the thing that bugs me the most with this level is, as silly as it is that there's a music glitch in it where you can just lose all your music at the end, and it's like, oh. That might only happen if you die, though. I can't remember.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, it's the future tense paradox. It's the same thing. The music just suddenly stops.
Yeah. It is really fun how like fast you can move on these slippery sections, though.
Okay.
Nice damage boost there for the...
Yeah, you don't need the mask because you get just one in this section, and you cannot get invincibilities. Not so much noodle, so
Small thing.
Mask to get here.
Small thing ENSG's doing a lot of the time is actually boost jumping over the sliding sections. The little like pink stuff on the ground looks like it's going to slow you down, but it actually is slippery, like ice. And if you, whenever you are in one of the bear type characters, which this character works the same way, when you're on ice you can't boost. You're just kind of like steering. So it's actually better to skip over it when you can, and rather than lose the time.
Actual invincibility, which is very rare, but this one is a tiny bit useful.
Whoa!
To make that I don't have to wait for this cycle. That's the only use of that. That's the second one right there.
Nice. That big just like fall is really great at the beginning of this.
Yeah.
I do think a lot of this level is done well, though. I I think the more I play it, I actually warm up to it. But initially, when I did this, it was I really didn't like it.
I think I agree with that. It gets better the more you do it.
For sure. I actually did not have too much issue perfecting this at all. I think it took me 3 attempts to perfect this, which is way less than I expected.
Because the first time you go through,
the first time
brutal.
you play it, it's brutal because the gravity thingy, you're just not used to that. It's like the bonus in this one is one that definitely took me the most time, first time.
Yeah, and just knowing where the boxes are in the final Schnurgle section and everything. This is definitely somewhat of a like puzzly level a bit, where the first time is pretty brutal, and then every time after
bonus
that.
Bonus is annoying due to the huge amount of bouncing traits. It's very complicated to do optimally there. I'll do what I can. But... oh well, I can wait here. Okay. So yeah, I prefer to wait for this one. The second one I'm gonna try to... oh well. Seems to always fail now.
That's how it goes.
It's a long bonus, so...
right.
You need to not die as well.
The game knows you're at a marathon. That's how these things work.
Apparently I'm on my way to... What is that? I got... okay. It's because I was in the corner and I messed up due to that. Right. I was blocked by the corners that I couldn't see. Now I need to be careful because the cycles here. I don't need to worry about these flames the first time, but fortunately I don't really need the 2 masks I've lost. Actually the invincibility there is more annoying than anything. So. just taking one crate for safety. There's a nitro there. So.
What? Okay, I'm learning all the lore, dude. I'm learning about all of the boxes I haven't gotten to, or the hidden gems I haven't gotten to yet.
That hidden gem is actually kind of ridiculous. Like,
that was a cool one.
It's very hard to know that that's where you're supposed to go.
Right. I think the frustrating thing is that they have similar situations like that spot where if you do try to go on top, you'll just die.
Exactly. There's nothing that really leads you to that specific hole.
Right. That's okay. I don't know. For me, my first pass was basically I'm gonna try to go through and get as many of the gems and boxes without any help from anybody and stuff. And now I'm in the mode of like, yeah, I'm okay with just kind of being told if I pass something. And now, so getting to see a few of these hidden gems that I hadn't seen yet is pretty great.
To be honest, if I've had to find all the hidden like gem in the inverted levels, I would still be on it. Some of them are super well hidden.
Yeah.
Ah man.
They had to throw one of those in, you know? It's the classic
Normally my
weird
setup works well, but
it's the classic from Crash 2. They had to put like 4 boxes in a line staggered weirdly. They really I kept saying when I was playing these the bear style portions of the levels casually, I was like, they nailed their homage to Crash 2 bear levels because I hate them.
I mean, I cannot disagree. This part is very.
This is cool though. This is so cool.
I have a few.
I have no music because I died.
No, the glitch. That's what I was talking about. That's why it's the worst level. Is just the music glitch. No other reason.
No.
There's a few where you saw him go up on that geyser thing. That's what it's called, right? A geyser.
The glacier thing on the.
No, like when you get blown up.
Oh, the geyser. Yeah, geyser.
The geyser. Yeah. Excuse my pronunciation. I'm European, so. Regardless, there's actually like a glitch there when you try to do that, where it just like blows you a tiny bit up, and it doesn't actually push you up. It just like gives you a little boost in your jump, and you miss the boxes due to it.
Right.
It's time for break, by the way.
Nice.
So I'm absolutely going to take this break because
that is fair.
Why not?
That's okay. I can hit the folks up with some announcements too once you actually get into it.
You should take the Wumpa for entertainment value.
Nah,
Yeah,
there isn't any percent race that can cover that part. Don't worry. All right.
Oh yeah, true.
ENSG's gonna take a quick little break because this part is just a big auto scroller. So let me tell you everybody. First of all, welcome to anybody who didn't tune in right at the beginning and everything. We are doing a big Crash 4 showcase today. We are showing a bunch of different categories, and until now I hadn't actually talked about what exactly we're showing, so I'll go ahead and hit you up with all that now. Currently you're watching all clear gems, as you can see in the bottom right corner of your screen, and this is going to be our longest section for sure. You could tell our estimate there is just under 4 hours, and following this we're going to have a time trial showcase. So we're going to have runners Tyler and Abdul, or Artificial Star as you're seeing in chat. We're going to have them battling it out in a handful of time trial levels.
And I'm back.
And hey, welcome back. And it's going to be really fun. It's going to be cool, and it shows how different time trials can be compared to full game runs. And then following that, we're going to showcase all Platinum tapes, which are the like kind of difficult Crash 1 style levels. Crash 1 bonus style, that is, I would say. That's how it feels to me, anyways. Showcase those after, and then the final thing will be an any percent race as well. So we'll talk more about those as we're coming into them. But now we're going to get a little bit of, like, kind of some skips here. You don't have to wait on nearly as many platforms as you think, I think, is kind of the best way to describe this level, this section.
So elegant. Oh, fuck. So one of the level I've never trained on, because if you want to train on, you have to do the auto scroller every time, while the rail,
Right.
2 minutes long rail every time. So, well, but it's pretty easy.
The way this boss fight works is...
Yeah, go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say all of these little laser generators have you just got to destroy the generators and keep flipping gravity to make sure you hit it from the correct side or to dodge the particles that are coming your way.
And I was gonna say I'm in a very like Crash 3 mindset, so I can't imagine an entropy that takes this long.
Right. That isn't 43 seconds or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a under a minute fight in Crash 3.
Yeah.
Because it's so broken. I wish this was broken in the same way, but I actually really like this boss fight, mostly because I really love Entropy as a boss more than Cortex. He feels way more than a actual villain to me,
right?
Than Cortex. So for any Crash lore fans out there, I do really like Entropy as a.
I find this fight has very nice design.
Yeah,
so it's just a bit too easy and short for like the parts where you actually fight the bosses. You don't even really fight them as well.
Right. It's a really unique unique kind of boss fight though, which is neat.
It's also a very epic. Sorry for interrupting, Hobbs. It's also a very epic like build up.
Yeah. Well, we're heading into the snacks dimension, which has a lot of really hard levels, but I did want to quickly just throw out a few announcements I was trying to get at earlier, which is to remind everybody that don't forget that Frame Fatales is coming up really soon. It's an all-women speedrunning event, November 15th to November 21st. You can go to gamesthatquick.com/Frame Fatales for more info on that. And West Coast Weekend is going to be December 4th to the 6th. The schedule will be released for that on November 20th, so check out the website for that. And I'll hit you up with some more details on some various announcements as we find some more time later. Time for food run.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like the snacks dimension a lot. They're very long levels. They're pretty brutal when you're trying to 100% them. So maybe.
Actually, there's only one long level, but it's very long.
Well, it's so long it makes all of them feel long. It's kind of how it works out, right?
True, yeah.
But I don't know. I love the combination of powers that start to show up in these levels. I like the way that they mix together the side characters some. I think it's pretty neat.
Yeah.
And I just like the level design in a lot of these as well. There are some pretty big skips in some of these levels that we'll be seeing in the 90% run later as well. And then this section here is...
I got the crate. I still don't know how to get this crate consistently. Just don't seem to get it consistently. Most of the time I lose like 5 seconds getting it.
Yeah, the sections there where you're kind of running on between the cars and jumping back and forth, and then soon flipping gravity while you're doing that is, I don't know. It's just, I thought it was really fun to do. And now, yeah, you're seeing how you can utilize the mechanics of the masks and that ability to flip twice to just completely skip over running on the cars, which saves a lot of time. It's really cool.
It's much easier as well.
Yeah.
Like casually, like I did that. The first time I did that, I did that as well.
Oh yeah.
Just okay. I was not supposed to do that, but oh well. So I need to wait now.
I always like this bonus too. It's just like the.
It's like this bonus is the only tricky part of this level. It's easy to mess up. I was very close to mess it up.
Okay, I am back. Apologies for that. I have a very attention-sick dog at times.
Oh. I love that bonus a lot because it's like the first time I feel like where they really make you bounce off of nitro while using the power up, and then having to like deactivate and reactivate the power up in the same jump. It's a really cool mechanic, I think.
As long as like, as much as I dislike the Snacks Dimension overall, I do think this level in particular is one of the greatest levels in the game. I do think this level is amazing.
Well, it's enjoyable to run through. Nice music as well, and
yeah, it's a really good level. And then moving
here we
into
go. Very, very, very long level.
next one. Yeah, Rush Hour.
Basically, in this level, I really like Dingo Dissection, and I really hate Tona Section because it's way too long.
I like Tana Section except for the grind rail. Like, because you're right. Like,
it's actually also the level that took me the most time to get insanely perfect because I kept dying to the highway section.
Same. I hate both sections, so I'm in between. I do think this has a good. It has some good quotes though from Dingo.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
Just wondering why he's in this game, basically.
Yeah, wondering if you can open a franchise in an airport or like a restaurant in an airport, and if he was in franchise and stuff. It's funny.
I thought that was basically the developer's way of jokingly going like, could there be a Dingo Dial spin-off game?
yeah, that would be funny.
Full Dingo Dial game franchise.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's just those rail sections with Tana are like very obnoxious. But outside of that, I think that like if somehow like you could just remove the rails, then I think the rest of this level would be really fun for both characters.
Yeah, I can agree on that. At least remove one section of the Tana rails.
Right. Because the rails are the only part that feel really bad. No, and it's just like occasionally you'll just miss a box because it's like, I don't know, because just getting boxes on rails can be hard sometimes, and it doesn't feel like you really did much wrong.
Yeah, alright. It was actually pretty slow.
Well, if it makes you feel better, it still looked very fast.
There's a lot of neat little strats with Dingo Die. Go faster, speed things up, but...
Yeah, like jumping on the cars there as they're moving towards you, because obviously if you're walking on it, it's like walking on a treadmill. It's gonna push you back.
It's also a lot of jumping on crates and on TNTs, which is kind of funny because at the start of the game he jokes about not jumping on TNTs like Bandicoot.
Right.
It's definitely faster in many cases.
Yeah, rather than having to like suck up the TNT and blast it back into the crates.
Yeah.
Nice. Just being able to go from TNT to TNT there. It's just like, it never gets old how satisfying it is to break like 30 crates at once with Dingo Dial. Like,
yeah.
It's fun. It's definitely
it's good.
fun to break boxes with him. Let's see here. This section is very annoying due to the robots like chasing you with nitro that you have to be careful from. Probably gonna be chased. Yeah, it does. Getting the boxes while being like these 4 boxes is very annoying. He did it perfectly though. So
yeah, that was great. Having good knowledge of those cycles, like you clearly know exactly what's gonna be there as long as you're staying on pace, which is that is so huge because they have different numbers of cars and different lengths of cars that are gonna be one after the other.
Falling as well.
Also, such a long like section to the hidden gem. The hidden gem being so like off track.
I hope it's spicy.
That's weird.
I thought it was a great spot for hidden gem. It was just weird how empty the path over to it
was. Just
like
literally nothing else.
Yeah, I'm surprised there weren't more enemies or boxes or something there.
Okay. Grapple.
Yeah.
Look at that. Can't do anything.
Yeah, this is where using grapple to hit TNT really comes into play a lot more.
Yeah. Oh, at least.
The timed boxes are also, I don't know, did you talk about those, Hobbs?
I don't think we really mentioned them much. Like we brought them up, but not
Yeah,
exactly how they were.
Because I mentioned the Wumpa crates and the flame crates. But the time crates are also a new type of crate that's on a timer, sometimes even on a very fast timer that you have to use Kapuna Wa, the time mask for. But I think it's a pretty cool addition because they're not too difficult.
Yeah,
Like,
they're not like
boxes.
a lot of them aren't free, even for a speedrunner on their first time through it, because like we're just used to trying to go fast in these games, so a lot of the times that kind of thing could just not be a challenge. But I found that the first time through, a lot of them they're still not like super easy. But like you're saying, they're also not too difficult. Like they feel really achievable.
I think they're very well balanced actually
Yeah.
for time. Yeah.
There are only two that can be bothered that we've already gotten past, like the speedrun. So run it by you.
Run it by
Is
you.
the first
Yeah.
one, because if you get very bad 9 cycles or bad doors, like door cycles, it's going to be like impossible pretty much.
That was the one where
and-
I always felt casually like I had to sit there and wait for the proper cycle before I activated it.
Personally,
Yeah.
that one and
And-
it's no way out bonus probably, right? Like that one's pretty
No.
can be pretty difficult.
Nah, not really. I'm thinking more about the blast to the past one that you need, like at the very start where you need good cycles on the plants as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Didn't even think
Like,
about the blast to the
except
past
that
one.
normally it's no issue.
And you might ask, why are we talking about all these other levels that we've already seen and stuff? It's because we're on this rail section. What are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
Like, this is what we were
Very
talking
long.
about. These are unfortunately just learn all of the places you need to hit the grapple and jump at the right times, and otherwise it's just an auto scroller.
Okay, I'm gonna
For those
take
parts.
my time here. Just gonna check this fire crate is not a terrible cycle.
This is where we do the unspoken rule of you don't talk about Rush Hour.
Hey, I think it's a fantastic movie.
Ah, yes. True. It is a fantastic
classic.
movie.
But yeah, I did like this traffic section personally. One of the cool things you can do with the traffic section is even if you end up slightly off on some of the cycles, you can sometimes save yourself with the hook shot. Because the
Rip.
The hang time, yeah.
oh, dang.
Yeah, I
But yeah.
didn't know that, like casually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the hook shot will just hang you in the air.
Much better. It was pretty slow, but it's because I missed the crate.
Spicy fried missile.
That was a good recovery, I think, after like missing the crate.
But yeah,
And-
just slow, but
And we're out. Everybody virtually clap.
that's got to be the longest level in the game, right? Like,
Also insanely perfect.
actually
Also insanely
no,
perfect.
not in all clear gems, but in
What's
any
the lo-
person definitely.
What's the longest?
Toxic
Metrocross?
tunnels still
Toxic
get it.
tunnels. Yeah.
oh, that makes sense because you got to do the
Yeah.
path. Yeah,
Yeah. I mixed up the
Gem
names.
path
That
is
was
just super long, so
Mhm.
like my goal in Toxic Tunnels is like 8 minutes 10 seconds, and I think
Jesus.
Rush Hour is like 7 minutes
Wow.
10. It's just
Those-
it's
that
even
is-
far longer. Most levels are like 3 minutes and a half.
Right. Those are so much longer than like any. I feel like any level in any previous Crash game. It's kind of cool how they approach this one a lot differently.
Yeah, for reference, I don't think there's a single. I can't think of a level in any of the other games which exceeds 6 minutes.
I know. I was
Like,
like, Future Tense is
10
probably
feet.
like the longest one if you're getting all the boxes, and it's like 4 minutes.
4 and
or
a half.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, like around 4, I think. Like 4.5 if you're okay-ish, I guess.
Yeah.
And even like Sunset?
Oh
Is
yeah.
around there?
Sunset
Yeah.
could be kind of long, but that's Sunset. It's like 4 something for the gold relic. I think. Like it's still.
Yeah. Regardless, this game. Back to this game. Let's not be in our NST mindset.
Yeah.
my-
we're another Cortex section, so this is going to have a very small crash section at the very
It's
end.
safe, yeah.
That's fair. That cycle is pretty brutal. This one has the hidden gem in this like hallway, and all of these like tunnels where the cars are kind of crossing here it's different numbers of cars in each section for the most part. So you kind of got to memorize how many are there so that you know how the cycles are going to line up for you. Well done.
I didn't wait at all there.
Yeah.
I can't know that this is a cycle. I got hit once, but the mask isn't too useful. Well, it can save me, but no.
Yeah, but that'll say just being able to not wait on the cycles.
I prefer to just go fast.
Exactly.
Train section.
Now you gotta wait for the trash can to get very low there.
This section is very frustrating.
Nice.
That's really good.
Climb on the left side, yeah. Yeah, if you do it right, you can just use pretty much this entire left side to climb up instead of ever going to the right. Obviously, in all clear gems, you gotta head to the right just long enough to grab those boxes. But you still don't have to use the trash cans on the right side.
All good. Okay, obviously, this problem here. Actually, over getting the crates. Problem here is to not go too fast, because if you go too fast, you're gonna finish a level before you get the crates at the end. Yeah, I love this section, but I have to imagine, when you're trying to get all the boxes. I mean, actually, I don't have to imagine. Even when I was doing it, it's not fun to have to wait here at the end.
I think the idea of
dang.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The idea of this section is really good. I really like it. Like the execution is good. It's just frustrating.
Right.
That's
I love the execution here, except for the fact that when you go this fast, there's a lot of crates at the end that you just gotta keep waiting.
I need to wait there. I need to go super slow. Okay. Yeah, alright. Going super slow is hard.
I have to wait for a few crates, yeah.
Yeah. That's still decent. Alright. And we're entering the hard part of the run, actually. Now, its most challenging level are Cortex Island and the start of the revisits. Mostly like the timeline level. Mostly the Cortex level, so starting here. Even if this one isn't too hard, but
I really like these levels, and I like the dialogue. I do recommend everyone to listen to the dialogue in these levels, because it's great, it's funny, and it's absolutely great. And those of you who know me know I will be pointing out a specific dialogue happening in Cortex Cast.
I'm trying to think of which piece of dialogue you're talking about.
We're probably gonna see it very soon in chat. I do expect a few people to mention it.
They can make this fire cycle here, but it's complicated. Still don't know how to do this part fast. Alright.
I feel like especially in the early days of a game, there's a lot of times where you can invest a lot of time in trying to make a specific section faster, or you can just get consistency down. And when it's a harder level like this one, I think it's always a good idea to get some consistency down, and like you can improve that. You can save the extra 2 seconds or 3 seconds or whatever later when you're very confident that you're not going to have to avoid the deaths and all that.
Yeah, at this point, really the run is mostly about managing to not die, like to have. Well, first you need to not
miss boxes.
Miss any jump.
Yeah.
Doing that doesn't save that much time actually in this category, but still a tiny bit.
So what he did there is he used the mask to go over to the on the upside, like on the top side of that ceiling basically, and he used that to go over the trigger for the mask being taken away from you. So So now he has the gravity mask in a place where you're not supposed to have the gravity mask.
Yeah, which is like Enos,
I've done that. Okay, it works.
like Enos, she was saying, in this category might not save like too much time, but in other categories and also in other situations, like rather than just in this level, you can do that and save a lot of time. So it's always good to try to find those kinds of spots whenever you can.
Oh. Oh no!
Oh, too fast! Oh,
I was just surprised.
wow, that was
strange that this one was too fast and not the others.
I mean, thank God you had the gravity mask now. So
Yeah,
I
that's
say,
one of
yeah,
the things
it's-
that. But I was very, very close from that. I'm very surprised I didn't die.
Protect your master.
that was a really good save. I got spooked.
So stuff like this is great to use. It's also, I would recommend, it's very easy to do. So I would recommend like people, if you play this casually or still plays it casually, to go out and test this because it's very fun to experiment with actually.
Yeah, like look at that just big chunk of platforming that you can just completely skip over.
Yeah. And the most useful section, the way it's useful, it's here. Because you can skip this annoying thing.
Yeah. Because the
And
cycles don't.
Nice invincibility, though, that's super good at that.
And the
Yeah,
cycles
the-
there don't love to line up all that well, do they? Either like when you
No, they
if
don't
you
line
have
up.
died. Yeah.
They don't line up well, and the razor wheels or whatever you want to call them
Right.
actually kills you regardless of triple mask.
I actually didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know they killed you even if you didn't have, or even if you had masks. But
Yeah,
I did know that the like cycle didn't line up well. It's rough.
Completely disregards triple mask.
Nice job on that fire, the firebox. Like just go into that one first.
I need to wait here because I can get memed and some bugs can just not count.
Oh wow.
That happened to me, never again. Okay.
And then not even slowing down time to
Yeah,
jump on those. That's cool.
Yeah, if you just go forward, I messed up, yeah. I never know like where this creates hard, the depth perception is like non-existent. Ooh, I lost my mask very stupidly. It's sad because it's nice to have a mask, yeah.
Yeah, this section is very annoying.
Yeah, I need to go around there. Alright. Good. That was a good level actually.
Yeah, that went pretty well.
Oh.
Especially recovering that one section.
Yeah. Alright. So let's go into Toxic Tunnels, which is certainly still like the hardest level of the run. That depends. I think Shipping Aurora is still a good contender.
hmm This one just has such a long gem path.
And you cannot die in it
Yeah.
because like you have to pass it without dying basically.
Mm.
'Cause
Yeah.
There's no
there's
the
no
other thing,
checkpoints.
but
Yeah.
the level is just so long that it's hard to do very well.
Real quick while we're hopping into this one, I also want to remind folks that AGDQ 2021 Online is coming up in January, January 3rd to the 10th, and the schedule is coming out in just a couple days, November 9th. So if you want to check that out, go to gamesdonequick.com in just 2 days. It'll be out that evening. And also, if you are considering submitting any prizes, the prize submissions open up tomorrow. You can find that info at the website as well.
I'm waiting on the way to mini fireplace.
I also want to say that, as Jacob said, look out for AGDQ. There's also a crash run in AGDQ this year
Yeah.
by my friend Depp, which I'm looking forward to. NST1, a very different speedrun,
Yes.
but
The Depp
definitely
is very good at that game.
he's I dare to say uncontested in that game actually. Like speedrun wise, it's not
Right.
anyone even that close to him in the any percent category. I think he has a whole minute lead over second place actually.
Wow.
So
All right, we've hit the gem path now. Entered the gem
Yeah.
path with
There's some
no
nice
master.
strats to speed this up here, so I hope I can get some of them at least.
There is one annoying thing that can happen sometimes with these swinging hunks of metal, where sometimes the cycle can reset. I don't think it's something that really happens in full game runs. It's more of a time trial thing. But
it was a tiny bit too slow to do that without risking death.
Yeah, and death here would be pretty big.
Here we should be fine. Alright.
This is a really punishing section.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I die now, it's like already a minute and a half wasted, and it's going worse and worse.
Making that first cycle is always good. This part is always like scary to me just because you have to jump on that TNT and the platform is always gonna like end up moving.
Yeah.
I like the way you handle it there, where you just bounce on it and just move on to the next one. Instead of landing on it.
That's my mask.
No safety mask.
Yeah, it's not good for the rat later.
There's a section of crates off to the left here.
Yeah, that put crates everywhere.
Yeah. And those minecarts also usually they have spikes on the front of them too, so
yeah.
you get hit
For
by
some
them,
reason,
you take
here
them.
they don't one-hit kill you, these cards. Not
That's
like
nice.
Later in the levels, they one-hit kill you.
Yeah.
Even if you have a mask. Okay, this is the scary part. Okay,
Another-
good. Should be all fine now.
Nice. Another small mechanic that they throw at you in this that probably won't come into play
Here we go.
in a speedrun scenario is that a lot of the platforms here in the like rotating section that you're seeing just off to the left, if you're on them for too long, they'll like heat up. They'll like heat up like that, and will eventually like spit fire at you. So you can't stay on them for too long.
They are pretty lenient though, but you can't like wait for a
Yeah.
very long time.
It basically just means if you miss one cycle, then things get a little bit scary.
Yeah.
So you
exactly.
can go in front of this cart and like try to go a bit faster, but it would save only a tiny bit of time, and you will miss all the bumpers in this level where you need to care about bumpers. So.
Right.
We
Yeah,
just
I was
take it
wondering
as
if the
a-
launcher-
We just take it as a sightseeing around. That's basically what it is in the mines.
I hope I'm gonna get that. Yeah, I missed it because I was not able to leave the rope early enough. Like
Yeah.
getting off ropes is kind of.
It's so hard. It is, yeah.
And I get a very bad cycle.
I wish you could just like buffer like letting go of the ropes and stuff.
Yeah. Don't trust this bat at all.
Yeah.
So here there is a pretty damage boost you can do this bonus, but unfortunately I don't have a mask. And either way, it's very risky. Just not have a mask later. So most of the time just don't go for it. Not for now. So another one of these bonuses. Just need to destroy all the nitros to be able to get some crates. Okay. That fire cycle again. Alright.
Nice. Very nicely done. Yeah, I could see how a mask could definitely help you out there.
Starting to close in on the normal, like the any percent levels, if I dare to
Right.
call them the required levels in a normal run, basically. But we're doing all of them, timelines included. So there's still a lot of run left.
Getting as small paths as many as possible. Yeah. Good. Okay.
Nice.
I missed that though, because of Maeve Station. Alright, I'm going to not do the damage boost, like Marathon, each strats.
Pretty fair to want to take a little bit of safety.
Just the ending with all the bats, kinda hard to know if you're gonna get it or not.
What must I do to prove myself? Mother's name, Sharon. Childhood pet,
cycle, yeah.
with googly eyes. Favorite food, buttered noodles.
Nice.
Butter on the side.
Oh,
Embryo, change the password to my diary. This brute is snooping.
it's fine. The Kozuku cycle is away.
Sometimes the fact that your slide spin goes flat out over gaps can actually be to your detriment. Like there.
I messed up my angle there, it's fine. I'm not even sure I lose a cycle. Here you go. Alright, still very good.
Great. That's solid.
Very nice to see. It's unbelievable how even with as many Wumpas there are in that you still like have to go and get Wumpa in some specific spots. Like still have to worry about it.
I think you need 1040. It's one of the 2 levels where you need 1000. You need 1000 crash landed as well.
If you told any Crash runner 2 months ago that we would require 1000 1-point levels to complete them, then they would tell you you're crazy.
Right.
Alright. So Cortex Castle, which is a very different level. Like both like Toxic Tunnels and Cortex Castle are quite the hardest level in the game. And they're hard in a very different way, because Cortex Castle is actually hard because it's very input intensive with the mask.
I think it's
While
amazing last level.
Toxic Tunnels is more about like really timing, you know. I like that. Both are very different.
Yeah, and I think Toxic Tunnels is also just like the amount you get sent back is so punishing, whereas like Cortex Castle isn't quite as punishing in terms of, you know, how much content you're gonna have to repeat if you mess up, but it's just really just straight difficult.
The quote that I looked forward to was the last one being said by the triangular fossa. I lost my mind when I heard that the first time, and I still think that's funny to this day.
I was wondering if that's the one you were talking about.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely great.
Dang.
But how? I love this world. I think this world is absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, didn't.
Yeah. Ooh. At least you recognized you didn't hit it and didn't just like move to the right.
Oh, what? Okay, I apparently died somewhat.
Oh, yeah.
No idea how I died there.
The crates on the boxes. Any crate that's bouncing on a box can be a little bit wonky, where sometimes you can just die. You can also die if you're like crouching on top of them sometimes, and you like jump at the wrong time because it just thinks that you're underneath the box.
Yeah, it's not supposed to die there. Okay, this is what's supposed to happen.
I had never seen anybody slide underneath those nitro as they bounce. I thought that was really cool. I was just broke the nitro and then just slid jump out there.
Yeah, there's 2 ways of doing it. The fact that this level is like, oh, here, use everything you've learned up to now with the mask. Yeah. I love that. I think that's a great way to end the story, quote unquote.
No, Embryo, I'm no fraud. I'm from the future. You must listen to me. Embryo, do you not recognize your own master? I'm the real Cortex. No, Embryo, I am. Ding dong,
Lots of
ding
little
dong.
mid strats here that saves a lot of time.
Better go see who it is.
Just skipping out on that elevator entirely.
Ah, alright. It works.
Oh,
As
lucky that you
you,
can stand on those laser
I
edges
was
there.
supposed to lose this mask. I was supposed to fall on this. Alright. It's kinda sad because there is a skip later, 35 seconds. If not more.
Quit struggling. Don't make me. Help! Anyone! We have an evil doppelganger situation. I'm not a doppelganger. No, forget it. There. That'll
I've seen a lot of different strats from people to do this thing, but... Oh! Alright, yeah, that's normally that you have a need damage boost here, but cannot do that. Because,
yeah, so you gotta wait on
in a
the
pretty stupid way.
platform instead.
Okay.
But yeah, all the combinations of masks here. You can tell Marquez and I are also being a lot more quiet here as we're trying to just let him focus.
Yeah.
Oh no, actually it's like muscle memory is strong.
Right.
Very easy parts of the level, like this ending section.
It's so
weird.
fun though.
At this
Yeah.
point,
It's so weird that the ending section is considered the easy part of the level now. Because
yeah. just,
when
Like-
starting out, it was definitely the hard part.
It was like 50 plus deaths for me, I think, just getting through that the first time.
Yeah.
yeah, it's just that it's there aren't that many ways to speed it up.
Hmm.
So like other parts, you try to do some speed strats, but in Context Castle, you just like this end part, you just do it normally, so it's not
Yeah.
too hard.
There's also not that many.
It was
Oh, dang.
and it's because I didn't know where the thing was going to shoot, because I wasn't as fast as I wanted. Yeah,
on the shoot-o-matic.
here we go. Now I know I can land on this.
Also, with that ending section of Cortex Castle, there's not nearly as many boxes in that section. Like, there's barely any compared to a lot of other spots. So you just
Yeah.
have to worry about getting through it, just like as if it were an 90% run, effectively. But just go out of your way for like a couple of boxes.
Shoot-o-matic. Shoot! Unbelievable.
This is a boss fight I don't particularly like personally.
Really?
Like, I don't know.
it's a
I
great
think I think it's too much auto scrollery. Does that make sense?
It's kind of true.
Yeah, I mean,
It's still a good balance, but
yeah, that's
yeah.
it has this laser section and everything, and some of the other spots where you kind of gotta like wait. But in terms of when you put it in context of a lot of the other bosses where they have the same kind of stuff,
Yeah.
I felt like it's really good.
In context to the other boxes, I think I think it's good.
Yeah, it's also that tends to be kind of like the status quo with platformers like this, simple platformers. A lot of their bosses are just wait for the opening and then hit them. And I like that this one does the kind of the what's it called? The little like switches that you can body slam. I like it that it does those. And like for me, the first time I did this, I just landed on them 3 times, and then it turns out, oh, you can body slam them to go even faster. I think it's cool that they put in that little detail.
I don't think I'm gonna go for the big jump. I'm gonna practice it.
Ready,
Just gonna do it the normal way.
Yeah. So what is referencing here is that you can actually make a jump from that button to the other one. But it's
Rico
a
and Damask will show it.
for sure. But it's a risky jump to
Yeah.
make, basically.
Yeah, it's not that big of a time save. In this category, it's really not necessary at this point.
Right. Something to be implemented down the road.
Yeah. When you're more safe on the category has still a lot to develop because it's only been what, a month since the game's released, like a bit over a month. So there's still a lot to do.
Normally I go the other way. Oh, yeah, it's because normally I don't go this way.
Just throw. Sometimes it's so easy to throw yourself off with the depth perception when you change things up.
Yeah, it's my bad. Normally I'm not used to do it like that, so I was like certainly gonna get hit by the assistant either way. Here we go. So much easier like that. There we go.
Nice.
The first.
And we're gonna get the triple spin. Goodness.
Yeah. So now it's kind of a blitz to clean up the other levels. And triple spin is a mechanic that gets added as soon as you beat this, basically. As soon as you beat Cortex.
Doesn't matter because the loads don't count, and I can just enter the level. If anything, maybe it saves time. It's kind of like glitchy when you exit there. It's kind of
right. But yeah, when you get the triple mask,
triple spin.
There we go. There's the right level. The triple mask. Or I keep saying triple mask. Yeah, it's triple spin. The triple spin is you can't just mash spin and go faster. You actually have to like press it at a specific timing. But that timing can also be used with slide spins. First, we have a Cortex section though, so no triple spin available here. But it will be.
Yeah, well, like triple spin is just super useless in this level. It's exactly at the wrong distance here for my. Okay. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, triple spin obviously benefits more the more you use crash and the less. You can actually use it a lot over holes and stuff too, which you're gonna see. You're gonna see triple spin the best in the time trial showcase coming up.
Nice.
After this.
All right. What do I do? Second flag.
Oh, did it lock?
Wait.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, he's supposed to move, right?
Yes.
Consider that.
That was weird.
That's funny.
Good recovery though.
I never got at that.
Yeah.
I've never seen that either.
Yeah, that's really weird, but that's fine.
So you don't have any mask here, so just cannot do anything to speed this up.
Yeah, and this is where you can really see the whole fact that you can stand on the spots where the lasers are generating. Even when lasers are there, if your spacing is right. Nice. If your spacing is right, you can still like stand on the edges where the lasers generate from.
Okay, good cycle here. Alright.
Nice.
Very nice.
And now it's just doing the slightly altered ending version of Cortex Cortex Cast.
Fire Crest has been terrible.
My NST brain.
Just skipping over the econo mask there.
There's actually two times where I can was absolutely useless. Poor guy.
Which is funny because it's the most useful mask in the game normally.
Oh, I pressed it too early. It's just keeping the insanely perfect.
Yeah, exactly. That was just the intentional death.
Trust.
Skip the text.
Yeah, this Akano is useless as well. No. I mean. So here I don't have any mask, I just cannot do the skill that I was not able to do today. Oh, I was way too far left. What am I doing? Alright. It's 3 deaths. I was supposed to not do that, basically. Easiest part of the level, by the way.
Yeah, the easiest part. And you know, this is, even though it's kind of a repeat through this last bit, the level is different. So like the 3 deaths max rule still applies for making sure you get all the gems.
The box formation is also slightly altered.
Yeah. Very nice.
Great, got it.
Who? See, 3 deaths max. Who needs more? Yeah.
Well, the hard part of the level is actually the cortex section.
Yeah,
Which you nailed perfectly.
And I should really have been better than that, but yeah, it's fine. Ah, shipping error, alright.
comes the possibly the hardest level in the run, right?
Yeah, it's possible. Like the cortex section is kind of infamous. Like it's very hard. Like for some reasons, it's actually a very hard section. At least to do quickly. Maybe if you take your time.
I honestly think cortex sections are the hardest to do quickly in like the whole game. Like I just think the cortex side character is the hardest one to, despite the fact that he has a dash. So you would think it's like, yeah, go fast with him, easy peasy. But having to aim quickly and hit the fact that the dash kind of like hangs you in the air.
Yeah.
Are you okay? Yeah, you're going back. I was gonna say.
I should have done for it. You can see I'm too close to the wall there, apparently. I pressed dash, but too early apparently, or maybe just the game dropped it.
This section was difficult for me casually, like these moving platforms. It's kind of hard to
No, it's really hard.
estimate when they are gonna land.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, and trying to do 2 quick shots on enemies sometimes to convert them into a bouncy block or a transparent block, as is the case for some of these, it can be really hard. Sometimes it can kind of like ignore your second one, or you can misfire it just slightly.
This part is kind of infamous with the fast. You see, like this, I got terrible cycle, and it's only because, it's only because I missed 1 shot earlier.
Right.
That's why I was not happy when this 1 shot. Just like I have to wait. There's nothing I can do. They don't give you any masks, so.
I think that's probably one of the biggest things about the Cortex stuff that's hard, is that there's only like 1 or 2 masks in like all of the Cortex sections together, like combined. He does not have many masks.
Yeah.
It's pretty much just like that one in the first Cortex level. Like maybe there's a couple elsewhere.
No, really, there's
Yeah. And yeah, as
first
you
time
can
you see a tiny bit of use of the triple speed.
Yeah.
It's corridors. Right, so these nitros are jumping, so I can just randomly die if one jump and then... Right over them.
Which is funny because they actually fixed the triple jump, or sorry, the jumping nitro thing in non-rail sections, where if you land on.
No, they fixed it in out for launch, but I forgot in.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. They, as in they don't bounce in out for launch, right? But I was saying that like in a lot of the other parts of the game where they can bounce, if you land on it while it's bouncing, you don't take any damage because
I'm gonna try once.
It's random.
Kinda retarded fast strats. I need to get this guy. All right, did it.
It's been very long since we actually put on like said anything about it. But Wumpa is still required, so he's still paying a lot of mind to that.
Oh shit! Right. That is pretty sad because. Okay. really don't like to do this section fast because the last guy actually punish you hard if you don't do it very fast. Snipes you. Alright. And now we just need to hope we don't get a bouncy nitro. Nice! Alright.
Unfortunate nitro.
Yeah, nothing I can do this way. Well, I got a bouncy nitro here as well. But, this one, if I did an optimal job, I could have died. So this is a slow strat. Slow and safe strat. As you can see, it's quite an infamous level. Alright. Second attempt. Okay, it just jumped. It should have jumped again. Alright. Yay, perfect! Perfect level. No issues at all. So it's a good thing to just not die because it can snowball very quickly, unfortunately. So rock block. Rock block, which is a long level. The Ingoda section can be pretty interesting, at least for the movement. Nice to play through. And yeah, I went into the skin menu because try to skip, but there's nothing to skip when you do a timeline level. Only used to that.
Yeah, that's weird that it is that way.
All right.
This level is complicated. It's not really hard, but it's very long. So playing less than 3 times can be annoying sometimes.
Lots of just having to go back for barrels and stuff. I know this one also has...
Oh,
wow. Nice.
yeah, as your time kind of failed me there. Oh, I'm not supposed to do it like that. I lost the mercenary due to the mess up. Alright.
Oh, nice. I would have thought that you had to hit those with the TNT. Like that you can just bounce on them instead.
Yeah.
As long as you're confident in your depth perception.
Depth perception in this, even with the ring under the character.
Yeah, it can be difficult sometimes.
I've actually never seen that skip. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's very nice because like going back and forth on the previous one is fine, but here it's annoying.
Yeah. Understandable.
Alright. Oh, it's fine, it's fine.
You didn't need that platform anyways, you know.
Yeah.
Shouldn't even be there, really.
Platforms are overrated.
Yeah.
This level is actually a very... From what I remember, I can't even remember much of the gem pass of this. I just remember the time trial being very difficult in this.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah, sure.
Wow. They put so many nitro, like on the crash section, like in the time trial.
Yeah. There's a lot of nitro there.
I don't think I've gotten to this one yet for the time trial, so...
I think it's the tightest one, like casually speaking, from like the Platinums.
I like the.
No, I still feel like toxic tunnels that made it like very hard on purpose.
I don't.
Like,
I don't disagree with toxic tunnels being difficult either. For sure.
I like the strats you were doing there with bouncing off the crate while like activating the vacuum to like suck in the crates as you were flying up from one of the bouncy boxes. It's really cool. And yeah, here's where you're really seeing the 2D sections are where you can most noticeably see the speed increase from the triple spin. I think for
it's
the
maybe
viewers.
the level that benefited the most triple spin in the run. Okay.
Very good.
It's not that hard.
We're allowed to still be impressed, ENSG.
Who would have thought after Hobbs' 1,000 hours of different speed games, he's still impressed by Crash. The costumes are a nice addition to this. I think it's actually very fun to keep like switching through and seeing how like each of them looks in game, if that makes sense. I really like having the costumes. It was kind of fun unlocking them too.
It's almost a bummer you can't carry the skins over to like another new file, so that way you could just do different runs with it without losing time.
Yeah, I would have thought they were like game game
tied to your
bound,
game,
and,
not
not the save file. Yeah, disappointed it isn't, honestly, for sure.
Reminds me of doing Spider-Man runs of the DLC, where it's just like, all right, chat, what skin are we putting on?
Yeah, that's fun. Not gonna go too deep into that, but doesn't the sequel to that release like in a few days?
Yeah, really soon.
Okay. Oh, very good level.
Nice.
Great.
317 out of 317. Always like a sigh of relief to see that pop up at the end of some longer levels. I feel like.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
somebody's no trouble. Yeah.
I think if I ever go back to other like Crash completion categories, I'm gonna be scarred by the fact that I'm always missing one in Crash 4 and just gonna be constantly looking for boxes, being sure if I missed them or not.
Okay, I hate this level. Actually, not because of the Cortex section, which is really not that hard, but doing the Crash section like fast is very complicated and very risky. Unfortunately.
This is also a very highly disliked level.
This was the third one in the demo,
Yes.
which was the only like side character level in the demo as well.
Yeah. I think it's funny because they showed off Cortex first, technically, right? Because that was in the demo, but he's the last character you get.
Yeah. Yeah, and ENSG just left tried to like hit that enemy when it was at that part of the cycle, so that you could just use the max range dash to get over. Max range dash to get over to those crates and still be able to like bounce on it to go up instead of having to kind of traverse all the way back or unfreezing the enemy.
Do that like I'm supposed to, but
On a cold winter's night,
you can do some infamous skit there, but if you get jumping nitros, you're gonna die, so I'm not going to do that. Like here, you can just dash back without. You can ignore the last bouncy crate, but you get the jumping nitro out of the 3 nitro that you can see. So here, that's activating here to here, so I have a fast one.
Oh, that's smart.
Nice.
Waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting. So
Okay, so here is the infamous part. There's so many crates to get in this checkpoint. It's so easy to die, so I'm gonna try to not die, not fall in the water. Yeah, I went under it. Not expected.
Wow, that was almost more impressive than breaking it quickly.
Yeah. No, I didn't. It's platform. Alright. All broken. Ah, too high, well. I lose a back strap. Hey, give me my chance. Alright.
Still made it work in the same cycle.
Ah, missed the sub, so I'm not confident at all. The platform's going down.
Yeah, you can really see
the
how...
other thing is not to do the jumps in between the gap, but to make sure you're on a good cycle, to not have like a platform falling on you and killing you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can really see how useful that coyote time is, though, to be able to completely skip over those sections without needing to use the time mask.
I really like this part. Alright. Getting on a pretty slow cycle.
Did that TNT activate?
It's possible that it didn't.
I didn't see the timer. I thought you bounced on it, but I didn't see the timer. You might want to check it.
I will have to go back because there is a thing that you can just land on the guy.
Yeah, I think that might have happened because I could have sworn I didn't see the countdown start.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
You can land on the guy, it does exactly the same sound.
Right.
But either way, it doesn't matter because I tried to skip it.
Oh, dang.
Alright. It's better than... well, either way, if I had 2 crates missed at the end, I would have known which one it would have been, and it's fortunately on the last checkpoint. Okay, yeah, you can land on the wheel of this guy.
That must have been what happened.
Shite.
Oh,
yeah, missing the box the first time is not good. Also, this is really bad for timing, for cycles. Having to wait for this for the crate. Alright, this time it should be fine. Doesn't matter too much. Alright, it's a good demonstration, like showing how annoying this level can be, because a lot of this is due to trying to speed things up and kind of messing up.
I think it demonstrates just how just how brutal even a single death can be in certain spots, or just like a very slight
especially
hiccup.
It's a lots of crates get here. And they're all over the water. So normally we're done with all the the hard levels. It was the last one that is can be qualified as hard level.
That's good.
We just have 4 levels left, and well, eventually just redo unfortunately off balance.
It's okay.
Off balance, at least I will be able to dive 3 times, and I won't have to care at all about one.
Right, because of the blue gem, yeah.
Well,
like not having to get the blue gem, yeah.
No, the Wampa gem there.
That's more like it. Now, which way's me dive?
Those boxes are kind of evil at the beginning.
Yeah.
They're so evil.
I remember definitely missing 7 boxes the first time, 6 or 7, and I'd be like, oh, where are they? And then discover it's
yep,
5 seconds into revisiting.
it's nice when you discover it just because you're like, okay, at least I now know, right? Like at least I've found them immediately.
Can I? Yeah, I can do it. Just to remember. Okay.
Nice.
So I couldn't so fast.
Wow. That's really cool.
No. I'm not using these TNTs is just annoying, so try to do it like that.
Again, fantastic soundtrack.
Yeah, stupidly hidden jam. Alright.
Stagnant water. Smells
Going right into
As ridiculous as some of these hidden gems are, none of them even comes close to some of the placements in Inverted.
Yeah. Inverted, like, very hard to find them all.
Yes.
Some are very easy in Inverted, but there are a lot. Like, globally, they are much harder to find in Inverted. Alright. Okay, first going for the TNT because okay, well, I'm gonna lose some time here. Well, I cannot do this jump anymore. Okay, the strat didn't work out, unfortunately. It's gonna be slow as well. Yeah. Alright. I was supposed to just get that crate there. Alright. So it's just same auto-scroller as before, tiny bit harder, but oh, okay, cool. Okay, good. Can land a very few triple spin in there. Very useful.
I don't know if we mentioned it previously too, but the regular timeline version of this level. Oh, that box, yeah, frustrating. The regular timeline version of this level also will have a very cool skip at 90% as well.
Yeah.
It's a big out of bounds skip. One that like it doesn't even save as much time as it like seems like it would, but it's so cool anyways.
Yeah.
There you go. Very nicely done the second try.
Like the dead board is very small, so yeah.
Yeah. Thankfully, once you're past the initial part, like you can actually go upstream.
Okay.
Say bye to fake crash.
Yeah, goodbye fake crash.
It's like cool. I love that they keep doing that.
502 crates. It's actually there are a lot in the Dingo Dive section, but it's also a lot due to all the nitros I put in the in both section, to be honest. Like they're all so many big nitro walls. Alright, potion commotion. So another Tauna section that can go past very quickly.
Reminds me of Neo Nippon.
Same for the guy.
Minus the Kaiju Tanuki.
Reminder to redo off times.
Yeah. So I'll do that at the very end.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking that you would do it now together, like since you're just at this world.
But it's nice to end on that one. Like good level to end on.
Very true.
Off balance.
Do you not agree? You wouldn't like to end on that?
Well, that's a cool one. I'm certainly gonna die a lot because I will try to display some triple C's being good.
Right.
Triple spin Icano. Supposed to use grapple area. Right. And that's all for Tona section. It's very short.
Actually, like, I think that Tana section is quite fun.
I love how fast and how high you go flying if you go into one of those upstream things with Akano activated. It's so good.
Yeah, that's triple spin Akano, and that's the only one you're gonna see at that level.
Yeah, so we'll probably see more of that in the time trials later. It's
a good show of that.
Yeah, the triple spin speed can be carried into the Akano mask. Ooh,
I don't know why there's such a retarded cycle.
Good save with the ground pound there.
Yeah, certainly could have done better, but you didn't really see. It's not possible to keep there. Okay, so here's the fastest way, is just to damage boost, because I don't want to wait. It happens to me all the time. I'm pretty bad at aiming there. Yeah, I really hate when this happens with the crates, but very crates, but hard to react. So another one of these bonuses, but you just have to go back to start. Alright.
Yeah, it really does start to become a theme that they do with a lot of the bonuses.
Yeah.
Go to the end, go back to the start, go back to the end.
It would be so much better if you were able to exit like
from the front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have all the crates, it would be very nice.
Like if it worked like the death platforms in Crash 2 and 3.
There we go. Really not a complicated level.
Potion commotion all wrapped up.
Yeah. Now we
So
have
let's see,
Story Blow. 2 levels left. And then catching it to the end. Story Blow. So here, like the Ingoda section is like super easy, and Crush section is much trickier. Much trickier than in booty calls.
Yeah, this is a short dingo section, right?
Yeah.
I find a lot of. I like that the characters have their own levels that you can play all the characters, but I feel like the added on levels just feels a bit unnecessary at times, if that makes sense. Like the replay Crash levels feels very tedious at times when you've already replayed them, even though some bosses are slightly changed. It still makes the level feel like you're playing the same level.
Yeah, Potion Commotion is a good example. Nothing really like much harder or different.
No, it's just.
You smell good enough
to
eat.
It's fairly
Like
similar.
here, like in Ship happens, and this one, it's actually a lot more difficult. But kill this guy because he's gonna snipe a tiny bit of boxes for us. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna wait here. Here the camera is a bit different because of the skip, so the depth perception is like non-existent. Ah man, twice.
Oh, unlucky.
Ooh, that is absolutely retarded. Thought I would make it.
gotta-
Oh, there's a checkpoint here. I thought
Right.
that.
I was like, it's not too bad. There's a checkpoint right there.
I forgot about that. I'm used for the bonus speed, those checkpoints. Alright, and
Good
here we go.
bonus.
Yeah,
Bonus is hard, difficult for like a casual playthrough for sure.
the problem is about the bouncy crate. Like it's just kind of impossible to know when you have to jump to not get crushed by it.
Yeah.
It's like I know because I've practiced, but the first time it's like yeah. Oh, I didn't get one of my triple spin.
Oh dang.
Yeah.
Send me
So
flying.
unfortunate.
Yeah, because so it was supposed to be. Ah, it looks like there's the user. I should not have played like that. Ah, it's me actually. Okay, well, it's a way to go about this level. It's normally not how I do that, so I don't trust this guy. Alright. There you go. So yeah, it's
Nice.
quite an annoying level, lots of fire craze. That slows you down. Oh, sorry. My
Don't worry,
vocabulary
he
is
doesn't hear. He
pretty
doesn't.
bad.
You're fine.
It's kind of true. I do agree. It's just I don't. My vocabulary is pretty bad when it comes to say that it's bad.
You're okay. We're going to truck stopped now.
I do absolutely agree with that though. Sorry.
We're moving on to truck stop, which this is what the last one before you gotta do off balance.
Yeah.
I think it's the
Yeah,
last like
yeah.
alternate timeline.
We're still far underestimate.
Yeah, we're still doing really good.
So still should be fine. Like there was a chance to just not. Like if really I messed up a lot of levels and I just could have just not redone them because there's no real. Like I'm not really showing anything by redoing them. But there's only one.
If we were close on time, then I was gonna say then we just don't like redo off balance. But at this point, it's like you might as well. We got the time.
I want to get this guy. It's not necessary with the grapple, but there is an auto aim of Tona with with the enemies, so I wouldn't have been able to get the TNT that I wanted if I didn't kill the enemy. Activate the door.
That one box off to the left can sometimes somewhat troll you with invisible walls and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. I was being very careful to not stay close from the wall.
Another invisible crate you gotta backtrack for.
Oops.
Oh wow.
I don't know.
Barely in
Normally
the circle.
I guess normally I'm faster than that because I never really had this guy being able to get me. Yeah, normally it's just like that. Alright.
Are you ready? Start your
Back to the beginning, basically.
It feels kind of reminiscent of like a Crash 1 105%, where you kind of do all of the main levels and then you go backwards through them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Crash 1 is extreme in that regard, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when there's far less, repeats or backtracking that you gotta do. And it's actually not repeats at all, it's all the different timelines. It just has some repeating sections with different boxes.
You got that. Yeah, unnecessary. Oh, I missed the one. Normally I have enough jam. No, enough water. And I forgot about this box. As we said earlier, the truck is destroying every crate. It's on the way, even if they are up in the air. So yeah, you have like compared to Hit the Road that we did earlier. They're just oh, I missed one. What? Which one did I miss? I guess I'm pretty sure at the start I did. Alright, we need to hop back in, I guess. I'm pretty sure it's because at the start I got a very fast strat and suddenly one that didn't get destroyed. I didn't notice.
Huh.
That's it's like when I did the body slam. It's kind of strange to have one that is.
Oh, people are saying it was one on top of the truck that near the exclamation point box. It just didn't get destroyed with Tana for some reason when you hit the exclamation point box.
Ah, alright.
Or you didn't do the. It might have been the hook shot one over there.
No.
Like here I got it, but it's possible that it's just one that just didn't hit with the hook shot. I didn't notice. There is one. Normally I kill him with a spin.
Yeah, the opening was fine, apparently. It was it was at top of the truck, as Hoff said. The opening was completely fine.
Yeah, alright. So I did the hook shot, I guess, and just didn't hit, and I felt like it hit because I just cannot see the crate. Yeah. I cannot see the crate. Oh. Unfortunately, missing a crate is about the worst thing because you need to redo everything. You just cannot play the level any person. It's even worse than just dying 3 times. More than 3 times, I mean.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Here we go. Should do the spin, the second jump. Alright. We have double amount of truck stops. Everybody loves this level, isn't it?
Yeah. Just get to see more of it. This one took a while for me to find all the boxes, I feel like.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hidden ones.
Lots of...
Because there's also that like little fear where you know that the truck is breaking all of them probably, but you're not 100% sure when you're in the crash section. So it's like it's probably all in the Tana section, but
yeah. Put in the way. Try to go against this guy.
Hey, right after checkpoint though.
Yeah.
And you actually already have the 3 death gems, so even if you die more, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Not really being very careful at all, to be honest.
Right.
Okay, so that's the one that is all the way over there. Right, because you just didn't get destroyed. Because it's very hard to see.
It's blocked by the lighting. Yeah.
And normally with a simple R to just get destroyed. Or maybe I just forgot it because I died the first time. Who knows? It's the first time I got it, I died. So. Alright. And you have another additional like 4 minutes of what's the name of the off balance? Yeah. Oh man. Don't have to get the hidden gem. So off balance, which takes a bit of time.
Just gotta do the truck one more time.
Yeah. Everybody loves this section.
What's fun is
boring.
the the section there where you got the green gem in like the regular version of this level a lot earlier. The RC car pops out in the inverted version too.
Yeah.
So that's actually how I found out about the green gem. Was I used the RC car to run into the nitro in the inverted version. And then when I came back through to get all the boxes and stuff, I was like, oh, chat, by the way, look at this funny little thing. And then a green gem popped out. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
That's a good way to figure out.
I know you can get the green gem in truck stopped, but not in the inverted version.
Right.
Alright. So we have one more level to go through. And okay, this is right, and we need to go to off balance again. Unfortunate.
It's been so long since we've seen it, so we need a refresher anyways.
Yeah, it's a very long category. You have quite a lot of loads. Like even if I have PS4 Pro plus SSD, so like the best loads you can have, it's still like more than 20 minutes of load.
Are you on a regular PS4?
No, PS4 Pro.
No,
Okay.
he is on Pro.
Just without SSD.
No, just
He has SSD.
Oh,
yeah. He was just describing his own loads.
Okay.
like they're very good, but yeah.
Yeah, because I was saying I didn't really notice the loads being bad, and I think all three of us are on a Pro SSD, right? So
Yeah.
this is what I'm used to, and I didn't really notice it being slow, so makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, the loads in this game, I personally don't think they are like as bad as the Nitro Fuel. I do think Nitro Fuel feels a bit
Let's
worse.
try to do that.
But
I'll say I'm looking forward to seeing what they're like on PS5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
Nice.
find out.
Triple spin Econo, it's so good. I'm glad that you know that strat, despite it not being something normally in all cool games.
Yeah. It's so fun to do.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about Wumpa either, so you can just spin through everything.
Yeah. I got the 5 years already. But okay, here I cannot go. Ah, yeah. Cannot do the. Alright.
Still need it.
I need to go up, but. Oh wow. Wow. I'm going to do it the regular way because I don't know really how to do it within the platform down there. Oh, I like to do that.
I was gonna say you could. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, you can do it from bouncing up there too. He was trying to skip over a trigger that would take away the Economass.
Ah, no.
Oh, you didn't even try? Oh, okay. I thought that's what you were talking about when you were saying you were going to try
don't-
the other way.
It's like just the time to set up the thing suddenly.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it doesn't actually save time really in this, but I just figured you were going for fun.
Nah. Nah, I just had to go
But
back
we'll-
to get to the bit.
We'll
So
see
the one
that
I
later.
missed,
Anyway.
I think, is the one after the ghost.
I think it was basically like the first one here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I think it was
possible
literally-
because normally the ghost like gets
Yeah.
it.
You might have like
Yeah,
swapped back too quickly or something too. So it might have been phased out.
Hurry! Your reward is just up ahead.
Brilliant. I tried to get triple spin, but it was not really a good place. Let me get the double speed goodness. Alright. Should be fine this time. And here we go, 228 10.
Hey, and is that time right there? I don't know whether it's
Yeah,
there
it's
or on
time.
loadout. Okay.
Time when
It's-
you finish the level.
A weird one to end on, or we would have given him more heads up. not used to ending on off balance, obviously. GG.
Yeah, thank you.
That was a really fantastic all clear gems run.
Yeah, unfortunate about the two mess ups. I would say 10 minutes there.
Mm-hmm. That
Like,
was
I
that
used
was-
my timer, and without load, it's a 3 hour 10 minutes. Run,
Yeah.
So it's like 23 minutes upload.
I was gonna say that was actually like about the same or faster than the PB you have on speedrun.com. I don't know if that's
Oh
your
no,
most
I
updated
PB'd
PB,
this
but-
morning.
Yeah, I was gonna
PB'd
say. I didn't
PB'd
think.
this morning. Like obviously, it's
Okay.
still very improvable. Like my sum of best is a 2 hour 47 minutes, and my PB is a 2 hour 59 minutes, which I'm still pretty happy with because it's sub 3, but it's
Mhm.
still very improbable, but it's a very long and very hard to run
Yeah.
category.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah.
This category has been coming down a lot lately. Like when people were first doing it, it was like 5 hours real time. So it's been
my first run was 5 hours as well. As you can see, I got 21 insanely perfect, which is pretty much the average, I would say, for when I run the game.
yeah, it's been getting very, very low times now. Like people have been really improving on it very well. But yeah, thank you
Yeah.
very much, ENSG.
Yeah.
Congrats again.
Yeah,
Great
happy
run
to be there.
and
Yeah,
a
thank you.
cool showcase. Merkaz, thank you for helping out with the commentary as well. Thank you for being here. And
Yeah,
we're going to be heading to a quick little break here, folks, where we can do some setup. We are going to see more Merkaz later as well. We're going to hear more from Merkaz.
I was about to say, like, thank you for letting me comment. This one, I'll be gone for about an hour or so, or whatever the time trial one takes, and then I'll be back for the tapes and any percent.
Yeah. So we are going to go to a quick little break to set things up, folks, and then we're going to see some time trials. So you saw just a little bit of triple mask stuff. I keep saying triple mask. Triple spin. It's too hard, man. The NST like muscle memory in my voice. Triple spin stuff. You saw just a little bit, and you could already see just how cool it can be. Out of what we saw from ENSG. Now we're going to see time trials, which are all done on a completed file. So they already have triple spin unlocked. And we're going to do a fun little battle thing between two of our time trialers that we have in the community. So get hyped for that, everybody. It's going to be Abdul and Tyler coming up in just a few minutes, and we're going to go to a break.
Yeah. Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking through the break. We are showing off Crash 4 today, doing a big showcase of various different categories for Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time. And now we have Abdul and Tyler up next to show us some cool time trials here. I do think we're having maybe a little bit of issue with the cropping on one of the screens here, but I'm sure we'll get that all fixed up for everybody. So basically, the time trials of this game are they're built into the game. Each level has a clock that you can pick up, and then there are a lot of time crates that will reduce or basically freeze the timer and reduce your final time. And that's something you don't have to worry about in pretty much any other category except for 106% a little bit. You don't have to worry about it quite as strongly, but you definitely do. have to put some consideration into it. And a lot of people in the Crash community end up just focusing mostly on time trials and not really full game runs as much. And I'd say that probably describes the two of you. If you'd like to say hi and talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, that's me on the spot. It's the first thing I did when I started playing. But I started out NST as a time trialer. When I got CTR, I was a full completionist, and then started working on like my own team and all that good stuff. But even then, like still time trials and all that good stuff. But
and that
yeah,
was
mostly
that was Tyler talking first, saying hi.
Oh yeah. My name's Tyler, by the way. Sorry.
And Abdul.
Yeah, hi. I'm clearly Tyler.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, back in the day, I think I started pretty much in this community at least with an Insane Trilogy. I used to do a lot of speedruns back in the day. If anybody remembers the days of I'm a Speedrunner, World Cup speedruns, and old school speedruns, and the current recent, what was it called? Wampa Classic Championship. But yeah, outside of those were all like OG and old school games alongside Insane Trilogy and Nitro Fueled, of course. With this community, of course, I got into mostly Crash 2 and 3 for the most part, because they were at least, memorable remakes as a whole. So they were not that time-consuming when it comes to doing them, but in terms of practicing and everything was pretty much time-consuming on that bit if one, runner screws up a lot in a run or so. But when it comes to Nitro Fuel, I didn't really do much with it. I was mostly on the ring rally aspect of it, actually, because time trials was mostly not my thing with it when it comes to having good lines and everything when it comes to a kart racer. Crash 4 on the other hand, 106, yeah, forget it. But yeah. I'll still like sorry Dad, I'll still like to be able to do runs like any percent, 100%, all clear gems as well as maybe try and attempt 106 at some point. But for now, for the time being, these days I'm doing time trials.
Yeah. They're time trials are really fun, and they're a big different thing. I knew as soon as we talked about doing a Hotfix event, I knew I wanted to showcase some time trials for these games because it doesn't get brought up nearly as much with the Crash games, I feel like, and they're really cool. So we've got an interesting format for everybody today. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Abdul and Tyler are going to be competing head to head, but we're not just going to play the video of their PBs in various levels or anything like that. We're going to go to several different levels during this segment. And for each level, they're going to get 10 minutes to get the best time they can. They're allowed to die and reset as much as they want. They're probably both going to try to clear their first attempt just to get a time in. And by the end of the 10 minutes, they can finish out the last attempt if they're in one. But otherwise, whoever has the best time today wins a point, basically. And whoever has the most points at the end wins our fun little, competition that has no reward except pride. So bragging rights, basically.
Flex.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm going to give you your first level now, which they have a set of levels that they know we're going to do, but I didn't tell them what order we're doing it in. So I think this will be fun. I'm going to toss you into Off Balance first so we can see just how different it is. Since we just ended on Off Balance in all clear gems, we're gonna start with that one now. That's gonna be our first one. Some triple spin Econo coming into play right off the bat. And yeah, why don't you just, I guess we'll start on selecting the level, since cycles can be weird sometimes.
Yeah.
I'll count you in. You both ready?
Let's do it.
Okay. We're 10-minute timer. Again, everybody, as soon as we hit 10 minutes, they can finish out one if they're already in it. But other than that, they got to stop. And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
So for Off Balance, there are a few skips when it comes to Akano and the triple spin. I think it was shown in the run for one of the first skips, and there's also a skip towards the end of the level that is very cheesy, and it only works with the triple spin, I believe. But for the most part, you do need Akano altogether. And Off Balance is one of the most unique levels in a Crash game, and it kind of reminds me of Spyro in a way when it comes to Spyro 1 specifically, Dreamweavers actually. And yeah, it's a very fun level. It's one of the easier dev relics as well.
Looks like Tyler has the cheater console loads in this specific situation.
I'm on Slim, I think. Am I? Or maybe I think I have Slim.
I don't know. It loaded in a little bit faster. You also skipped the animation on the world map though, which Abdul did not. It doesn't matter in time trials because we already seen deaths on both sides. So that's kind of what happens in time trials. You know, in all clear gems, it's such a long run. We were seeing a lot of concessions for safety to try to minimize big time losses. But in a time trial, you got to maximize every small bit of time you can.
Yeah, that's the meta for time trialing for sure. It's all about not necessarily frame grinding, but just looking for strats whenever you can. Time save is most important when it comes to pretty much every aspect of the level, of course. But
you're also seeing the ghosts show up that are... I actually don't know because I've only ever gotten like a dev time and then just pieced out. Does it switch the ghost to your personal best or to like the
it never?
No, it doesn't. No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some of the ghosts are even very inconsistent.
Right. It's always the following like equivalent. So like say your next goal is the platinum relic, that's the ghost that it'll be. It's like the next relic that you have to unlock or whatever. But
yeah, so like the dev, once you've gotten the dev time, it'll just keep showing the dev time basically.
Right. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, we're seeing how difficult it can be to get it clear. Like even there, Tyler, missed a time box, but is just gonna keep trying to go to get a time because in this format, if you end up at the end of the 10 minutes not having a single time, that's not gonna win you the
race. Right.
Oh, very very close, Abdul. And the time trials, they get rid of all of the checkpoints
I'm not gonna go
as
for
well.
anymore.
So
yeah, let's one go for this.
I'll warn you all when when we hit like the 5-minute mark and everything.
Okay.
I just want to get a run.
Yep.
Right.
Because these levels are long.
I've done this format for a couple other things before, and I always enjoy it. I think it's really fun.
Definitely a lot of pressure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it puts the pressure on, but it's like good kind of pressure where you're like, I know nothing's really on the line, but man, do I want to win.
Bingo. Wait for this.
A lot of cool strats.
I didn't get a con, did I?
Ooh.
I thought I did.
Okay, good enough.
Triple spin when it comes to Akano is very time-based. Requires a bit of a more delayed input compared to the triple spin with the slide spin.
Yeah. Ooh, look at that speed over on Tyler's side there. There's a lot of strats as well in time trials that involve sniping time boxes with enemies or sniping TNT with enemies to either get things out of your way or to activate them to save you time, which can be really frustrating when you have to restart around them sometimes. But
prime example is Rude Awakening.
Yeah, yes it is, and that one frustrated me a lot. Rude Awakening.
It's kind of ironic that Rude Awakening is the first level that is actually very jaw-dropping. Kind of reminds you of William P. in CTR in Crash Cove.
Of course, masks are often going to be used for damage boosts here.
Yeah, definitely.
Power through as much as they can.
You can use a counter to skip through here, but with the time limit that I have, definitely need to play it a lot more safe.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were gonna do the out of bounds or just be like, I need to get a time first.
Right. Time is priority for now.
We do see on the left though, Abdul skipping over a trigger there that would normally take Akano away from you, which means that he is gonna go for the out of bounds at the end.
I like it. Nice.
Tyler unfortunately sent back to the beginning there. We're coming up on 5 minutes, gentlemen, so almost half your time has disappeared already. Yeah, being able to keep the triple mask here. You also got to make sure you jump around the trigger for the other mask. Okay. And now
that's unfortunate.
Oh no! So I guess because you've mostly been focused on the time trials, you never worried about the back up to the left. I imagine for if you have lower height.
Yeah, that one I tried multiple times to at least pull off consistently. It just always leads me to dropping off when I'm actually lining up to do it.
Yeah. It's funny the different things that become.
Oh, we're just gonna start over on that one.
The different knowledge that goes into time trialing versus any percent. Like any percent, you're often going to try to learn lots of backups, so that way you can save yourself from any mistakes. But in time trialing, you make a mistake, oftentimes that's going to cost you too much time anyways. You just want to toss that one in the bin and try again. I can already see some adaptations going on, some safety being applied here and there.
Yeah, the time frame's too small. I just can't.
I'm just having a bit of safety because I don't have a mask.
Usually I'm super sweaty with time trials, but this one, plus I'm not, like, as you saw at the beginning, I only have the gold, so I haven't really sweated this level out, like, too far or too much. So I'm just playing it, like, super safe. Just lack of knowledge, a little bit of everything.
Nobody has a clear yet, so.
Trigger was too.
Oh,
too
dang. Coming up on 7 minutes here soon elapsed, so 3 to go. Maybe we'll end up bumping the time up for the next ones if y'all are feeling this is a little too time pressure, a little too stressful. I'm loving it, just as a viewer. Like I just get to watch it. I don't have to stress about performing at all.
No, absolutely. Like the stress is what makes you want to finish a run.
That's exactly it. That is exactly it. Oops.
The levels in the game, vary so wildly too, in how long they can be or how short. So it really makes it like different on how you want to spend your time effectively. Is it more important to just get more runs cleared and not stress about the time as much, or is it more important to kind of go for a really low time, depending on how short the level is?
Right.
Oh. Normally that enemy bounces you off for some unknown reasons, because that spot is usually buggy, but wow.
Oh no.
That is the first time I've experienced the enemy not actually bouncing me upwards.
Getting close here.
I might as well just go for a run.
I was like, I'm waiting. Are we gonna get it clear? This could happen. Tell you what, if we don't have a single clear by the end of the 10 minutes, I'm gonna add a bonus 5 minutes to the timer.
Can't believe I just did that.
When the practice pulls off, but not the actual run. Everything goes well in practice. When the actual thing comes,
right,
nothing goes right.
All right, there's
it's
1
just
minute
typical
left.
mentality.
1 minute left. I might add some bonus time if nobody's cleared it yet. But everybody out there, like, I hope you can see this is kind of the fun of doing time trials. Normally you don't have this time pressure on you, so you can go into a session and spend as long as you want on a single level, just trying to optimize the small bits. And the more you do it in a single session too, the more that you get consistent at getting to certain points.
I may attempt it at the end if I do eventually get there.
"15 seconds. I think I'm going to have to add the bonus time here because I don't think anybody's going to be able to get to the end just in time." All right, yeah. 15 minutes seems like a better amount of time. We'll do the 5 minutes of bonus time. We'll let it keep going.
Okay. This is not a very good representation of off balance. I mean, to be fair, this level did screw up with the recent runner, and now it's messing with us. Which is kind of hilarious because this is one of my favorite levels in the game.
Right. It's a cool one. It's a very cool one. I knew that this was going to be a tough one to start with, though, but I wanted to throw you all into the coals, like throw you into the fire.
The way to throw us into the fire is if you choose Rush Hour.
Rush Hour. You didn't send me Rush Hour. Trust me, I would have done it. I would have given you 10 minutes for that one. You would have gotten like 2 attempts in.
Literally, yeah.
2 attempts in.
That's awesome.
Oh, that triple spin's just not wanting to work out perfectly for you there, Abdul.
Yeah.
Like I said, that timing can be pretty tight, especially when you're on a small platform. It's
yeah, a lot of pressure.
Difficult. It's nice we got you two in pretty close proximity right now on this attempt.
Okay, well that's unfortunate.
Alright, Duel coming up to the trigger skip. Very nice. Able to keep that triple mask, or I keep calling it. Able to keep the Akano mask that you use the triple spin with.
Ladies and gentlemen, triple mask syndrome.
Triple mask.
Lonnie Mobley always scares me.
Alright, Abdul's trying to jump out of bounds here to go straight to the end. Can he make it? We have our first clear.
No way, you actually did it? Wow.
Yeah,
Yes.
you did.
Damn.
You skipped to the end. All right. But like I said, I increased the time to 15 minutes. So Abdul can keep trying to improve that, whereas Tyler can try to beat him on a first clear here. This is almost the scary part, too.
Just having a run with that is good enough.
I might have to take the L on this one. That's crazy. I can't believe you actually made that. I'm impressed. Uh-oh.
There was definitely some time to save, though. Like, I don't know. You might have to do the skip to beat it, but I don't know.
Right. I've already lost a Kano, so I think I'm definitely going to have to take the L on this one.
Maybe. You got 2 more minutes.
I don't know.
Still loading back into it. This is the scary thing about finishing a run.
No,
is if, like, you always want to finish that first one, but
right, regardless.
But once you've finished one, like you have to have a really good idea of whether it's gonna beat your time or not.
I'm trying so hard to die, but I keep getting covered by invisible walls.
And as we were alluding to during the all clear gems run, you can carry those triple spins through the slide spins, which is the fastest way to, I mean, you know, outside of like triple spin Akano and stuff, it's the fastest kind of normal movement for a lot of these time trials. But whenever you're in the air, you can do a regular spin to kind of keep that triple spin magic going. I like some of the tweaks you're throwing on here, Tyler. Try to make it clear more likely.
Right.
Alright, we're at 14 minutes. There's only one left.
We can kind of speed it up on the next levels because at least it's not off balance with massive skips.
Yeah, off balance is a really hard one. Like I said, I wasn't sure if I was gonna start with it, but I was like, nah, let's throw them in.
I'm glad you did, because now it's out of the way when it comes to out of balance.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Because I wanted to really show it off alongside other out of bounds stuff, but this one specifically really gave me a migraine in practice. Because I'm like, how do you do this? And then I saw someone else do it. I'm like, oh, there's another way to do it.
Yeah,
not the headache one.
I was trying to do it probably the same headache way you were talking about, where you kind of go from like a diagonal angle to the end. When I was first learning it, it was very hard. 10 seconds left, so it looks like Abdul's going to get one more attempt in here. Tyler's on his last one, most likely. All right, that's 15 minutes, so this is the final attempt. You gotta, if you die, you know, if you don't finish this one out, then that's it.
Okay.
All right, just leaving the door open for you, Tyler.
Yeah, right. I took the L. Yep. Burnt to a crisp.
All right, point 1 goes to Abdul.
What was the time?
What was the time? I didn't actually write it down. I think
It's I think 1:15 something.
Oh, yeah, it is on the
Okay.
layout. Yeah, 1:15:33 was what you got.
Sick.
All right, we're gonna move on to our next level now. Let's see. What shall I pick? Should I just be more evil? No.
If you want to be heinous, just pick toxic tunnels.
No, I'm going off the list, He-san. It's okay. All right, let's
I mean,
go.
you could also go off the list if you want.
That's true.
You know, making it spicy.
Let's go with Run It By You, because I think this will be a very fun one for the audience to see.
Time sweat. Oh, I totally just spammed X and went in the level. Whoops.
All right. Well, then we'll have
Wait,
Abdul go into level 2 then.
I'll
And,
pause. I'll pause and then we'll do like a countdown
Yeah.
thing.
Just both of you
Sorry.
pause. And we'll do. This is actually probably better, anyways, to even out the loads.
Right. Yeah, totally intentional.
So for Run It By You, I think there's one skip, I believe. Unless there's another one I'm not aware of. But it involves running on the river.
Mhm.
Or lake or swamp. Bayou, whatever it is.
Yeah, this is what I was. We talked about this one a lot, and you're going to see this again in the 90% run later too.
All
But it's a really cool skip.
This is one of, thankfully, the easier out of bounds tricks to do.
Mhm.
And if you actually do it incorrectly, you do end up falling on the water out of bounds without even making it to the last jet board.
You can actually go too far to the right. I found out the other day too, when you're trying to get over there, and you can just fall in the water.
Fall in the water, yeah.
Okay, so we're both ready to go. We'll go with 15 minutes. I think 15 was a better number. I think that was a good time, rather than 10 minutes. So 15 minutes on the clock. We'll start in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Run It By You. I think the funny thing is getting out of bounds can be a little bit of a troll sometimes, but I think, once you're there, it's actually the easiest part of the level to a degree.
In some cases, yeah, it is. But when it comes to the first part, at least, it's the same thing as any percent. You just skimp over the whirlpools and not much to worry about. And I was a moron, and I just triple spin into the water.
Oh. It's funny too.
But yeah,
I think Tyler was like right on your heels, but you had gotten more time boxes. But now I think we've learned getting a single clear first is definitely the big strat.
With the triple spin, at least you can skip some of the vine sections right here after the first jetpack. Wow, jetboard. Imagine a swamp with a jetpack. And yeah, it's amazing that the time trials in this game are basically Wrath of Cortex-esque, where it changes most of the crates to explosives and actually adds some explosives.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely alters some of the crates in this game. Big difference from...
One of the most pestering crates in this game when it comes to time trials are the fire crates. They're just...
Right.
Why?
They're like...
Why?
Yeah, their cycles are inconsistent. It's actually... I can definitely... Yeah.
Most notably on the what was I trying to say? Most notably I'm trying to get the right words.
We're gonna say triple mask as
right
well.
Words for it. No. Okay, it's on the grind rails sections. I feel like they love to throw a lot of explosives in there, which
oh man,
I kind of appreciated because it at least made it a little more interesting when you're doing the time trials. But it also makes it a lot more difficult. All right, so we got Abdul going for the skip. Meanwhile, Tyler wants to get his first clear without worrying about it.
Yeah, so the skip is very, very, very straightforward. You just slide jump onto the very edge where there's an invisible wall. And you just slide spin all across the bayou. Ironically, the second pair of crocodiles can actually have a killing hitbox and can kill you.
Yeah.
Which is kind of stupendously abysmal for out-of-bounds stuff.
Learned that the hard way. That one of the crocodiles still has a hitbox.
Oops.
So when you see yourself on the jetboard right there in the distance, you basically just have to boost back to the camera, just so the camera actually snaps back at you, and that's where you can just haul all the way to the end, just like normal.
Oh no, Tyler! I was worried when you lost that second mask.
Yeah,
I was really worried about that ending because you normally just kind of plow through it.
It always screws me over.
Yeah, that was close though. You almost had that first clear. Already seeing, I think, much higher.
It's actually a very funny run because I didn't even reach the developer time.
It's okay. You got a time on the board. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
I've seen some really good triple spins there from Tyler. 144.32 is the time to beat currently.
10-4. What are these nitros doing? Okay, thanks, Twitch Bob.
Whoa!
Totally not intentional or manipulative or anything. I didn't do it. It's not my game, I swear. I got bopped. Just put it that way.
That was so weird. Just
I don't think we've seen
invisible.
I maybe we've seen that like a couple times, but
you can see that on so many
that's not the
Bayou, no diddle dallying, home cooking. I think Cortex Castle's. Nice whirlpool.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I don't know why I thought I could go tight there. It's fine. I need to. Oh, yeah, it's fine.
All right, Abdul. I don't think you had any room to talk at the whirlpool death after sliding into the water right there.
Secret tactics right there when it comes to water stuff.
Yeah, just manipulation of all these cycles, obviously.
Okay, just go around.
I don't know. Whirlpools work a bit strangely in this game.
They do. They don't feel like that different from Crash 2, but at the same time, they still sometimes kind of feel a little odd. I feel like Crash 2 is the same kind of thing where you can boost over them, but not if you're directly over the center.
Well, this is giving me off-balance flashbacks.
Okay, 5 minutes have elapsed.
Those just
you got 10 left.
I swear.
One thing that makes these sections lenient is the fact that the jetboard controls the way it does.
Personally, I've never been a fan of the jetboard. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's easy when you're not boosting, we'll put it that way. Sometimes it's super lenient whenever because you just hold the direction forward usually. Like, my advice is whenever you're on the jetboard, just hold the device or hold the analog in the direction you want to go and forward, and then it's usually pretty consistent on where you want to go. But the boost mechanics are crazy. Why does it do that? That's so weird. Okay, here we go. No death this time.
And there's also an uphill on multiple occasions.
Right.
We got a good cycle right there.
Always nice when the cycles line up for you. Kind of a big part of a lot of time trialing is learning how all of the cycles work, or at least, even if you don't learn how they all work, learning where they're going to be if your movement's consistent.
Right. Yeah.
True.
One level that I played a lot of in time trials was very, very cycle dependent. So it's learning cycles. Sometimes manipulating them, but not usually in this game. It's mostly an NST thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's not. Okay.
Now we got Abdul doing the skip while Tyler's riding the cart. This is a pretty good side by side right now. There hasn't often been much more direct example of what a skip does. Ooh, unfortunate time box miss there.
Oh yeah, with the skip as well, there are a few strangely placed hitboxes, and the boxes are actually invisible.
Mm-hmm.
So till you go halfway into the first sections of the TNT barrels, only then you'll be able to see the spawning boxes.
Yeah, the boxes and some of the hazards, I think, are also invisible, right, in that section. So
Got him.
Yeah. All right. Tyler, without the skip, getting a new best here, 135.28. But just as you wrap that one up, Abdul 132.40.
All right.
The new time to beat.
Is the skip actually faster? I was trying to keep it to my head. Like, the skip can't be faster because there's time crates on the wagon part. Like, I thought to myself, like, there's no way the skip would be faster.
You would have had it if it weren't for a couple of the time crates you missed.
That's kind of what I thought too. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know. I'm not going to be the one to say whether the skip's faster or not in time trials, but
it kind of is faster for any percent if you're not going for the boxes, obviously. But for a time trial, I would assume you kind of have to go for the normal route.
That's what I was
time
thinking.
boxes and everything.
I thought I outplayed you so hard, but I just missed time crates.
Well, it's really interesting.
Right.
Like,
right.
It's cool to see, and I think that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have a time trial showcase where you can see, like, you know, the time boxes really throw such a big wrench into things sometimes.
Yeah, they're crazy. Because, like, if you miss one...
It just depends on how you actually do the out-of-bounds skip. Like, if you do it very consistently, then I believe it's miles faster.
It's close.
Maybe. Yeah, either way, it's definitely very close.
I don't even want to go back. Go in the whirlpool, please. Go in it! Oh my gosh.
Okay, we're getting the hot knowledge from chat. Sword, I think, apparently has the record on this level.
That is him?
And
wow, I never knew that. That's crazy.
And he says that the skip is definitely faster.
Okay, well, off we go. I've never even done it before. Well, that's okay. Here we go.
I'll tell you, other than like the trickier part is the jet board at the end. Honestly, like getting out of bounds takes just a little bit, but once you're out there, it's pretty much what it looks like as long as you can fix the camera.
Okay.
We're seeing a lot of resets here at the beginning, though, not unexpected. Notice Tyler opted to manipulate a cycle there by waiting before hitting the clock, whereas Abdul just kind of went for it.
I would manipulate it, but nitros.
We have a real good sync right now. This is great.
Usually I was time trialing, like, I remember time trialing this level a couple days ago, and I would always, like, my depth perception is terrible, and so I'd always, like, misjudge where the ropes were, but I've got it down now, to a T, somewhat.
You can also see in the bottom right, folks, with their timers both frozen right now. You're seriously, like, right next to each other. It's great.
Let's go.
You can see just how big of a deal those time crates are. Like, Tyler just missed one, and suddenly his timer went from being ahead to behind, so...
Do you just... Yeah, I don't know how to do it. I'm gonna try to just go without it, because...
Whoa.
Yeah, that's fair. That would probably be pretty hard to just do on the fly.
Right.
Also,
I've never seen a video of it or anything.
I missed the earlier 10-minute mark, so we're at 11:30 out of 15 minutes.
I'm so grateful for this bouncy crate. This part would be awful if it wasn't there. Or chilling. I also am maskless, so this might not be a chillin', but I guess we'll see. Should have went right on the first section to get the mask. I always forget it's there.
Mm-hmm. So again, Abdul is gonna definitely finish this attempt real time first, but look at the timer.
Why do I keep missing that? Is there? Oh, there's not. Okay.
Ooh, you're gonna.
What did I just do?
You're gonna have to like not miss any time boxes, Tyler. This is gonna be a close one. Abdul missed one right at the end. Let's see. New PB coming in for Abdul. 129.41.
Then Maybe.
Oh,
No, I'm out.
That might have been a rough box to miss.
Yeah, I don't understand how to do that part without damage abusing. But that's okay.
That was
Wait,
that
the
was
last
really cool
bit?
to get to that sync though. Just the you know how you like boost through those. You can often just boost through those last ones.
That's a shame. That is like, yeah, you kind of need to damage boost at the last downhill.
Yeah, I don't understand how to avoid that.
2 minutes left.
Okay.
Can still grab a run.
It's unfortunate that it makes you reload the whole level when, like, if you die right before the end, you don't have to reload the whole level.
Yeah, that's
Never
one of the
understood
very few caveats when it comes to time trials. There is no restart trial option. That is also a staple to the Crash series, and it's a shame.
Yeah. That one kind of bummed me out. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's a shame, but thankfully, like, there's so many things to kill you in this game.
Yeah, you can just die in most situations, and it's not too bad. But it really sucks, especially if you're on like one of the grind rail sections or something.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, a little bit of a wide turn there.
Whoa, okay.
Gonna be closing in on final attempts here soon. We got 1 minute left.
For some reason, these are the only like divine parts of the game that doesn't like they don't snap you back in when you try to relatch onto them. But something like Insanity Peak or Dragon On can snap you back in without issue.
$30 seconds left. Getting close to that point where if you don't like this attempt, you're gonna die. You both basically just start a new attempt, so.
Oh boy.
Ooh, that was good snaking there, though. Oh.
Dope.
7 seconds. Duel, you're gonna get one more in, I think. Just barely. Oh.
Very
Damn.
good.
Oh no, Tyler. That's it.
That's it. Okay.
That's it.
Man, I'm taking L's left and right. All right. Well,
It's okay. There's still plenty to go.
Yeah,
Still
plenty to go.
Plenty to go here.
go.
Plus, that went better in that both people got a time on that one.
Right. Fact.
It was also really cool to see the skip versus the not skip. But Abdul, you're gonna maybe even improve your time here on this last one. We'll see.
Yeah.
Got this one more attempt. Nice, Tyler. I always figured that happened, but I never actually tested it. So I was just like, I wonder.
I've gotten much faster finish on this one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we still got a good one going.
Pretty sure you can like skip the jumping. You can like skip the jumping animation going onto the jetboard too. Super weird though. I don't know how to do it, but I've done it a couple of times.
Yeah, I don't know. I only know how to do it for the rails.
Probably it wouldn't be slide spinning or anything.
I would have thought maybe it's just slide like really close to the edge, but I don't know.
Right.
Alright, Abdul's performing the skip. Got the camera fixed. When's the day where somebody does it with it? Well, actually, I don't even know. Somebody might have already done it. done the whole thing without fixing the camera.
Yeah, it's house.
I think you have to jump.
Duel. Do it. Clutch out. Oh, had to dodge that last bit of nitro. But there it is.
That is a massive improvement.
That was a pretty big one. 121.45.
Sick.
8-second jump. Almost. That was pretty great. Apparently, top 10 time.
Yeah, I'm looking at the boards right now. This kid's nuts.
Well, that's pretty nice to see in a this weird format we're doing here. Incredible. Well, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next one. And Tyler, it's okay. I think you're gonna be a little bit happier about this one. We're gonna switch to. We're moving on to Snow Way Out.
Oh,
Snow
God.
Way Out.
I'm in.
I don't know. I mean, I thought you might be more happy about this one.
yeah, I'm in.
All right. So go ahead and load up the level. We'll do the pause at the beginning. I think
doing
that's definitely the way to do it.
We're doing the strat, yeah.
All right, so just to iterate on Snowy, I think everybody has seen that viral clip of Snowy Out with Kapunua and skipping around the level. Yeah, it's kind of crazy on what this game offers when something like I'm surprised this trick in particular even made it through the final game. You'd think they would test every single thing when it comes to the masks, but
I'll show it off before I start runs because I actually want to show it a little bit, but I won't go until we actually do the countdown then.
Yeah. Are you both ready to go here?
Yep.
On the menu.
Okay. So Snow Way Out, 15 minutes on the clock again. In 3, 2, 1, go.
We'll start off with this crap. So, essentially, if you press, there's two different buttons that you can use for mask form for Kapunua. It's R2, or this goes for any mask, but R2 and triangle. And so, basically, if you press them at the same time, or wait, hold on. Is it?
That's weird. It's like not doing it for you.
Do I have my buttons right now? Hold on.
Meanwhile, Abdul's just flying. He's just going.
Oh, I do have my buttons remapped. I didn't even realize it. Okay. Yeah, so here. That's basically what it does. And now, for some reason, I'm actually getting. This is the farthest I've ever gone, by the way. Naturally, just first try with the mask movement. Yeah, same. Okay, but that's basically what the movement is.
I appreciate you sacrificing the time.
Yeah, it was fun
to explain for chat.
Yep. Now we sweat. But yeah, basically if you spam both the mask buttons and then I spin, but it works out either way. But yeah, you can like teleport and stuff. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's a really weird thing. I'm definitely personally on the bandwagon of I'd be fine if they patched it.
Yeah,
because it just seems like a really awkward thing to control. But it's also a very cool technique,
right?
For sure.
It'd be a little cooler if it was more consistent.
But yeah, I think that's what's a little iffy about it for me. I just kind of throw it in easy places right now.
Oh no! Why did I body slam?
You can see just how reset heavy if you're really trying to maximize usage of this time skipping thing. Just how reset heavy this level would be.
I did it again. Body slamming this game is wonderful.
I really wish they had just made body slam like zip you to the ground super fast instead of just falling really slowly, because then it would actually be useful in like a few spots throughout the run. It'd be cool. Oh, Abdul, you're just going for it. You're just gonna try to get that maximum start.
Exactly. I'm just going for it.
Tyler's like, I've learned. I'm going for the consistency right now.
Yeah, it's not good. Whatever. I could have waited.
Oh, dang. Yeah. Showcasing how you can skip over those gaps, though.
Yeah.
By freezing the time.
Yeah, I've learned, well, even watching others, like, I've seen a couple, I guess, iceberg skips, if you want to call it that, but, yeah, as of right now, that's, like, the only ones you can skip so far. I totally forgot to slide there, but that's okay. It's fine. Yeah, you can skip. Usually what I do after the cutscene, iceberg cycles line up pretty much perfectly, so I start Kapuna Wall as soon as I get her, but for some reason that didn't work out the way I wanted it to, but that's okay, I'll just restart. And then after that you can skip the first iceberg and keep going.
One of the hardest things, it always, for me, happens in Cortex Castle, just because of the nature of how often you're switching the masks, but it's really easy to grab a mask and press the button a fraction too early when you want to activate the mask power right away, and that can almost always lead to a death if that happens, because you're expecting something to occur that never ends up occurring. So
right.
I did not even trigger that TNT. Okay, well, I deserve that body slam.
One thing worth noting in this game, some of the, most if not all of the fast movement in this game requires it's all timing. Like slide spins that I do, spinning triple spinning, whenever I do it. Whenever I do it, it's a timing thing. Most, if not everything in this game, speedrun wise, is it's just timing, and it's great because the window is, no offense J-Hops, but the window is a lot more forgiving. Hop sliding, cough, but
no, you don't, trust me, you don't have to convince me. All right.
But everything is pretty nice in this game when it comes to figuring out what timing you need to do for fastest slide spins, all that good stuff.
As probably somebody who was one of the worst at my own tech compared to top time trialers and stuff.
Right.
You don't have to convince me.
Yeah.
I like the route we're seeing Abdul just going over that iced penguin on the right side.
Okay.
Five and a half minutes are gone. This one seems much more attainable too. This was also one of the demo levels, as we brought up before, and a lot of folks ended up kind of starting to speedrun it a little bit.
Yeah.
I love that they paused the timer during the cutscene. I wish instead you just didn't have to watch the cutscene, but at least it pauses the timer. And we there's another thing that can come up sometimes. I don't know if it applies in this level really that much, but unlike most Crash games with time trials, in this one, when you hit in a nitro crate at the end, if you are really, even if you don't hit nitro crate, but if you have time boxes stacked up, when you hit the box at the end, it'll actually remove any excess time from your final time. It'll subtract from it. So it's
exactly like CTRs. Think of it like CTR, and to a certain degree.
Right. So it's really interesting because a lot of the time you don't worry about hitting nitro crates. You have to worry about actually hitting the boxes rather than hitting the button that explodes nitro, because the button's always at the end of the level, and if you do it by that point, you're not pausing the timer for any reason. But in this one, you actually can use that to a speed advantage.
It's hard to control the speed with the triple spin and the thing.
Yep. Yeah, it's why, we're seeing Tyler just kind of ignore the Kapuna Wall tech right now, which I understand, especially without a clear on the board yet for either person. But Abdul, you're just going for it. You're like, one of these will work.
Yeah, if I don't get snapped.
Oh man, that enemy's animation is great.
Bro, just put me back to Mortal Kombat. It's much better there.
Okay, I need to chill. That pace at the cutscene was actually ahead of record pace, I think. Or without the Kapuna tech, it was actually really good. But kind of butchered it a little bit after that, but that's okay.
Still alive, that's what matters.
Right, exactly. I'm just gonna not slide spin there at all, because it ends up screwing me over.
Those walking enemies are actually more lenient than I thought.
Tyler picked up a triple mask on his way, so
That is the most unique death I've ever had.
42-30, something like that.
all right, we've got a time to beat.
Probably would have been
That's
a
no
PB
way
if I didn't choke the end. Honestly, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that extra jump was unfortunate and stuff. 42-32 is the current time to beat.
I didn't mean to.
42. Holy wow.
That probably doesn't even cost you that much extra time, Tyler, because it would add to reload the whole thing. Anyways.
Right. It's okay.
9 minutes have gone by.
You know what? I'm kind of thankful that it's 15 minutes.
Same. Looking, I keep extreme.
Yeah, I figured we might have to jump to 15. I thought 10 might be a little. I think 10 would have been fine in NST, but the levels are just so much longer in this game on average.
No problem. Back in.
I like turning back for that time box that was going to get blown up by the TNT anyway. Some duel. that was a good strat.
I didn't think that it would actually blow up.
I feel like that's one of the funny things too about time trials, where even if you've done them for a long time and you know, like, I missed this 1 second box and it's going to take me more than 1 second to turn back and get it, there's still just this instinctive nature to want to turn back and grab it.
Yep. Yeah.
Even when you're sitting there just trying to reset for like a really, really good time and you can't make any mistakes like that, every now and then you just have one of those where you miss a 1 box and you turn back and get it anyway.
Yep.
It's so hard.
It's really good.
See, the comfortable thing about having a time on the board too means you can start going like, all right, do I throw in some riskier things here? Do I throw in some Kapuna wall tech?
Honestly, well, like I've practiced this level like regardless from launch, like even the demo, like I haven't used the Kapuna tech at all. Like I can improve without it, so I haven't bothered to learn it at all.
That's fair.
But let's rip. Yeah, I don't even want to finish that. I hate it's buffering the mask input too early. But it's okay.
What? I spun that.
Yeah, that was a pretty close one. Surprised you didn't get that one. Oh, another thing I just noticed that happened to Abdul is... Oh, dang.
Yeah, my brain went out there for a bit.
Well, what I was going to talk about was a lot of times the slide spin timing in this game to do a slide spin jump, which is a very common technique you do in the Crash games, like a lot. The timing is a little bit different than NST, and it's even if you've grinded out like 100 hours in this game already or something, it's sometimes you could still be slightly off, and you'll think you're going to get a slide spin jump, which is lower height, but you'll get instead a high jump, which can totally throw you off a lot, and it'll also kill your momentum. And I personally found that happened a lot with time trials for me.
Did I get that box? I didn't even notice if I got it or not. That's okay.
There was a box you missed during the second icicle section, the Kapuna section, but you got all the ones after that.
Oh boy, okay, we're good. Did I actually just PB?
Oh, maybe. I think that was sub 40, wasn't it?
Yeah, I did. Sick.
39.79, Abdul.
Oh god. How? My
13 minutes of elapsed too. There's only 2 left. 2 minutes left.
I don't think that goes up a spot or anything, but that's okay.
And here I'm trying to show off the Kapuna Wate.
The live PB. The thing I love about whenever you get a PB in like a weird format like this or a marathon scenario or something is like it kind of really helps just show how sometimes just finishing runs, man. Like,
right. Yeah.
Just resetting less often, whether it be full game runs or time trials.
Right. I know. So I know fifth uses it, but their movement is iffy towards the end. And I know first and second uses it, but I don't know about the other two. But otherwise, yeah, solid time. Feel like it why not?
Yeah, I think you got enough time to definitely get in one more attempt at least. 6th place though, very nice.
Appreciate it.
I envy people trying to get under 40 seconds on this level.
That was me until now.
I was gonna say you could talk to one of them.
Right here.
Alright, 30 seconds left.
I hate when that happens. That happens so many times. I'm surprised that hasn't happened once yet until now. Spin the zombie into that crate and he just screws everything up. It's awful.
15 seconds, and remember we got Twitch delay on our side, so.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's alright.
5 seconds.
It's not gonna load in time.
And that's it. Okay, I think Tyler got in it just in time. Yeah, that was just Twitch delay.
I died
So-
anyway, it's fine.
Oh, okay. Abdul, this is gonna have to be the one. I shouldn't have said anything.
I hope.
I shouldn't have said anything. As soon as I did, I know it was probably backwards in real time for you, but on stream it was like I said it and you got hit and missed a crate and bounced off one, like right when I said it.
This movement makes no sense, honestly. Oops.
Okay, well, that's it.
Okay. Oh yeah, just unfortunate. Well, that's a point for Tyler there, pulling it back, not letting Abdul secure a victory. So we've got the next level to jump to here. Let's see. Which of these do I want to pick? Let's go with. I'm gonna pick a real grind.
Oh.
Yeah, a real grind, because I think that'll be. It's interesting.
This is what I thought it was. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
It's an earlier level, so it's it comes more down to optimizing the time trial strats rather than just survive the level.
Right.
That's. There is a grind. There's some grinding in it, which is but if I remember correctly, the time boxes on the grind for this one can be a little bit.
That's what I was gonna say.
Right?
Like usually grind railing is super straightforward, but the boxes in the section here are crazy. Like
I'm glad they did.
Camera angle is a bit iffy.
Yeah, I still wish that they had made triple spin work on the rails or something, but at least they tried to make the rails more interesting. I think that's at least interesting. So if you two'd like to pause and everything, and then when you're ready to go, we can kick off our fourth of 5 levels that we're going to be doing here. So.
Oh. Okay.
All right. Let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, it's Lonnie Lowly, isn't it? No, my nightmare. I hate Lonnie Lowly in time trials.
So I know I've personally, actually did. I can't remember if I actually got the dev time in this one yet, or if I just got or if I just was trying it one day and didn't actually finish it. I think I got the dev time in this one, so I'm at least a little more familiar with this level from a time trialing perspective.
So when it comes to a real grind's dev time, at least, you kind of have to slide between the sand sharks, and even I didn't know that. I'm like, what are you supposed to do? And then you see just the dev time,
just
or
go
the dev
for it,
ghost.
yeah.
He just like hauls for everything. It's like, how do you do
Yeah.
this?
I'm pretty sure you can end up beating him without it, but it definitely helps a lot. So there's a timing. It's hard to do it in stride, but once you kind of get it once, it's not too bad to do. Just like if you sit there and time it, which will still save you a lot of time. All right, so yeah, you can see Tyler on the right side just took the damage boost because he was trying to get one of the time boxes behind the TNT. They have a few there. You can see another one missed just barely there. They have a few spots like that on a lot of the grind rails where you can avoid damage if you can, switch rails or hop between the top and the bottom at the perfect time. Or you can just use a mask.
Hi, shark. Okay. I did not expect you.
Come on.
Oops.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Wait. Okay.
There are also the few instances where the game just locks you in a slide animation for whatever reason. Like, it doesn't even give you the input to spin or jump or anything.
Huh. I don't know if I've experienced the same thing, or maybe I'm just not kind of recognizing the situation.
I think it's just how long the slide animation lasts.
Yeah, it might be that.
Please go. Thank you. Uh-oh.
So, yeah, I'm seeing both you end up damage boosting through the masks so far, or through the sharks rather. And both of them showcasing a minor piece of tech too, where if you slide, spin, or just slide or walk onto the rail,
it's much faster
instead of jumping on it. Yeah, it's really fast. You don't have this long jump animation.
Yeah, there are like a few cases in some levels that have the rail grinds where you can basically animation cancel whether you enter the grind or exit it.
Oops. Sucks. Can't say I've done that before. No, good practice. Now or never. Yeah, I knew it did.
Got it.
Nice, okay. Learning.
Abdul also able to avoid damage on the first one.
Sick.
We got a nice, pretty decent sync again. Ooh, both you avoiding damage. Abdul's keeping a mask though. Tyler just had to clutch it. It is funny too how often time trialers will use various time boxes as kind of checkpoints, as splits more or less. So we're getting.
That shark is the epitome. It's just the
He
bane
is
of
the
my.
worst. Oh, you both lost your run like almost the same spot. Abdul unfortunately materialized the steel crate on top of his own body. That's not generally good for your health.
Or existence.
Ooh, that 3-second time miss. That's a rough one to miss.
That's not how you take iron inside your body.
No, it's not. But generally, a supplement is a pill of some sort.
What am I? Okay. Juking myself.
Oh, that was good.
I don't know why. Lolly Loli just does not register in my head.
When you're trying to fully maximize the speed with it, it's pretty hard to break crates and stride with it.
Nope. I was way too slow.
Ooh, Abdul keeping a mask all the way through. Oh, man!
Oh, what? Oh,
I'm going to save himself there for a moment.
That might be the strat. Just save the masks. No matter how slow you go, just go. Ooh, that was fast.
What? Oh,
Nobody posting up a time just yet. We got 5 minutes elapsed. 10 to go.
This is like the slowest 5 minutes.
Dude,
I know, right?
I'm glad that wasn't just me, because I swear it's been like at least 20.
It felt like it to me too. It felt long, but I think it's just because this is a shorter level, so you've both hit the end of it much more.
That's a good mindset, yeah. Alright.
I kind of wanted to work into it this way, where you can really see now how, when you're not fighting the levels just layout as much, or you're not fighting the levels hazards as much, there's a lot of time that's kind of spent when you're working on these time trials to just for the audience's edification, where you're trying to
Sorry.
maximize every little corner and stuff. You're fine.
Just to iterate on what just happened to me, there are the few cases where some of the sand sharks, particularly the second ones, they just insta pop for. It doesn't even give you the window to slide
It's
between
RNG.
them, so
Yep.
yeah. So yeah, that happened.
Oh, weird.
Oh, you can get invincibility in this level. I forgot about that. Okay.
Yeah, I actually, I think when I was going for the dev time for this, I basically started making it a requirement that I get invincibility. That was a good dodge on those sharks. That was a really, really weird.
What a
Everything's fine.
invincibility.
No panicking.
You had a
No
mask
panic.
this time. You're good. You had two.
Please just go. Get me out. Go, please. Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right. Tyler's the first one to post up a time for this one.
49:26.
All right.
Pretty sure that's a PB. Yep, it is. It's funny.
Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna boot my game up now and see what my PB is on this. I probably didn't do that well though. I think I just beat the dev time in peace.
Aw.
I didn't know if you beat the dead time, then you beat me because I haven't beat the dead time yet.
Ooh. We'll see. I'll figure out eventually.
I think it said time to beat 44:28 or something like that. I think it's what it said.
It's probably gonna take me like, 5 minutes just to boot into the game.
Oh,
Whoa.
Whoa.
that's what it's like.
I think your internet didn't like whatever you were trying to say there. It just made you go robot-y.
Me? Oh, really?
You're fine. You're fine now. It was just
Whoops. I think because I got the platinum relic in that run, so now I'm facing the Death Ghost.
It's possible I only got the platinum one too, but I thought I grinded out the dev time on this one. Some of the earlier levels are honestly like the harder ones to get dev times in some ways.
Yeah.
Dude, Abby, wait, you said something about sliding under the... He does slide under the... You can see his ghost do it. What is that?
Yeah, it just makes no sense without the proper
Slides-
cycles.
Oh, under the shark?
Yes!
Between the sharks, yeah.
You could slide between them. When the shark is dipping down, it basically like the back half of the shark has no hitbox, more or less, is how I like to think about it. So you just time it where you go while it's going down before the next one comes up. It, like I said, it's one of those where it takes just a little bit of time to get it, to like kind of understand it, and it's hard to do in stride, but once you do understand it, you can at least, if you just wait a moment, like you can do it reliably.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, I have a 4193.
Alright.
Move! Boy, what are you doing, game? Oh.
Oh, Abdul!
What?
Just went straight into the box, but you had some time on the clock, so let's see. 4492.
Okay, well... Oh, wait. No, I got like 48 something. Yeah.
You got 49, yeah, so Abdul
49.
currently has it. We're getting close to the 10-minute mark.
This
I have
level
no
isn't
reason to
too
finish
bad.
this.
This level isn't too bad if you know what you're doing, but the sand sharks, yeah, they can just...
The beginning
a lot of
is
things.
the beginning is really brutal, and also if you it's like so the ending is so much easier if you have triple mask that it kind of makes the rest of the
if
level a
you
little
have-
brutal.
That's if you
Yeah.
have the masks.
Exactly, yeah. It kind of makes the rest of the level brutal because you want to just have the triple mask. I don't want to put any pressure on, but if nobody beats a 4193, then I'm giving myself a point for this one.
Challenge accepted. I need to stop being dumb and taking damage after the second mask. So I need to just need to stop
You and I
spinning.
both.
Yeah. Just spin a blatant pile of TNT like it's nothing. Okay, that's
No! I even hovered at the end there. That was
you were
cool.
on a weird piece of geometry.
Oh, that was awesome. Reminds me of Insane Trilogy in a way. Well, rip.
yeah, I'm screwed.
Feels bad.
That nitro detonator at the end, Abdul,
Really helps.
If Tyler, it can help you get some time off, but man, did they just love to put
unless
it in
you're
an
like
evil
me.
spot.
Unless you're like me and just get stuck in it.
I swear they did that intentionally to like to make it just harder to leave.
Excuse me. You will not do that again, please. Thanks. Exciting, I guess.
Tyler, I've noticed you have decided those 2 1 boxes that are up in the air after the sand sharks. You're just bypassing them. You're like, nope, they're not worth it.
Nitro gets them.
Does it get both of them, really?
I think so.
Oh. I would have thought, like, I thought, of course, it gets the one on the left, but I wasn't sure if it would get the one on the right.
I'm pretty sure, because one of my friends used to have the record here, and I think he leaves both of them alone.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I like my body slam, my intuitive body slam.
This is just too slow. I don't have a mask either.
Right,
I'll keep going.
2.5 minutes left.
Now, okay. Well, there went that decision, I guess.
Okay, I need to stop triple spinning on this bit.
If anyone's just joining us, we're deep into our time trial showcase here for the entire Crash 4 event we got going on today. We had a fantastic all clear gems run by ENSG Master earlier, and the time trial runs have been going as entertaining as I was hoping.
You saw that piece of geometry, didn't you?
We've got Abdul and Tyler battling it out here for just glory, really, for bragging rights.
We're friends, so I'm never it beats me. So.
And after that, later we're going to be showing off the flashback tapes that you can pick up in the game. That'll be the next thing that's coming up by Kane. Kane Apache is gonna show us the all platinum flashback tapes, which will be really fun. And then we're gonna cap off the night tonight with an any percent race between Rico, KSV, and Damask. So it is gonna be. We still got a lot of content to go. Is basically what I'm getting at. It's gonna be a really fun night. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves.
Let's go.
1 minute left.
I gotta stop. It's brutal. I think I should just wait and then go after the third one.
Abdul still doesn't trust the nitro. He's gonna keep getting those
nitro
two.
one bit.
I don't blame you. It's one of those where it's like you don't have the time to sit there and like do the math on it at the end and know for sure.
I genuinely have no idea what the blast radius is. Is it like? I know it takes 3 boxes. I just never know if it actually takes 4 boxes.
A little under 30 seconds. $15. 10. Last attempts or start again now.
I should have went. Yeah. Okay. Go. Load.
All right.
Please.
Well, I think you're probably going to be in it.
Okay.
Like, I think with Twitch delay, we can allow that one.
I died anyway.
Okay, well. Abdul's on his final attempt to try to improve his time, but he already takes the point on this one.
And I body slam.
Okay. Oh, well, not into a pit, though. All right.
So, J-Hops.
Yes.
Last level.
Oh, well, so I think Discord kind of cut out for you there for a second. But
did it really?
luckily, I think I know what you were going to say because I was going to say it anyways. What I neglected to tell you both as we went into this was that the final level was always going to be worth 3 points.
Oh, okay. I said 2, but I'll take 3. Alright, let's get it.
The final level is always going to be worth 3 points. So, our final level here is going to be Cortex Castle. How could we end with anything else?
Proceed.
Rush hour.
Oh my god.
All right, we'll do Rush Hour, but I give you 4 minutes.
Oh god. It's not even enough time.
Exactly.
Sapphire time is like almost 5 minutes.
Exactly. But now, Cortex Castle is going to be our final one here. 3 points on the line, and what conveniently, who could have guessed? It's anybody's game here. If Tyler could make the big comeback with a 3-point level,
I just got to get a sub 1 minute then on this level. I'm just kidding, by the way. My PB is like way above that.
Well, Abby, you're even better than me because I don't even have a finish run yet on this level.
So before we get into our last level, take a moment, take a deep breath, any water if you need or anything like that.
All right.
And then pause up and we'll get this one started on a countdown.
Can do my evening stretches real quick. All right.
Evening stretches in the game. Okay, buddy.
I see Coco's doing her neck stretches. Look at her. All right.
All right. Tyler, you paused? You
Paused.
Go? All right. Let's get going with our final time trial in 3, 2, 1, go. So, Cortex Castle, if it isn't already, it will become nefarious in this game. Nefarious, I meant infamous, but whatever. It's nefariously infamous. The end of this level is just so brutally difficult when you're first trying to complete it. Once you've done some practice on it, you can go really fast in it, and it can feel really smooth. It's really satisfying to do, but it's still easy to just take one small mistake anywhere in it. A lot of level to get through before we get to that point, though, and it's also not simple, especially when you're trying to maximize these triple spins. I haven't actually attempted the time trial for this one yet myself. I'm kind of a little scared.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, the Poon Wall.
Yeah,
I completely forgot.
You can do it in the hallway too, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Actually, it's only in a straight hallway. I probably could just do it.
Yeah,
why not?
That's the kind of place where I've been kind of doing it in any percent runs. It's stuff like on a grind rail or on straight paths.
Right.
See, Abdul's the first step to our Akana section here.
Okay, well, I expected it to. It's fine.
Oh, damn it. I thought I had a double jump.
Oh no, I think he didn't quite hit didn't land on the TNT, so.
I thought I had a double jump still, but yeah, I didn't think I actually used it already.
One thing worth noting, if you time a jump off of a crate with a Kano, you actually maintain your double jump, and it's busted.
Yeah, you go soaring and maintain your double jump, which is really nice. Yeah, we're seeing both people take advantage of that.
That just happened.
Whoa! Dude, I wish that worked out. That was incredible.
Yeah. it's busted.
Oh,
the damage abuse is so good, but of course I flew way too far in the air.
Yeah, that was really cool to see.
What? Okay.
Man, I'm not used to Kapuna, so I just skip way farther ahead than I wanted to. Oops.
I like how I got a jump without even jumping.
Gentlemen, can you believe it's already been 5 minutes? It doesn't feel like it, does it, compared to the last one? It also hasn't been, I'm lying, but...
Oh, you are lying?
Yeah.
I was like, wait a second.
I was just awaiting to hear a reaction.
Did you time trade IRL or something? That's crazy.
No, but it has. We are coming up on 3 minutes. Listen, I'm here for 7 or 8 hours. I gotta have my fun as a host.
Touche.
Please go up. Good enough.
Oh god. Another technique we're seeing both these two use whenever they have a Kano is if you double jump and activate a Kano immediately after, you'll get a lot more height out of your double jump. than if you were already spinning with Econo and then double jumped, or
just a massive L there. Holy cow!
Or just a regular double jump.
Wow, you get some serious distance.
With the Kapunawa stuff.
And triple
spinning, yeah.
Yeah, yep. I didn't mean to do that, but that works out, I guess.
Excited to see who's able to clear first, who gets to the end. And
Like,
if
come on. No,
oh no.
Okay. That was very clear that there was no laser there.
Maybe a little too far to the left or something. That was really close though.
I'm not gonna worry about Capuno right now.
Not a bad idea.
I'm not gonna worry about that box either. Yeah, that sucks. Okay. I didn't expect to actually land on that, but that's okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh my god. That speed. Oh, that would have been amazing if I pulled off a run with that.
Oop. Wow. Enough, I guess. Even though it wasn't, that's okay.
I mean, so far there hasn't been a clear yet, so
Right.
everything is good enough.
Right.
Like anything is good enough.
Exactly what I was thinking, yeah.
Ooh, very nice on the damage boost. See that gravity flipping really coming into play.
There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Alright, let's get it.
Oh boy, going towards the end. Tyler's the first one. 28:36 at the cutscene checkpoint. Your 6 minutes have disappeared, by the way.
Yeah, might as well. Ah, it sucks. I got stuck on that. I don't think I've ever gotten stuck on that before.
Oh yeah, the little spawner thing. Unfortunate. First clear is still up for grabs. Abdul, I appreciate your insistence on sticking to your guns and always using the Kapunawa attack.
I mean, even as a competitor, like, I'm admiring the consistency, or like the persistency, that's the word.
Yeah.
It's just ingrained in my head now permanently.
When you don't have the mats, you're just gonna be like, L2, R2, L2, R2.
No, really, that's what's happening with me and freaking Lonnie Lowly now.
Oh.
I'll keep going, I guess. Oops. I don't think this is a good idea to keep going, but it's fine. Okay. Double body slam, same.
There's been no clear yet.
Alright, that's the only reason why I am going.
Without those body slams, that was going to be faster than the last time we were there. So.
Right. That sucks.
That Beyblade was trying to take you, Abdul.
You could say he was letting it rip.
Oh, jeez. You could say that. Nobody ever should. But...
Okay. Oh. I should stop trying. For.
I mean, you could stop trying, but just don't take, Uh-oh, why? Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
Oh.
Hey,
Yeah,
it's the
so
dog. Bob the dog didn't do anything. What's wrong with Bob?
the top lasers there that keep catching these two occasionally they will insta kill you whether you have masks or not, or are in iframes, because Abdul's actually in invincibility frames when he's hitting it, but they'll just kill you completely. And sometimes the ones on the bottom will too. How did you not die sooner there, Abdul?
What?
I guess there's a rock there I never knew you could stand on, because you body slammed and then like walked off to your death instead of...
Yeah, there's just like weird collision on that bit.
Yeah, I just thought the body slam was gonna kill you. Tyler really getting some good speed there on the damage boost scope.
Get up, get it! So, good enough. No, go up! Alright, let's go.
Oh, much faster. 26 seconds this time.
Ah, really wanted an mask.
I'm very sad.
5 minutes left. Oh, did you accidentally double activate? Or was it just too much momentum?
I just waited too long.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't tell. It like flipped your character back around when you died,
Right.
so I thought maybe...
Right, yeah. No, I activated it. It took too long. That's okay.
Double going on the top. Oh.
It's better this way.
Right, 28 at the cutscene.
Yeah. How much time left? 2 minutes?
You got 3...
What? Excuse me? No.
Or sorry, you had 4 minutes basically.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I guess standing on something kill. Okay. What?
I didn't quite catch it, unfortunately.
Okay,
I stood on one of the seesaws and it just killed me. What?
The seesaws.
Or the rolling. I don't even know what they're called.
Oh, like the little blade things, the little blade discs.
Yeah, the blades.
Yeah, they have really weird...
Yeah.
I literally just stood on top of one and it killed me.
Yeah, I don't think they like you standing on them. Because you're talking about in that like horizontal section or something.
Yeah,
like,
they're not. I don't think they're supposed to like damage you at least like that. But
I've had it happen before. It's like just not even doing time trials.
I like the premature death before Crash even falls off.
Okay, that threw me off a little bit. I can make that. It's fine.
Okay. No. That was a leap of faith.
I was waiting. I was like, I don't know how that's gonna work out for you, Tyler.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see you make it work somehow.
If I would have had another jump, I would have. Maybe.
I mean, I think that would change a lot of things if you had another jump. Yeah, where's the triple jump mask?
Oh my gosh.
Come on,
Where's
Crash
the
5.
mask-eating monster?
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm alive. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, I'm good. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Equipping so trigger happy.
Just under
Okay,
2.5
I'm just
minutes
gonna-
left.
I'll just save it run.
Yeah, someone's got to get a run. Here's how this is going to work too. If nobody gets a run by the 15-minute mark, then it'll just be whoever finishes one first wins.
I'm very not intelligent. But that's okay. I didn't expect it to go that fast either, but that's okay.
Abdul's got an attempt over to the.
Okay.
Well. Maybe. Attempt to the
okay.
spinning blades of doom.
Damage control is a thing.
– 60 seconds left. Will Abdul be our first clear? Oh, you still had a mask though. Wow. That was the same thing that got Tyler.
Okay.
Buffered press. I'm guessing. Or
Yeah.
it didn't buffer it.
These enemies
that's
are
a shame.
whack. Like, man. Jetboard.
Oh
one?
yeah, they just totally break. Like the jetboard ones. If you're slide spinning at all, they break.
Well, the worst thing is that I took damage off one. Like, I think they would. I always thought like they'd like break before I hit them, but I guess not that time.
15 seconds. But I think at this point it's just gonna be whoever gets the first clear,
Yeah, most
whatever
likely.
time it is. The only way I'll do it is if like the other person is still in an attempt when the first one clears, and their attempt ends up being faster. That's the only way you can steal it away. All right. We've escaped 15 minutes, so yeah, it's just whoever clears it first.
I'm doing a mix of like sweaty and safe now because I want to just fucking get to the end.
You just gotta beat it. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, it's so
Just gotta
like
beat it.
so much more pressure now for some reason. Like it's not even. It isn't, but it is. Okay, everything's fine.
Okay, you know what? It's good.
Yeah.
It's good enough.
I don't think I've ever died that way before, but that's fine. Alright, let's go.
Can you please? Okay.
I'm surprised you're even hitting time crates at this point. I mean, you don't need them. You just gotta
okay,
go for
well-
a clear.
Bring the big boy
You know
strats home.
You know what? That's a good strat. Not hitting time creeps and a time trap.
Just go for any percent at this point.
You know what would be an antagonistic run? Getting the sapphire relic and just waiting at the end.
Yeah, the only way your run counts is if you actually get a relic. Oh. Okay, I need to like, calm down. Alright.
Oh man.
Oh boy. I will eventually have to put a cap on this if nobody gets clear. I'm gonna make that clear. Which is more pressure for Tyler than Abdul, because Abdul's got the lead right now. In terms of, overall points.
Come on, make it! Okay. Ooh. Camera angle.
Tyler's our current leader, I guess. No masks though. No safety.
The perfect timing to just slide under that.
Oh, that same mask transformation. That one's so hard too, because like in an any percent run or whatever, it's pretty easy to mess it up once, but then you go back to the checkpoint and you just do it again right after, so the timing's right there. In a time trial, you might not get back there for 6 more attempts.
Right. Probably could have made that. That's okay. Oops. Yeah, that works out, I guess. You know what? We're gonna play like baby save.
I was gonna say this is where what I would have been doing the whole time, just keeping masks, because I'm like
Right.
I just would have been playing it like a baby, at least until I got a first clear. But it's hard because some of the stuff that we've been seeing deaths on have
What did I do? Why
masks
did I
wouldn't
buy
help
this time?
anyways.
I buy this time for no reason.
All right, you're both at the cutscene right now. This could be exciting. Because if you both finish this, it would be whoever's is faster. But if only one of you finishes, then that's it.
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I had invincibility. I thought I jumped off the TNT, but
Oh
that's,
no!
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
Why am
I
I,
didn't think
why am
of
I
that
not
either.
jumping?
Abdul could be the one. His temp's still alive.
Okay.
And like the timer, if you'll be able to finish whichever one you're in. Try to go faster, though.
No! Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Okay, so Abdul got a time. So Tyler, it's got to be on this attempt. Time to beat 1:19:11. Only 5 seconds off your PB. 4.5.
Yeah, just about. I mean, my PB was with invincibility, I think.
Oh, is there an invincibility glitch?
No, just the 2D path before the cutscene.
Whatever.
I think that might have been a little slower at the cutscene than Abdul's was, but it's also like Abdul definitely had time to save in that back half.
100%.
Yeah,
You can
that's
still
it.
make it.
Ah, that same spot. It's a rough one, man. Just how early you got to activate that, but too early, and you obviously go flying into the top. All right, that's it. Abdul takes it 6-1 because everybody knows the last level is always worth 3 points.
Wow.
The cracked points.
That was fantastic. Thank you both for the showcase. I wish that we could show more, but we only got so much time. Obviously, we want to make sure we can show off everything this game has to offer because it's got just ridiculous amounts of content to it.
Yep. Yeah.
Definitely. Thanks for
It was
the
a pleasure.
opportunity.
Yeah, it was a pleasure showing everything off. Thanks for having us, for sure.
Yeah,
It's
no
great.
problem. As with everybody tonight, folks, remember you can follow everybody on Twitch. It's been showing on screen the whole time for see more Crash stuff. And don't go anywhere because we're going to go take a quick break to set up our next run, which is going to be an all Platinum Flashback Tapes run by Kane of Pachi, who's fantastic at those. Been grinding away on those pretty much since the game came out, which is really cool.
It's ridiculous. If you think this is hard, just wait.
Yeah. It's basically like if you took the bonuses and made them into full levels,
Right.
and then made 30 of them or whatever.
And amplify the difficulty by 88,298,000. It's ridiculous.
So please stick around, check that out. We're going to run a few ads during the break and everything. Let me also give quick shout outs to our announcements here. We got, if you have missed any of the Hotfix shows from throughout the week or throughout the month or whatever, and you want to check them out, you can learn more information at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix, and you can watch them at youtube.com/gamesdonequick, where you can, subscribe and do all the things that YouTubers tell you to do over there. And that's where you can always find the VODs for all of our events, these one-off showcases like what we're doing today, and also our regular shows. I hear this one guy has a pretty cool show on Thursdays called The First Step. You should check it out. It's a fun time. We're gonna go to a break, everybody. We'll just see you in a few minutes. Bye. Welcome back to the Crash 4 showcase here at GDQ Hotfix, folks. My name is Jay Hobbs, your host all evening long. You can't get rid of me. That's right, I've got tenure. I am joined this time for our next run by Kane Apache, who's going to be doing all Platinum Flashback Tapes, and returning once again, Merkaz to help us on commentary. Kane, Merkaz, how you doing, gentlemen?
Doing well. I'm just get ready to do some Crash. I don't know. Good day for Crash, I think.
Yeah, it's a great day for Crash, and I'm ready to commentate more as well.
Yeah.
Second, I've gotten pizza now, so I'm all loaded up.
Nice. Very good strategy there. I might have to follow suit soon. We'll see. But regardless, let's get into this one. So this is all Platinum Flashback Tapes. We'll just kind of get started because you actually told us during the break, first 2 levels, kind of the hardest ones in the whole thing for you, yeah?
Not the hardest, but like top 5.
Okay. So we'll get into it, start talking about kind of what these tapes are, how you unlock them, and what this category is, and go from there. All so right. Go ahead and give us a countdown, Kane, whenever you're ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So flashback tapes. You unlock these by they're kind of strewn about the levels throughout the game, and you unlock them by getting up to the tape without dying. So that's already your barrier to entry for this category. That ought to kind of give you an idea of some of the difficulty these can have behind them. I thought they were super fun, and once you've actually beaten the game, you unlock the triple spin. You can see that's going to be a big factor as well in these levels.
Yeah, especially these first 2. They didn't make them very hard. There's just a ton of boxes to break, and that's just kind of like prime real estate for going fast.
So
yeah, you have triple spin bounces. There's a lot of things beyond just like the basic that you can do. Oh, nice. I had to go for those because I was complaining that Dustiel wasn't doing those in his all gyms routing, and so I've got to go for him here just to stack up, just do it myself.
I see there's a lot of like spin bounces, which is not, I don't think it's as easy, or I don't feel like they're as easy in this as they are in the original games where they're mostly known for. So very impressive there.
Yeah, like there's several different types of spin bounces. So you got a true spin bounce where you can double jump after spinning a box, and that's the hardest one. But then you can also just do a double jump spin, and that's really easy. You're gonna see me do that a lot. So like right here, that's just a double jump spin. So it's not really a spin bounce.
Yeah.
Two different
dang. My double jump didn't come out there.
Oh, dang.
But you can see the difference in the animation Crash does after like the spin, if he gets a bounce or if he gets just a jump out of a spin.
The difference obviously as well, if you get a proper spin bounce, you'll still be able to double jump after as well.
Yeah. It's very hard to get those. Now there's some setup to it, like if you neutral, it has different results than just normal inputs.
Yeah, I like to personally, to kind of wrap up what this category exactly is. It's obviously completing all of these tapes, but it's specifically getting all of the boxes for all of them. And I like to think of this as they decided to make a bunch of bonuses into almost full levels.
Yeah, like they're bonus challenge levels. They're more like puzzles, but I don't know. Going fast is fun, and these are really fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
so the like lore, I guess I could talk about a bit about these tapes is basically their information or like tapes of Crash doing tests
so I guess
before Crash 1.
Yeah, that's a good point. So it's kind of like they're supposed to be training levels before Crash, and then the Coco segment is before Crash 2. Also, fun fact for this level, there are 4 boxes that have like a 75% chance of breaking from the nitro detonator at the end, and so I'm going to go out of my way to break them. So there was 1 earlier in this level, and then there's 3 coming up that just sometimes don't break. So, I don't know.
What's the reasoning for that, if I may ask? Do you know that?
The nitros bouncing and whatnot. Okay. It's like right here. bounce, bounce. One of those guaranteed not to break, and then almost got it. That's got a really snazzy end.
Oh, cool.
Outstanding.
Yeah, good to go on the boxes.
Yeah, you gotta. Another big thing about the tapes is you leave behind boxes everywhere.
Cut out there.
I think you might have cut out from, maybe some internet issues.
Oh, am I back now?
Yes.
Oh no, I'm dropping frames. Oh no, we should be good. I dropped like 500 frames. Sorry. Yeah, another thing about the tapes is that the nitros explode stuff, and so there's a lot of just like left behind boxes if they're within the radius of the nitros, and the radius isn't very clear. There's a nice little shortcut there. You can break the box early, but the radius is 2 spaces in all directions, except for in the actual axis of like the box, you get 3. So you can leave anything behind in that radius. And so you're gonna see me leave a bunch of stuff just because the nitro detonator gets it at the end.
Which is why I also think this category looks really fun when done correctly, because there are a lot of strats in them that you don't see on first glance type of thing.
Yeah.
I
always like to see when levels that are like you were talking about earlier, Kane, levels that are kind of intended to be more of a puzzle, to see what happens when you know the puzzle inside and out and you're trying to just go as fast as you can. I think it ends up oftentimes in some really cool strategies.
Yeah.
And it does remind me, as Hobbs said earlier too, they're like based on like Crash 1 bonuses, more like bigger, more expansive like Crash 1 bonuses. Or
yeah, they're like ROM hack Crash 1 bonuses.
Exactly.
Right.
And you can use D-pad, which is another reason I really like them.
That's pretty great. For those of you who don't know, Kane is a Crash 1 or OG runner. He had, I do think, I wasn't around back then, but I do think you had a run at GDQ Crash 1 like 3-4 years ago?
2014 and 16.
Ah, interesting. Yeah. I joined.
Alright, you gotta run away from those TNTs there. Like, that TNT's explosion radius is stupid, and you just have to run away. It's the only option. It looks slow, but just a pet peeve. Alright. I keep doing my own splits here. I'm running my own splits because it's the only way for me to remember what level to go into next. Because like you have to manually menu to each one independently. It's like, which one's the next? 6. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I never would have thought about that. The fact that it resets your cursor back to the beginning every time. So if you're if you're not actually like counting properly, you might just enter the same level twice.
All right.
Yeah, I completely blacked out. Keep talking if you're just.
All right, so those boxes there look pretty far away from that nitro, but it is in fact 3 away. So frick! Slide hitbox is big, so I died there.
Yeah, can happen.
It happens. It's not a big deal though. Short death. The big deaths aren't until much later in the run, so it's not a big deal.
And what I was trying to say earlier is that, as with this, as well as like Crash bonuses in other games, like when they get really figured out, they're really cool. Most bonuses in like the original trilogy and like the Insane trilogy are not done.
The bonuses were really fun to route. Oh shoot.
Yeah,
exactly.
Insane trilogy bonuses like.
Really?
Oh dang! Bonking the head a little bit.
Short death. Dude, I am struggling with this. It's alright. It's all short deaths. That's all that matters, right?
Yes. Listen, if you take 60 short deaths, at least each one was a short death.
Yeah, like if it takes 3 seconds to die, it's much better than 1 60-second death, trust me.
Yes.
Because there is at least 2 60-second deaths that can happen in this run.
Yeah, these tapes, they start getting brutal on the checkpoints. Like...
Oh, they're just super long, and like a few of the levels are just structured really weird. I'll complain about that level later.
I think casually, like the two last levels, I believe, took me over like 20 minutes to complete each of
Yeah,
them.
they're definitely like two of the hardest.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
absolutely brutal casually to figure out.
Yeah, I still haven't done all of these yet. Like
Oh.
I've done like a good chunk of them. Like I've probably done like half of them or so. But I haven't done them all yet. That's kind of like one of the last things I'm leaving in my 106%, mostly because I found them so fun.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't want to just like rush through them all at the beginning and
this one is one that shoot, I'm trying to remember which one this is. Some of these have like a lot of not obvious strats, and then others have a ton of not obvious strats. There's a nice little trick you can do here. This one's not very important, never mind. Alright, the Cortex dialogue though, we're kind of talking over. Oh, really? I got a nitro bounce into death there.
Wow, yeah, that was absurd.
But we're talking over the Cortex dialogue though. Like some of the dialogues are my favorite part of the run. Oh, here's a nice little strat for this section. You can just kind of skip the puzzle.
Nice.
Oh, that's great.
But some of the dialogue's like really good. So like just doing the runs, you get to hear all of like the fun banter with Cortex. All right, we're good. Some of these boxes I'll wait on at the end because the boxes would blow up weird and the counteract is weird. I don't want to risk it. And you also see me wait at some checkpoints because if you checkpoint wrong, you can unbreak boxes and do weird things. I don't know. This game acts weird sometimes. All right, team health analysis. All right, this one has a lot of bouncers. I don't know what their deal was, but they decided to put steel crates on bouncing crates everywhere, particularly in these. Not only the game, but in these levels tremendously, and it's kind of annoying because I'm not a huge fan of the interaction, but you got to deal with it. Oh, I break that one. That box that I went up there and spun early is a really annoying box to break, so definitely good to get out of the way now.
It's just so great to see these with triple spin because, like, normally when you're going through this,
yeah, you don't really think about going fast and just trying to beat them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, even if you have triple spin, because I think a lot of people, finish these after they've beaten the main game, you're mostly just gonna bounce on them like it's Crash 1, like,
yeah,
slide jumping here and there, but otherwise, a lot of the time, it's just bouncing and spinning. So it's really cool to see like exactly what gets done when you start incorporating all those other techniques that the game gives you.
Also, a thing I want to say about this compared to the rest of the game, because there's so many levels in this game where you finish them and you miss a box, which isn't really the case in the flashback tapes. I found that, like, once you figure out
the second level, yeah.
Once you actually figure out the puzzles, you get the boxes basically. So it's more about figuring out how the level works rather than looking for boxes in them, compared to the rest of the game.
Yeah, definitely, because a lot of the rest of the game is they hid the boxes rather than made them all that tricky to get to.
Exactly, and I really liked that. It was a
different,
step in the right direction for me, since this is what I ended my 106 playthrough with. Mm-hmm. It's really relaxing but frustrating because it's very difficult to do this tapes.
Yeah.
Another thing you're gonna see me do is do this weird triple spin in the air where I spin, jump. And the reason for that is because, as far as I can tell, that's like the fastest horizontal movement with the max horizontal distance. So I might be wrong on that, but you're gonna see me do it fairly often if I'm trying to not die, but get as much horizontal distance as possible.
Right.
And you can do jump, spin, spin, which gets you more height, I feel like. But well, no, it definitely gets you more height, but it's not as much distance for the same amount of time.
Makes sense.
But it looks really weird, so I figured I'd mention it because most people are like, "That's just odd looking."
It looks really cool, honestly, like just seeing the triple spin come out in midair, because we're used to seeing it on the ground for the most part. You know, obviously, like in a normal level in the game, you're trying to stay on the ground as much as possible because slide spinning is your fastest method of movement. But on this one, there is no ground for most of it, right? Like, that's kind of the whole gimmick of these. So it's...
All right, this level is pretty rough.
I remember this one.
And it's just structured so poorly. Everything is before the first checkpoint. Once you get to the checkpoint, it's kind of whatever. And that section right there is like particularly bad. You can do a spin bounce on these boxes, but it saves literally one bounce, and it's really hard, so I don't do it. But yeah, like pretty much everything is front loaded in this level.
This is another one of those where it's like, it's kind of like each level when you're moving down there is somewhat of a puzzle in its own right. And you're just trying to like, okay, how do I not get blown up by the nitro here? But once you're trying to get back, it's like, it's actually kind of difficult to execute on. Yeah, we're...
Alright, I'm going slow here.
And that's the other thing, is that there's the time boxes, so you can't even go like, if you go too slow.
That's what I'm keeping an eye on. Okay. Cut that one really close.
Oh, yeah. That was so close.
And then the triple spins over gap, like I just did right there, is another fun thing you can do. Where you like start a triple spin on a box and it makes it over to the next box. But yeah, pretty much the entire level exists before the first checkpoint, and then like this last puzzle at the end is trivial. I don't... It's a hard level, and it's all because it's just structured weird, but...
Yeah, I think for me, beating that level was just like, I just had to get to the first checkpoint. As soon as I did, it was like, okay.
Yep. Alright, we got the auto-scroller next, which is the most exciting part of the run. And there is two strats for it. One is don't break boxes, and two is jump over boxes if possible. It'll make more sense when we get there.
Yeah, it's like, I'll take your word for it.
But yeah, pretty much everything difficult in this level can just not be done. Like, oh, that's hard. Don't do it. Okay. But yeah, so this snake box group right here is obviously just moving at its own pace, and its pace is really slow. So I'm not even trying to go fast here. I'm just going at like a pretty relaxed speed. You know, blow those up and then hang out, because there's nothing to do.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of how it goes sometimes.
Now here, that TNT right there, everyone struggles with casually. You can just not break it because it's in range of the nitro.
Oh, nice.
And now we're at the checkpoint. That was very challenging. Alright, so this one's a little bit faster, and it's got a strat. So this wall right here is hard. So go over top of it. Alright, congrats. This level's now easy. There's nothing that can go wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they love to put those stacks of 3 boxes in the middle of a bunch of nitros.
They're really annoying.
They are, yeah. You had some in one of the earlier levels too, and it's one of those things where it's like, even when you're very practiced in this game, it sometimes you just jump a little too high, sometimes you jump a little too low.
You gotta time your spin as well, so even if your jump's good, your spin might be off.
Yeah, that was going to be the end of that sentence, basically. It's like, you spin early. No, you're good, dude. It was, it's like, those parts always, they just give you anxiety for no reason, basically. Where you're like, I know I can do it, but I'm just going to mess it up or something.
All right, so Crash got a name and escape. Now we're moving on to Coco. The first thing about the Coco section is these first 2 levels don't spawn right, so you can start moving without the animation thing. So hold right. This level is one level I don't like because I just find it, I don't know, like the second half of this level is really annoying. And the first half right there is easy, but like I don't feel like, I feel like you can do it all faster, but I just haven't figured out how to do it faster and not die. Like if you slide forward here, you probably hit the nitro. Trust me on experience. But then this section here, like you can definitely go faster. I've done it, but it's not consistent at all. So if anyone out there is just like, I want to improve the routing for this, here's the easiest level to improve routing on.
That's always good to like. I don't know. It's always good to identify those kinds of spots, right? Of where you're just like, jump in here. Like I know.
I hate this level. I hate waiting there, but it's really hard to not wait.
Yeah.
Because you can spin bounce, as I've demonstrated a billion times, but spin bouncing with the bouncy steel crate is just like a death sentence.
Yeah.
If you miss it, you're now off cycles and your whole level is dead. Alright, this level coming up is probably the coolest level in the run. Once we get to the checkpoint, like cool stuff happens, trust me. But again, this one you spawn immediately after the game loads, so hold left. Alright, so this section's not particularly sophisticated. Oh shoot, I screwed up.
Oh dang. Probably just a little high bounce, I'm guessing.
I went to the wrong bounce. I wasn't thinking about that spot exactly. Just kind of autopiloted.
I've seen you do this before.
This nitro. The nitros here are super jumpy, and like sometimes you get a nitro bounce, and then sometimes you get that.
One of the things that always threw me off with these two is once you die, it does that whole like tape scan animation.
Yeah, and yeah.
It can kind of mess with some. Like, it messes with the audio as well, so it can.
Alright, so right here, we spin the nitro because that's fast.
Oh, that's awesome.
Also, the nitros up above spontaneously combust at the same time for no reason. Alright, we do it again here because it's also fast. And now we're at the end.
Oh, that's so awesome.
And my spin didn't come out, so we're waiting, but I didn't die, and that's what matters.
That's so cool. That makes this a lot easier.
Alright. Cool level. Missed the end, but yeah, that's some of the best strats right there. I remember playing through this game the first time and being like, yo, tapes are hot, and people are like, yeah, but you gotta consistently like blow up the nitros, which is really dumb. And it's impossible. I'm like, alright, well, you're just wrong.
I love it was demonstrated at the end there too, how despite these being completely 2D levels, they're still 3D.
Yeah.
You could totally.
The end is the easiest thing to miss. Alright, so we got nitro bouncers coming. These are two of the slowest levels in the game, but there are speed strats. It's called ground pound. That's it.
This crate has a secret surprise.
So also, on top of what I mentioned,
these are really hard as well. So if you want to chat, go for it, because like it's slow, boring, and hard.
Yeah. So these are like
another new type of crates that weren't in all Clear Gems at all. It's not in anywhere else in the game other than the tapes.
This is the first time I'm actually seeing them, because I haven't unlocked this one yet, apparently.
So depending on, there's like arrows with 3 like checkpoints to them, and depending on how many they have, you have to bounce on them as many times that it shows. It's like the green arrow, yellow arrow, red arrow, right? If it's red, it's 1, yellow 2,
yeah,
green 3.
There's a height, like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, exactly. These crates are like a cool addition when you first like see them, like in this level.
Cool
right?
concept, but there's just way too many 3 crates in this level.
Exactly, and like by the time you're done with tapes, you've kind of seen enough of that crate. But it is a really cool idea.
So there you got to trigger the nitros to blow them up with the TNT, and then double back and hit the nitros again. Also, the end section in both this and the next level are insanely hard. Like, that's the intended way of doing that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous how difficult they made some of the intended strats just all over this game, but especially in the bonuses and the tapes.
Yeah. Like, I don't mind the difficulty, it's just a minute past the checkpoint. You've got to do that level so many times. Alright, this next level has some really great Cortex dialogue if you want to listen to it. It's the cat one, which I'm also using the cat's meow because it's a little bit more on point. for the skin.
For the last time, it's not a cat, it's a bandicoot.
Yeah, so that's one of, I think, most people's favorite lines. It's just kind of this whole interaction here. And I don't know, like the Cortex interaction with Rio and Engine is all really fun to listen to in the tapes. But yeah, now that we've heard that, just more nitro bouncers, ground pounding.
I'm sad on our end we don't have audio for the commentary feed, so we don't get to hear the dialogue. No, it's good. Chat still got to hear it, so that's what matters. But yeah, I do love this skin. I like just the theming of it with the world.
It fits with that, but it also like there's another good dialogue coming up with Cortex that I like pairing it with the skin as well. I don't know. It's just kind of one of those fun things you can do is you have skins as an option in this compared to like the other speedruns.
Right. Well, while you're ground pounding away, real quick, I'll just want to let everybody know that the next Hotfix show we got coming up later I guess next week technically, is we've got the Community Spotlight this Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, and that's going to be showing off a bunch of games that didn't quite make it into the upcoming Fleet Fatales Marathon. So it's a lot of basically just more Fleet Fatales almost, if you want to think about it that way, which is really cool. I highly recommend tuning into that one. That's actually run by Railcoon, who is currently doing the production for this show. So, go give him some love. And yeah, that's mainly the thing. I'll go to GamesDoneQuick.com for all the info on the upcoming events we got.
Backup strat. Ooh. Got it. Okay, that is probably the hardest hit, if I'm honest.
The hardest stage entirely. Oh man, I heard the ground pound crates. I was like, oh, okay, we're good.
The end is just insanely hard. Like the last two tapes are harder casually, but now that I know how to beat them, I'm not as scared of them. Mm-hmm. But like that one is just like it can go wrong. And the backup strat there is harder than the normal strat, and it's like fingers crossed. But moving on.
Yeah. To quickly wrap up that thought, just GamesDoneQuick.com so we can find info about GDQ 2021 online, West Coast weekend, and Fleet Fatales all coming up. So check it out, folks.
Alright, this section is really bad for dropping your double jump. You just don't get it. So I've been kind of careful through it. But
you said that right after you dropped a couple frames. So I thought you were gonna say, this level's really bad for dropping your frame.
Dropping anything really.
Yeah. Just bad for dropping.
There are a few bonuses in this game, and as well as tapes, where do you have an explanation for why the jumps doesn't come out? But there's a lot of times where it literally does not let you double jump.
I think there's several circumstances, like unique circumstances where it occurs. I waited there because the box counteract weird at the end. So the first one is if you're close to a box and the game thinks you're probably going to bounce on it or ground or something, then it doesn't give you double jump because it thinks you're about to land on the ground. Because like there are plenty of times, particularly with Dingo, it happens where like you try and hover or something and the game just kind of eats whatever you're doing.
Yeah, because I've had that in especially Dingo and Crash bonuses.
Yeah,
in a few of them.
All right, so this one's kind of hard. It's a speedrun level, which you'd think as a speedrun, we're speedrunners, it shouldn't make it harder.
Right.
But
those are often the easier ones.
It's just like the boxes don't always break right. Your jumps don't always come out. It's kind of unfortunate. But you can do things like right here, where you just leave all the boxes behind because you don't have to break them. I'm still waiting for the nitrous to spawn before the checkpoint, because, yeah, count issues. But other than waiting by the checkpoint and at the end, you can kind of cruise through this, so you are rewarded for going fast, which is cool.
Only I didn't have to choose.
Oops. Doesn't really matter if I go slow here at the end. Gotta wait for the nitro detonator to spawn, which was smart for them to make it not spawn until last, because you would totally detonate it and then have boxes be spawning. Alright, we're gonna do something weird here for the menuing. So instead of going back to the tape menu, it is faster for the last 4 tapes to go through the level select menu and select them that way. Yep. So you just go up.
That makes sense. Yeah, because I imagine the other one doesn't wrap around.
No, you got to go all the way down and over. So this one you can wrap.
That's pretty funny. Menuing tech in a platformer.
Yeah, and oh shoot, whip. I don't know. The rules for this category say you don't have to do the levels in order, but like your YouTube comments will remind you that you do. Oh, this is another good thing. So, if you missed it right there, Cortex said that he dressed Coco. So I like to do this one because it's like, dang, Cortex, you put makeup on a Bandicoot?
Just messing with the game's intention there.
I love Cortex dialogue in general in this game, or dialogue in general. In this game.
The writing is probably the actual like funniest Crash game. Like the writing is really good.
Yeah, it's really fun.
You can, I guess you can argue for insanity, right? But other than that,
all right, a little bit of strats here. I'm gonna try and get. Oh, nice! I got the double. Oh no! All right. If you do that right, you get both the spin bounces, and you don't have to bounce on that one crate like 4 times. But oh well, still good.
Canis racing through these tapes. It's already. I can't believe it's already been half an hour.
I know, it doesn't feel like it. I'm just like, okay, we've got a lot to go. There's like 3 levels left. What?
Yeah. This category just flies by, honestly.
It's the shortest category. More people should run it. It's fast, it's cool.
But like, if you compare it to like other like Crash 80% categories, it's not that like far off from them, right? Like from other
with loads, it's it's right around like a Crash 2 in, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And it just, I think we're so used to the long categories that Crash 4 has given to us now that like 40-minute-ish category is now super fast.
Right, yeah, you trigger those TNTs early and just kind of group them together. But sorry to cut you off.
No, completely fine. Yeah, I think this category is just super interesting because it's really easy to just like completely focus because it's so different than what else Crash 4 has to offer. Like this is so different from.
Yeah, I mean it's like in a way it's simpler, but at the same time more complex. Like if that makes any sense, right? Because the gameplay, you know, it brings it just down to 2D.
Shoot, I'm dead. I tried to go fast there. But I could have waited. I was just having fun. But then I didn't land on the. Okay. I'm gonna have to just play this slow. That's fine. Oh, we're gonna have to play this real slow.
But yeah, it's like it brings it down to 2D and everything, but still like is so unique from the rest of the game, pretty much.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the
fortunate
firebox, yeah.
Usually, so I don't know. There's a very small window with when the fireboxes spawn where they actually flame. And so most of the time, if they spawn, they'll just do that like phantom flame where they don't spawn but they're glowing, and you can break them when they're in that state. But I'll play it safe. So you saw that one up top didn't actually flame. Alright, most of these boxes you can leave behind, but not all of them. Shoot, okay. Just be careful here, not to hit the nitro. Alright, this TNT explosion sequence that chases you but isn't really that big a deal. Looks cool though. Alright, moving on. We got the last 2 levels left. These are definitely like the 2 of the hardest ones.
I want to say something quick about like when you went on that metal bouncy crate and went around the nitro. That is a lot harder in this game than other Crash games.
Yeah.
We're about to find out like, in the last level, like just how hard that is.
Yeah, because the amount of speed you get from
the
X
vertical
on the
speed
bouncy.
from bouncy crates depends on the bouncy crate. It's not clear just by looking at it how much bounce you're gonna get. That's kind of one annoying thing. Because like some of them just like don't give you much height, and others give you like a ton.
Yeah. Yeah, the different height bounces without any kind of visual indication is definitely not super nice.
All right, the hardest ground pound in the game, I missed it.
Oh,
it's legitimately like the hardest ground pound in the game.
I believe it. I mean,
for no reason.
The only contest really is the that one in Off Balance. That's like on the auto scroller, where you basically have the ground pound on the auto scroller.
I should have been able to jump on that box, but it just didn't let me up there. Alright, I'm gonna just stop talking.
Yeah, that's fair. This one drove me insane when I played through it casually. This one, just like figuring it out, like what you're supposed to do, is very difficult in this one. There he got that, and then he has to time this as well. Or not. I didn't even think about doing it that way, that's great. Still has to get them from above though.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like, how does he get back up top? Again, another one I haven't actually done before.
This one's the hardest, I think. At least that's what the ones I have talked to and what I think myself from playing them. Okay, there we go. Now he doesn't need to time it due to breaking the ones below already, which is really smart.
So everyone complains about this being difficult, but this section, when you know the timing of the nitro bounces, I don't think is really much of a problem. It's hard, but like, you just gotta learn it. Also, this part right here, everyone complains about not working, but you can just break that box and then it just magically works all the time. So, things that casual people don't know about, but now you do.
I actually didn't find that part as hard as the first part. The first part is what...
The time of the flame crates is a bit variable, so it's not the most reliable thing, but if you break the crate, then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I did what you did there.
Now this box at the end just doesn't, or this bridge at the end literally just doesn't work, so fingers crossed. So that bridge could explode at any moment when you're crossing it, just if the nitro bounces at the wrong time. So
yeah,
it's completely random.
Nitro bouncing. They even somewhat fixed it in this game where if you land on a nitro that bounces, you don't get damaged. You just like bounce. But you can still hit them from the side. So like it's still the bane of every Crash Runner's existed.
Also, if you bounce on them and they explode, they still explode everything like on
yeah,
their
they explode
sides.
everything. That's the problem there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, obviously, I'm just saying in general. Like, think about how many times that came up in the all clear gems too.
But
they definitely bounce in the game. Got it.
Nice. Yeah, like Marquez was saying, that's a common like type of bounce that they put in a lot of the previous games, and they're way harder in this game for some reason.
All right, now I got to do it again. Got it.
Great.
Now just don't die.
And don't forget to call out time. That's coming up pretty soon.
Wait, this is the room with the super secret emergency escape hatch.
All right, this spin just doesn't work. You can either break 1 or 3. The timing on just breaking 2 is stupid. Alright, now I'm waiting for these 2 boxes to spawn, because if you checkpoint, you can actually spawn them. Sort of. Oh, dude, the flame cycles here.
Oh, that
Okay.
that had to have been like frames off of being.
It's
gone.
annoying, but it's a short death. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that one happens pretty often. I don't know. I just don't like those two boxes. They shouldn't be hard, but they are.
The tapes are so intense that even the commentators don't
I
have
know,
anything to
dude.
say.
I'm just like, I'm just watching. I'm like, come on, you got this.
Exactly. They're really easy to be mesmerized by, you know? Like, just watch them be done.
Yeah, they're really intense.
They really are.
All right. And time.
Well, there goes a
GG.
dude.
There we go.
Really get that
39.
feel.
Yeah.
50 loadless. Real time. Oh wait, no, my 3950. My load timer wasn't working.
Oh no. Well, luckily you can always run it on the video because
It wasn't a
worked that way.
PB though.
Okay.
It was a minute, not a half off PB, but still sick run. But yeah, like overall, like tapes are really tough. So a few deaths are gonna happen. Thursday I did a resetless run and I died in the first level and got a 2-second PB. It's just like tapes sometimes goes like that.
Right.
Yeah. But
Well, that
just-
was fantastic, dude. Like that was super cool to see. Sub 40 is not something I was expecting. Like just how brutal those can be, right? Like we talked several times about how deep some of the checkpoints are.
There really wasn't too much that went wrong in that run. There was a few deaths, but not too big. Like,
Yeah.
it was
none of the
fairly-
big deaths happened.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's great.
That was super cool. We've got one more run for everybody out there left in this showcase. Big thanks to Kane. Of course, you can follow him, Kane of Pachi, which is on the screen, or it'll rotate on the screen if it's not quite. Yeah, there we go. You got him posting in chat. But we got one more run here for everybody, and this is a really special one. I wouldn't say we saved the best for last because I think everything has been fantastic, but we saved maybe the most like intense competitive like competition for last. We have an any percent race coming up with Damask and Rico. It's going to be really fun. It's going to be a blast. There are so many really cool skips in any percent that you get to see. Also, you're just kind of flying through as fast as you can. That's the nature of any percent. It'll be great. We'll be back in a few minutes with that one. So don't go anywhere. Real quick, again, don't forget that you can check out a lot of the Hotfix VODs, youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. Follow us there. Don't forget to tune into Frame Fatales November 15th to the 21st here on Twitch at Games Done Quick. And we'll see you in a few minutes, everybody.
Alrighty.
Thanks for sticking through the break, everybody. Welcome back to the Crash 4 Showcase here at GDQ Hotfix. My name is Jay Hobbs, once again hosting for the very final run we got here. We have a fantastic any percent race set up here. We got on the left side, Damask, and on the right side, Rico. And of course, Mirka is helping me out on commentary again. Gentlemen, how are you all doing tonight?
Very good, man. Very good.
I'm doing pretty well.
All right. Well, this is going to be a fun one. I've been wanting to see some any percent races because I feel like the community hasn't been doing a ton of races lately. You know, a lot of people are running the game, a lot of people are doing it, but it's just kind of grinding out on their own, really pushing those times down. We got a lot of really great runners, but I gotta have that competition, man. That head to head. I gotta see it happen. It's hard to do with this game when a lot of the times the load times are so different.
Yeah, and also I think like now that the game's like a month old, and a lot of people like, you know, when the game first came out, there was like a huge like disparity in like times people had, but now we've got a pretty solid like group of runners who are all like about equal time. So definitely, I think it'll be a lot more competition now, which is really cool.
Yeah, we've got the third place runner in Damaskar and second place in Rico, just recently dethroned.
I was first until this morning.
Yeah.
Now I have no excuse if Rico wins because he's not world record holder anymore.
He's not. Yeah, that's true.
That being said, the current record holder is in chat right now.
I was going to say, I know I saw Serenade Yuki in chat, so that is also the current world record holder. So shout outs to them. But we got to get this thing going because it's been a long day and I just want to see even more Crash. Like I said, we've got all four of us here in the call. So we'll have hopefully plenty of voices to cover all the commentary. You're going to see lots of fantastic skips and tricks and all that good stuff. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay, well, on my count, we're going to do 3, 2, 1, go, and then get started here at the start game on a fresh file. This is always done from, brand new file. The game thankfully has save slots and stuff. So here we go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hoping my game doesn't crash.
And now one really cool thing is, I kind of hinted at it before, but the load times can vary pretty wildly between different console versions for this game, whether you have a hard drive or an SSD. But these two, thankfully, were able to manage, we're able to manage to sync it up so that they're both on a PS4 Pro on a hard drive. So our load times should effectively be inconsequential here. They should average out to be about the same across the run. They, can always run a loadless timer on this later if they need to see if, somebody got a new PB or something. But for the most part, this is just going to be a fun RTA race. Currently trucking through Rude Awakening here.
They should. I should mention that they should be equal load-wise overall, but it does load screen from load screen actually can vary. So it might if they do enter the load screen at the same time and one exiting before, that other person might have the benefit in the other level. So it should even out overall, but it might look weird.
Yes.
At times.
It's usually only an error of about a second or two, so it shouldn't be too bad over the entire run.
And as you're seeing with any percent compared to all clear gems, they're just flying by. Checkpoints, who needs checkpoints? If it's slightly out of the way, they're not going to bother with it. Pretty much only if it's just right there. And lots of slide spinning here. Damo, the first to fall in a pit here, trying to skip over. Actually, Rico almost did, coming out of that second pit skip. But
I've died so much to that pit that I'm kind of just braced for prepping to back it up.
Yeah, it's very easy to accidentally do that.
So the first little skip coming up right now, where you see they do or Rico did just a body slam on top of that to wait until it's out, which I think is a really cool strat. That's the first little skip you see, because they almost entirely skipped that section, ending climb section.
Yeah, this category actually has a lot of skips, especially for how young the game is. Again, it's only a little over a month old, and there's already so many cool tricks like that we're going to see through the whole run, which I really like because, at least in my personal experience, any percent in Crash games is often it's not necessarily bad, but it's not as interesting as full completion. I think this category is just as cool as any completion category because of how many things are in it.
Just one quick bump into Rico's there. Entranced.
Entranced is pretty good. I said most, right?
Yeah.
There's a handful of Crash any percents I do think is really cool, and Entranced is one of them.
I think Crash 3 NST also is in the same kind of way.
That's also a sick one. I also really like the original Crash ones, any percent.
All of the ones, it's why we did this big showcase of a bunch of different categories. Anytime that you can have different strategies across different categories. Oh, Rico, that body slam almost hurt you.
So I jumped in.
That cycle's really weird.
Oh, dang, Damo.
Yeah.
But anytime the categories can have totally different strats across them is always really, it's a good sign, in my opinion. It means that the game's going to be a lot healthier for speedrunning and stuff. People are going to be able to hop categories and just get new content.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. None of the categories showcased today is going to look alike, which is very good. It's very interesting. There's also
obviously, we've had a couple of early deaths here, but it's gonna be all good because I know there's a skip coming up later on that Rico is unable to do if I'm in his presence.
Yeah.
So really, any deaths that happen this early don't actually matter.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose like a minute to it.
Oh, can't wait for that. This is gonna be the one time. This is gonna be where Rico finds out that like either me or Murkaz is like the anti Damo, like the anti Venom.
Also, if you guys hear any meowing, I apologize in advance. That is my new cat. All right, so I'm gonna do something wild and switch to Coco. The reason I switched to Coco is because she's cooler.
It's actually completely wrong. That is just not correct.
Well, you know, there's two types of people in the world: people who like Coco and people who are incorrect.
Yeah, I got to side with Rico here. I'm sorry.
I'm siding with Damos.
I also switched to the tubular skin just because it looks cool, and this is a race, so why not?
So wait, it's a race, but you wasted like 6 frames changing costume, Rico?
I also waste like 1 frame switching to Coco in every single run, so you know, unoptimal.
And somehow still had world record after all that.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
No, that's the reason why I lost it.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Wait, does Yuki crash? I'm just alone at the top. Oh wow, I've never done that.
Oh, just re.
Unfortunate.
It was funny too because there's no reason to repress it there at all, right? Like.
Oh, I was trying to get the mask.
Oh, that's right. I forgot it was a mask box. I got so used to watching the time trial. To watch the time trial earlier for this level where it's just a 3-second box. I'm like, okay, well that doesn't matter here.
I'm running down on catch up.
You're such a gentleman. Thank you so much, dude.
There are definitely going to be quite a few deaths in this like race, though. As we're already seeing, this is just a really difficult game, and when you're trying to make sure you have that confidence to just like keep moving the whole time, sometimes you're just going to fall in a pit or slide into a shark or something. Like it's going to happen.
Yeah. Like especially because I'm sure a lot of people realize that as far as difficulty goes, this is arguably the hardest Crash game. So
I don't even think it's arguable. It is. Like,
Like, the only like platformer wise, the only one I think could possibly contest it is Crash 1, and even I would say no. I would say this is harder.
Well, and Crash 1 is more for like kind of the wrong reasons, right?
Yeah.
Like it's more of just the way that you had to not dive to get a gem in that.
Yeah.
There's also like quite a lot of gotcha moments in this game where it's not to say it's a scripted death, but a lot of the time the game is gonna, you know, spring something on you, and then you'll just have to learn like the next time around. But yeah, it is
the
pretty
game
brutal.
because there's no like mandatory life system anymore. The game kind of goes all in on the trial and error aspects of it, which has always been a part of Crash, but they kind of had to like rein it in on the PS1 games because they did have a life system, but this game doesn't have that restriction. I think it actually benefits it because they can go crazy on level design, and we get a lot of, as a result, we get a lot of really cool levels.
Rico showcasing at the end of that level that you know, you don't leave any masks you have at the end don't matter. They don't carry you into the next level. So he was just damage boosting through the shark since he still had a mask.
Yeah,
I think it's both positive and negative that it doesn't carry over, because it allows for some like damage abusing basically in every level, but it also doesn't allow you to use like triple mask routing that we used in previous games, and like saving a mask in one level to damage abuse in another, like stuff like that, which is unfortunate, but I think it makes up for it overall.
Yeah, I think I like it the way it is because it's a linear game, because you can't change the level order. One of the things I always liked about Crash 2 and 3 and stuff is the fact that since they're not linear, you can mix up the level order if you find a new triple mask strat somewhere. So I think because it's linear, I'm like, I'm cool with it just being that you got to find all the appropriate damage boosts per level.
Yeah, I definitely think there's pros and cons to both ways, but as like a personal preference of mine, I've always been kind of annoyed by, you know, levels where like, oh well, it's off, like if you don't bring a certain number of masks into the level, you lose like 10-15 seconds, and it's like, it's not a bad thing, but it's always something that I've never been particularly fond of.
it can definitely feel really stressful at times in some of those games where you're just like, I better not get hit or I'm gonna lose 5 seconds of this level and 10 in the next and 13 in the next one,
all of Warp 5 and Crash 2 NST.
Right.
Like if you enter that level with like the wrong amount of masks, you lose time in like every single level.
All of Warp 4 and Crash 3.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, like from entering Dynamite to like or from depending on how you do it. Like
3 to 4. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it's like 6 levels where you just have to keep mask going.
Yeah,
it certainly gets really stressful. It makes you really hate whenever you take a death somewhere a lot more.
Merkaz has been telling me to learn Crash 3, and I can't lie, like, he doesn't make it very convincing.
Well, you're talking to jaded runners here who like I still love that run. It's still a really good run.
I think it's great.
I think you should learn 108.
108 is also really, really fun. It's just long.
Yeah, 108 is very long.
But it's no longer than all clear gems.
Yeah, it's the longest NST category, I think, by like 10 minutes, but
yeah, it's no longer than all clear gems in this, though. Really, like,
yeah,
it's really good.
I'm not sure if we brought this. I'm not sure if we brought this up, but like, on the menuing, instead of walking to the levels, we just bring up the level select. It's just small optimization. You don't have to walk around to each level to get into it. So,
fair point to bring it. We brought it up during all clear gems, but that's like 6 hours ago. So
yeah. It was a long time ago, and you can't do that everywhere because you can't do it for the first level at the next island. You basically have to have like traveled to that island before you can do it.
Yeah, it has to be between hubs.
Yeah,
or within the hub, rather. Is a better way to say it.
Right. This I was like, oh, okay. So Rico tried to grab that mask there, and I like. It's like difficult to grab that one and keep moving in stride and like skip over to the next conveyor belt. So it's always neat when you can do it right.
Yeah, it's not like super necessary. I just grab it just because it makes the part coming up a bit more convenient.
Mm-hmm. And you can do it like if you do it right, you can do it without losing any time. So that's the nice thing.
I lost that mask also. So I was trying to grab the rope.
That is a really good Coco skin. I gotta say, it's the second best Coco skin in the game.
What's the first one? I'm afraid to ask.
The experiment.
Merkaz continuing having opinions.
So I had one death at the start of this level on a pretty typical spot for me to die. Like, kind of like in the flashback tapes where there are some spots where it's very hard to not accidentally, like, get a dropped jump. I tend to get one there quite often.
Was it to the fire?
Yeah.
The few runs I've done, I've done the exact same thing. I know that it's there, but I keep forgetting.
I honestly think that this is like low-key one of the hardest levels in the run to do fast.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
well, and also if you don't have the masks like to damage boost at the end through the flamethrowers.
Yeah. True to Crash fashion, the first 5 levels are sort of the hardest in the game.
Rico's. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the first hub of this game is very brutal. Like, trying to get a run started past Jetboard Jetty-ish is pretty rough. It's not very forgiving on early cycles and small time saves. So
I think that just goes for Crash in general. Like it's like the first few levels are usually so quote unquote simple that you optimize them so fast that it's really hard to get something going. It's like, especially in NST, like all of Island 1, Warp 1, and Warp 1 is so insanely fast when done like optimally, so we only allow for like maximum a couple of seconds of leeway, right?
Yeah.
So,
Total flashbacks.
Exactly.
Alright, Rico's wrapping up the ball section right as Damo's entering it. And this is these can be a little deceptively tricky to optimize because you need to jump over every like tar pit and over every like just piece of barbed wire. But because of the angle of the camera and everything, sometimes you can just like barely catch the back end of the ball on the barbed wire when you do a jump, and it'll just slow you down. Just got to keep moving.
Yeah, it's actually very difficult to jump over these barbed wires. Like, I try to challenge myself every single run to get over every barbed wire without touching one, and I can't do it. It's impossible.
It's so like weirdly hard.
I've been able to get some without touching the barbed wire, but I always get stuck in the tar. All right, so I am very, very commonly asked, how do you do this skip? So I'm gonna give the quick multi-step guide as soon as I get to it.
Is your multi-step guide going to be slide spin? Because I feel like that's what your multi-step guide is going to be.
Yeah, for step 1, you slide spin engine, and that's the skip.
Yeah, we talked about that one during All Clear Gyms as well. This is just I so love that this skip exists because it's really nice. It takes what would otherwise just be a very kind of long, monotonous boss in a speedrun sense and turns it into just, nope, keep getting up to him, slide spin him, you're good.
Step 1 slide, step 2 spin.
That being said, it's a very easy skip, maybe like the easiest one I've ever done in any speed game, but it is just tragic if you ever do mess it up.
Yeah.
Huge time loss.
It's an automatic reset, like, we're talking probably 40 seconds per time.
The only one I'll keep going if I do mess it up is the final phase, because that one's relatively short compared to the other ones.
Yeah, at least the final one, it gives you all 3 of the fans to hit back at them like really quickly.
I know a lot of people, whenever they see crazy skips or whatever in speedruns, are like, oh, I hope that they patch that out. I genuinely think the only skip that I would be mildly concerned that could get patched out is that one, just because I could fully understand a casual player running into that by accident.
Yeah, I agree. I could see somebody casually running into the Kapuna Wa stuff too by accident, but not really trying to like abuse it as much.
Yeah, not.
I just want to say
way
how much. I just want to say how relieved I am that I didn't screw up the ending skip in the run.
While he's talking about it,
yeah.
So it's so easy, no one would mess it up.
Well, JS, we're pretty experienced with showing off mistakes in games that aren't getting fixed, huh? Future tense, huh? VV.
Yeah, you mean you intentionally freezing it on?
Maybe
on
the
stage.
PS5 will save us.
Yeah, it could be cool.
I just like the flashback tape.
I don't think
I've had that.
I love that.
I think most of the skips done in this game actually should. I don't think they ruin the game's like casual experience.
Oh yeah, they don't
at all. So I do think they should just keep it in if they ever notice it, because it makes the speed game a lot better, and it really does not
harm the casual play at all.
Yeah, most of the almost everything that's been found for the speedrun in this game is solidly in the like just this is cool kind of
but not
rubbed in. Yeah,
trivial.
Again, Kapuna Wa is like the one thing where I'm just like, that's just so hard to control. It doesn't feel good to do.
The only thing the thing that I should like vouch for is the box dupe that we saw in Bears Repeating.
That's fair.
Was it Bears Repeating? I might be wrong.
Building bridges, actually.
Building bridges, yeah. You're right.
Also, Rico did a really cool skip back there to avoid having to wait on one of the platforms. The demo will be coming up to it pretty soon.
I don't remember who found that, but I'm really glad they did.
Yeah, just there's a little bit of collision on that wall.
Yeah.
And the annoying thing too is that the right side is like the easier. It probably would have been faster side, but you can't get over to there in time.
Yeah.
They
set it up so that regardless of which one you go to, you're supposed to wait on one of them, but we don't like waiting on things.
And there's Damo doing it as well, on just jumping onto that piece of terrain on the left side to avoid having to wait on the platform to move all the way back.
All right, so there's this really cool skip in the beginning of the next level that saves approximately 2 seconds, and it's kind of precise, so I'm only going to go for it once.
It's so trivial. Like, It's probably
It
the
looks
funniest.
like it saves a lot, but it really is only like a few seconds. But
I've seen-
it also looks really cool.
I've seen this. It's where you hook the box, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I call
That's
it.
it. Really
I don't think
cool.
I have seen this, so
That's
I'm
a
curious.
really cool strat.
It's
if it
very,
works.
very new.
It reminds me of the. Did you ever see the Castle Machinery glitch that Kane found? I think it was Kane in NST1. Hobbs?
I don't know which one you're
Oh, I
specifically
missed.
talking about.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, dang.
No,
Yeah.
I'll go for it one more time.
This is my chance. This is it.
No, you better go for a 2 demo. It's
I actually don't know how to do it. You want to teach me right now?
Yes, you jump on the box and
Oh,
hook
you
the
hit the
checkpoint.
Yeah, you
checkpoint.
can hit the
Oh,
checkpoint,
okay.
but it's a little awkward.
It took me a
Go for it.
moment to it took the second time for me to be able to see what box you were trying to hit, and then I saw that it was a checkpoint box.
Go
Makes
go
sense.
for it once, Damo. Once.
Wait,
He
where
doesn't-
do I do this?
Well, if he
Jump to
doesn't
the
know,
right.
no,
He's
if he-
never seen it. so-
don't.
Okay, just go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You
Go ahead. If you've never seen it, I thought you'd seen it.
Come
at
on,
least,
Marquez.
like,
I've been jeopardized. Yep.
Marquez trying to sabotage the race.
I mean, I thought he had seen Rico do it at least once.
Yeah.
Like,
It starts with trying to teach you Crash 3, and then it ends with trying to make you do skips and runs you've never seen.
Yeah.
Just do gate clip. It's easy. You just do it.
Make sure you do the blind version.
Yeah.
So they both are also showcasing that whenever using Tana, which is only going to show up twice in the run, if I remember correctly.
Every alternate character is played twice.
Yeah, whenever there's one of these like wall jumping sections, you can pretty much always skip the first one, the first jump. You just gotta hit the bottom of the hitbox effectively of the wall for the second heart, and you'll just jump straight up.
The other interesting thing about Tana is that she doesn't have anything that speeds her up, but almost everything she does outside of running and single jumping slows her down. So a lot of the time you really just want to do, just single jumps if you can help it, or just run. Like a double jump is slow, kicking is slow. Grappling just freezes her in place completely, but it's good for like if you need to get some airtime.
Yeah.
Eyes on target.
And you're seeing it like it's already happened several times, but it's gonna happen more for sure. Whenever there are swinging ropes or things that act the same as swinging ropes in this game, you can actually jump off those whenever you want. But it's kind of hard sometimes to like grab onto it and immediately jump off without accidentally mashing too hard and using your double jump.
Oh yeah.
It's really can be kind of frustrating, but you'll see them jump off of them early a lot of the time to just avoid having to wait for the rope to swing back towards them.
So I love this next level, and I also hate this next level.
This is definitely Rico, I used to think this level wasn't that bad until you start trying
I
to do
always
it fast.
thought this level was really hard, but it was
Yeah.
kind of like one of those unexplored potential hards. And
Yeah.
now it's like still probably unexplored, but the stuff we have found makes it annoying.
So there's a really, really hard to make cycle at the start of this level where there's a rope that you can barely catch if you're quick enough, and it requires like pretty specific movement patterns to get there. But if you do screw it up, like you have to just sit there and wait for the rope to go all the way away from you and come all the way back. So it's pretty slow. If you
The
miss
movement
it.
you have to do for it is very, very specific, and if you do it, then it's pretty easy to catch, like I just got, but you have to be very specific, and even like a minor mistake can make you miss it.
There's also just like when you get to the 2D section coming up, it's somewhat of an auto scroller, but you gotta like make sure you catch the right cycles for it. Which can be pretty difficult if, especially if you die all of those like at the beginning, all of the spiky logs.
Yeah, if you get the proper cycle, you can go through
Basically
this really
never stop
quickly.
moving.
But
Yeah.
if you do mess something up, it becomes a lot harder. Like
Yeah,
this,
you
I
can
might have
see-
just messed it up. Yeah, I went a little too slow somewhere.
Oh dang.
I know where I messed up.
I think
I'm not gonna
that's
make that.
I think that section in the level is amazingly cool. Like, I think that's really cool, but I don't know. This level is just, yeah, we need a
And
reskip. Someone
Just like that, Just like that. Yeah, we got a lead change.
Oh, it's gonna happen a lot in this. Like,
yeah. All it takes is a couple, a couple deaths in a spot, and like they were talking about, this is a really brutally difficult level when you're trying to maximize the speed.
If Damo loses, you can blame me for trying to teach him to skip mid-run.
Exactly. I lost like an hour to that, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, an hour.
Alright, Emma, I'm gonna need you to die to Luis a couple times.
Yeah, sure, man. No worries. I'll do that.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like to cap it all off on this level, which is, I still think it's pretty cool. Like, at least, it's really hard and it's frustrating for runners, but I think it's still fairly cool at least.
Oh, I think it's a sick level.
To cap it off, though, you have the mini boss that nobody likes.
I would like to remind everybody there is currently a $301 bounty on Luis.
Wait, it's 300 now? It went up 100?
Yep, yeah, because Rex said that if it wasn't found by the end of October, he would add 100 to it, so...
Yeah, so if you fancy yourself a strat finder and you want to find a skip to the Luis fight, you can make $301.
I think Stefan also wants to add 10 to it, so it might actually be 311 now.
Who added 1? Because I know nobody added 101.
Seth.
Okay.
Yeah, Seth Rono, yeah.
I was like, somebody added $1.
That $1 is the most important contribution.
We have a pretty cool little thing you can do here on the Luis fight, because if you run into one of these tentacles at the right timing with a mask, you'll actually deal 1 damage to the boss. So I'm gonna position to kill these 2 tentacles here with the little guys on the rolling barrels, and then just drive through the last tentacle with my mask, and it saves time having to wait to actually use one of the minions to kill her.
That's cool. That's a pretty nice skip.
It is neat, and it's also cool to be able to get one of the tentacles to slap one of the dudes that are walking, so that way you can kind of avoid them having to get all the way to the tentacle. But all of those things are just yeah, but it's still an annoying mini boss to have to deal with.
Yeah.
Sadly, sometimes when they're supposed to go through them, they just go through them and they don't take damage.
Yeah.
So that's happened. Did you damage abuse through 2, or did you just use 1 mask?
Yeah, Rico used the iframes to get through both.
I didn't even plan. I was planning on using both masks that I had, and I just ended up using 1.
That's super cool.
Mm-hmm.
You could also, I think, get 1 tentacle to hit another tentacle, and she takes 2 damage. It's very strange. I think that fight has a lot.
There's a lot to explore with that fight,
but nobody wants to.
Yeah, I want to skip her instead.
So now we come into one of the coolest warps in any percent, I'd say.
I would say it's arguably the coolest one.
Yeah. And I call it a warp, but it's dimension.
It's either Cortex Island is the coolest.
Exactly. That's pretty much the only competitor. There's a lot of cool stuff, but just the Econo mask here, we hinted at it in some of the earlier runs, and we saw how cool it can be a little bit in the time trial showcase, but you can just do some really big skips in a lot of these levels by using that mask.
This is probably the most tame level of the 3.
Yeah.
And it's not even that, tame.
And if you were doing this in kind of a New Game Plus type scenario or in the time trials, you would have access to triple spin, and then this becomes very not tame.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people on their casual playthrough probably saw the Econo mask pop up and they're like, yeah, this is too much power to give speedrunners. This was, yeah, it definitely has a lot of shenanigans.
It was so obviously, like when I was doing my first playthrough of it too, and I got to this mask, I was just like, oh, so this is the one that's gonna be really broken. It was, and that was even before realizing. So the one piece of tech they are able to do, even though they don't have triple spin, is that if you slide into an Econo, or slide spin into using Econo, you do keep that speed a little bit. That little extra burst of speed you get from a slide. And so you can do that and then jump to carry it a little bit longer before the friction of the ground will reset you back to a normal speed, your normal max speed.
Yeah, another thing you're going to see is just triggering a Econo after bouncing off of a crate gives you an obscene amount of height.
Yes.
So I had to do, hopefully, which will be not happen much throughout the rest of the run, but I had to use my body slam to save me, which looks really cool and it's very impressive to see. But in my head, I'm like, oh no, like this is terrible. Like body slams are probably the worst thing that you never want to do. It's just, but yeah, it does look cool, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, I still wish if they had just made body slamming like zip you to the ground a lot faster. It could have been useful for the first time ever in Crash history. It could have been useful, but instead it's like slower than normal falling. It's really bad.
So Dragonon is the first level where we're gonna do a skip with Akano. It's definitely not as crazy as the one coming up next. It's a lot more tame, but it's also kind of weird. The skip is very strange because you started by going into this little room that is just in the game for some reason.
Yeah, dude, why is it there?
I have no idea. Like, it's very strange. It's coming up after this little rope section.
When I first because I found that room casually as well, and I was just like, oh, I guess there will be a hidden gem here in one of the versions, and there was.
I thought, yeah,
yeah.
It's not even anything back there.
I wonder if they hid one and then they like moved it or something.
Yeah, I also thought it was going to be for a hidden gem, but I'm not sure. So if we bounce on this box and then Akano immediately after jumping, you do get enough of a boost there to skip after to go up one of those steps. And then we're going to jump up to this little room and then up onto this little like rooftop, I guess, that's just hiding on the side of the building, and you can skip right around it. And the dragons break because their cycles don't start.
Yep.
That honestly might be the best part of the skip, is that it stops the dragon from moving.
Yeah.
Dragon cycles are actually just the most annoying part of this level, and I think they're like part of the biggest reason the level's so hard.
Again, using Akano here to like jump off the TNTs and boost at the same time to get a lot of air.
Yeah, this mask is just so good. And whenever they whenever like the enemies there use those gongs, it's really just the first like pulse that actually deals damage. So they can go pretty much as soon as the first ring has passed by them. All right, up next is Off Balance, right?
Yep, here it comes.
It's time for the strat that we're gonna find out if Deimos really Rico's curse or not.
Oh no, Dragonon is the one that he curses me for.
Oh, it's Dragonon.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Off
I
Balance.
appreciate him not looking at my stream while I was doing it.
Yeah, I remember like tuning in from work, like just before I'd finish and to see what Rico's up to, and as soon as I'd get in, like he just immediately fails Dragonon every single time. But yeah, this used to be the scariest skip in the run, and I know a lot of people didn't bother using it for a long time because there just wasn't any reason at the time, unless you wanted to save like 40 seconds. But now it's pretty much you need to do this, and yeah, it's a little while before we get up to it yet. But
the setup we use now is found by you, right?
Yeah. So I came up with a lineup to make the actual skip a little bit easier. And I think most people are using that now, which is cool.
I was trying for a while to do the like diagonal one, and I could not get it consistently. I don't think I actually ever got it once. I could get up there easily. I could never make the distance.
Yeah, that's why I had to I just spent like a few hours trying to find a new way to line it up because I couldn't do it either, the diagonal. So.
Okay, sorry, I was gone for a few seconds. I'm here now.
I'll find a way to make it easier to catch this cycle. It's like just barely not possible at the moment.
So there's actually two parts to this skip. The first one is we know how we can actually jump around some triggers in the game where it removes the mask that you have from you. So in this case, Akano, right? If I was to go the normal way that the level wants me to go, it would actually remove Akano from me. But what I'm doing here is I'm actually jumping over the invisible wall. And now I have Akano where I shouldn't have Akano, which is the purple mask. So now I get to do very weird things like attaching myself to walls and flinging off them.
Yeah,
it's cool.
I love that. It's so great.
And yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna... Oh, I screwed that up. That's okay. I'm gonna jump up to this little invisible barrier up here. And, you know, this level's been fun, but I think I'm just gonna finish it now. You know, I could play it normally, but I think I might just finish it early. Yeah, I had fun. Off balance, I'll see you next run. Thank you very much.
Nice job on the skip. That's pretty hard to do. Like, luckily, like you were saying, there's a really good setup you're able to find for it and everything. It definitely takes a lot of practice to get that one down to be able to do it every time.
I might have messed it up, actually.
Basically, what happens is you jump onto a little invisible railing, and you the end of the level is actually loaded in. So instead of going like through this entire other section, which you have to wrap around, you can actually just jump to the end if you have a Kano there. So, yeah.
Thankfully, even though like Rika messed that up there, the checkpoint it doesn't like take away your mask retroactively. It actually keeps it, so you can just keep going and keep going for it.
Yeah, the way checkpoints with the quantum masks work is that if you respawn at a checkpoint where you would be default, it just retains whatever you had. If you respawn at a place where you would have a mask, you respawn with that mask.
So you know you're on world record pace on Embryo as well if you get the gelatinous fiddlesticks line, which we just did.
Dude, I love gelatinous fiddlesticks. Yeah, that was that always gets me every time I do a run of this.
My other one I like in this is that if you constantly spin, Brio will eventually say, "Stop spinning, you're making me dizzy." And on the first phase, you can make him say, "Stop for science."
Yeah.
That's good.
There's a
little trick. It's the easiest boss fight. This is actually the hardest boss fight, and it's impossible.
Very much so. There's a little trick to this fight actually, where if you hit Embryo with a Kano here, you're meant to push him off the edge, and usually it can take up to sometimes 3 or 4 even bounces to knock him off. But if you hit him with a Kano and then instantly cancel out of your mask spinning, he'll actually usually fall off in one hit, which I screwed up and died. So that's the skip. Off to you, Rika.
Oh no!
Oh.
He did. He did. That's. Oh man, it's like almost tied now.
It's a really bad to die on Embryo. Like, there's no checkpoints in these boss fights really. Like, there's soft checkpoints, but Embryo is like 30 seconds.
Embryo is the worst one. Like most of them, it's per hit. There's a checkpoint. In this Embryo, it's only there's one checkpoint when he transforms, and that's it.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna do this safely now because
honestly, I'm playing it a little safe too.
But yeah, the idea is that you would spin into him with the purple mask and then instantly cancel out of it, and he will usually then just fall off in one hit instead of a possible 3 or 4. Not too sure why that happens, but it's very handy to do. So I just got it there on the last hit.
You guys are basically perfectly synced up right now.
Yeah, Rico took 2 hits at the end there. That's like the only difference. Right now.
Yeah, see, that's how much a death costs right there. Like, you can see it. Yeah.
So, going to the next hub, there's actually a very minor menu optimization that I actually found completely on accident while showcasing the run on like a YouTube channel.
I'm curious to see what this is.
Yeah. I was doing a run on Dan Allen Gaming's channel, and I was just not paying attention, and I just did this, and I was like, oh, well, that's new. So after this hub pops up,
I have an idea of what it might be. I'm gonna see.
Skip cutscene here, and then start moving before the classic Crash skin menu pops up, and then you can move while it's while you're closing out the menu.
Ah, okay. That's what it is. That makes sense. I thought I was like, I wonder if you can like open the menu while you're doing the grinding and like select the level before you actually get to it.
Oh, that'd be sick.
I was wondering if that's what it was about to be or something.
Someone just go test that right now.
Yeah, right. Merc has booted up. Get on it.
Off base in terms of cycles is an extremely weird level.
Yeah.
The way it works is that the cycles are actually in sync with the music. So if you make like any mistake or go slow anywhere, the cycles can be completely different from what you're anticipating. So a lot of this is just playing the level by ear.
Also, for the record, I did actually try that in the past.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've actually tried that before, and it doesn't work. But
damn it! He fooled me to boot up my PS4.
you would have had to do a run all the way up to that point because you need the animation.
What if I have a save file to that exact spot
Right.
by some accident?
Ooh, Damo tossing away the lead.
The other terrifying thing about this level in any percent is that optimally you skip like almost every checkpoint in the level.
Right.
I'm not doing that because like this level is interesting because if you ask any like casual player, it's like almost this is almost a universally loved level, and then if you ask a lot of speedrunners, this is a very universally hated level.
If you ask me, it's just hated in general.
It's really hard to go fast and just keep moving smoothly. Like it's really, I love it casually. I think it's very fun, but it's very difficult.
Also, as someone in my chat pointed out, there's a part of the song where it sounds like it's just like the goldfish jingle, the snack that smiles back.
What?
Whoops.
I love this level, but in what is it called? In inverted. I think this is great in inverted.
I just noticed you don't
tried the inverted version before.
It's pretty cool.
It's sped up a bit, so the music makes a bit more sense to me, and it feels more like a music level because it's also like it feels to fit the theme of the level a bit better to me, and actually I like it a lot in inverted. I feel like that's how the level should have been.
Also, Damo, when you almost missed that mask back there, I paid attention, and you actually apparently don't need it because you didn't use it once after you went back and picked it up.
Yeah, exactly. I got hit and I was like, uh-oh, and then I realized, like, yeah, I don't actually need this.
Yeah.
So
I played a little of that last section.
Well, I meant the power-up mask, not the regular mask.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
So the only reason I did go back and get it is just because sometimes those guys on like the bicycles on the rooftop, sometimes they sync up perfectly, and if they were right on the same spot, I wouldn't be able to just go around one of them. I'd have to wait. So
yeah,
I was like, I might just backtrack.
Thankfully, you can spin them at least.
Wait, can you?
Yep.
Oh, well.
Really?
Well, I know you could spin the ones on the grind rails. I assume the ones.
I did not know that, actually.
Yeah, you could spin the ones on the grind rails, so I figured the ones on the.
Wait, the ones that come out of the backbooks?
What? Like on the grind rails, the ones that are on top right now. Just spin the next one. Spin. Just do it. Spin the next one.
You can spin these ones, yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'm not racing.
They're the same enemy.
I feel like I'm getting juked. I'm gonna get
I thought you meant the ones on the rooftop before the mask.
I did.
Well, I had no idea you could spin the unicycle guys on the rails. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's the same unicycle guys there and as on the rooftop. So I imagine that the rooftop ones. I'm pretty sure I've spun one, but even if I'm not, like, even if I haven't, I'm pretty sure that you could spin them.
Look, Merc has already jeopardized half my run. I don't know if I want to trust another host.
Half your run.
It was literally half my run.
Game was about to crash. I was really, really upset.
Half your run. Like a second of doubt. That was half your.
So the thing I love about this dingo level is that in any percent you can clear it without picking up a single TNT barrel.
Yeah, these are cool. The fact that you can like spin the big mixers is really weird, but
it's
really
the
nice.
only level where you can, like any other level, you can't spin these walls and you can't spin them like any obstacles in the way.
Yeah, I don't know why you can spin the wall. That makes no sense. The mixer is like at least a little more. I feel like maybe they left that in for somebody who actually tries, because like who would try that?
Yeah.
I mean, it really doesn't make sense that you can spin them because they're so obviously made for the TNT to use. So I don't know.
It's all weird.
It's even weird because it's the only level of dingos where like you can't spin the obstacles like that.
The fact as well that if you have a mask, they insta-kill you. Doesn't matter if you have a mask. Oh, I'm stuck.
But you can spin them. I think it's also like you specifically have to hit them with your tail or something, right? Like, isn't it? I feel like I've had times where I spin them but I still die.
Yeah, I guess that's got something to do with the spin animation on Dingo. Like maybe his hitbox, like his hurtbox, is closer in. Maybe something to do with that. So the tail is like,
I don't know.
Yeah,
it might be. I might have just gotten really unlucky in one spot.
The depth perception on one of them is really weird, so sometimes I feel like I think I'm spinning it, but then I just miss it and hit it.
Yeah, I've done that quite a lot. I think every single run I've done recently, I've always died to one of them. Just, yeah. And it's a very bad time loss on this level too. Like, the thing about Crash 4 is that it's not very generous with checkpoints in a lot of levels. Especially later ones.
Yeah, the later you get on, like, Out for Launch is probably a very prime example of a level that is very, very checkpoint starved.
Yeah.
The later ones, for sure. I always remember Toxic Tunnels, too.
Yeah, Toxic Tunnels is pretty bad without it also.
Makes it feel appropriately difficult for the end, though.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of, like, really ramp up the difficulty in the last 2 worlds.
Yeah, we refer to that as the gauntlet of nitro processing into Toxic Tunnels.
And honestly, just throw the entire hub in there. Cortex Castle and the Cortex fight itself, I don't really think are as difficult as nitro processing in Toxic Tunnels, but they're still pretty hard. And it's weird because, like, usually every Crash game, even if the final hub is difficult, there's some point in the middle of it where you just have some downtime, whether it's Cortex himself or one of the 5 levels. This game, the entire final hub is just brutal.
So I actually opted to do this little fancy like light post jump there instead of spinning the vat, mainly because if I die there, like that's a really big time loss, and it is probably like half a second to a second slower to jump on the light post, but it does look cooler, and as we established earlier, there is value in looking cool.
Yes,
so,
sure.
Swag strats that lose a half a second but look way cooler are always worth it.
Exactly.
Yeah, Damo stopping and listening to me for a strat was really cool. So that was a part of that. That was a very planned part of that.
Well, it's more like on the flip side. As you can see, Rico went for that strat twice and is currently ahead. So thus, all cool looking strats must save you time in the long run.
All things considered, I could lose a minute in this level here, though, if I mess up.
Yes.
Very cool skip that we're about to do.
Run it by you. Actually doing the skip is not that difficult. It's the fact that you could very easily die in the jetboard section afterwards. That's really scary.
Also, the
this skip
crocodile
used to be... Sorry, Marcus.
the crocodile might take a chomp out of you. But,
Yeah.
This skip used to be a lot harder, I think, when we didn't really have a lineup to get on the jetboard, because I feel like it was kind of like you would get to the end and then you would struggle to actually get onto the jetboard at the end, and there's like invisible kill boxes everywhere. So but now it's really consistent and a lot better.
By the time I started running any percent, there was already a setup for it, so
I
never suffered that pain.
I think that happened, for me too. But I just kind of like looked at it before, and it turns out you can go too far to the right and just fall in the water if you go past the jetboard.
I think the consistent setup for this was found like day 3, so that's just Damo doing like day 1 runs that made that hard. But that makes sense.
True, but also true.
Because I messed around with that skip a bit when it was found, and someone told me to just hold down left, and I did, and I never had an issue. But I could see like
I think it was
being a problem.
who told me how to do it, and I was like, "Yep, well, that's easy."
Actually, I learned the consistent part to getting on the jetboard from Caleb. Like one day I was just struggling to learn it on my stream, and he came in,
I don't remember.
And I was like, "Damn, Caleb's actually a god." Like he just made this whole skip like not a worry for me anymore. So that was cool.
Yeah, so that wall just doesn't have collision at the top, and you can jump over it. And you can just slide spin through this. As Marquez said, though, you have to avoid these crocodiles. They actually have a hitbox for some reason.
Yeah, so do the ones in the background also, or is it just that one that's kind of...
No, I was doing an all timelines run a few days ago, and I ran through one of the ones in the background. So
I don't think the background ones do. I think it's just that one that's like...
Yeah.
In the background of the normal level, but in the foreground compared to where you're doing the slide spinning.
So that skips the entire like armadillo section, but it's terrifying because, wow, I died.
I was just about to say, like, talk about how you're in a section with a lot of invisible hazards and boxes. There's not too many hazards there, but like as you saw there, it only takes if you don't have a mask, it takes 1. If you have 1, it takes 2.
Yeah. This
the problem
this
now
was
is
always-
doing it without a mask.
Yeah.
This was always very scary. And then one day, like without a mask, obviously, because one, you can't damage a boost through those TNTs at the end, so you have to really slow down for them. And the other thing being that there is actually nitros in that river part.
Yeah.
But they're invisible. But they actually are in the level. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Very
what killed Rico, was some of the invisible hazards there.
Rico
Thankfully, I have a setup.
What?
I have a setup to get through it without taking damage, but it's really slow, so I only do it if I don't have a mask. Because you get kind of caught in that corner, like you saw me, but like I've never died when I do it.
All right then.
But yeah, that's the downside to that skip, is that you skip all remaining checkpoints in the level.
It's also hard to ever want to like just learn where all the invisible hazards are and practice it a bit more, because you can't do the skip to do, like, you have to you got to go through the level normally, but you're just like, well, but if I want to practice the rest of the level, I have to do that skip.
So this is the devs react to Rico playing the game good level, affectionately known.
Yeah, the level I am extremely comfortable with, and I'm always infinitely disappointed when I actually mess up.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is where the Kapuna Wa tech that we saw a little bit during the time trials can come into play. If you activate both the mask, if you have to activate the mask using both buttons that you have bound to activation, you'll kind of like time skip forward. But I know it hasn't been implemented that much yet in any percent, just because trying to control it is so brutally difficult in a scenario where, like, you know, you're doing a full game run, so this is just one small piece of the entire pie. Like, losing, like, taking deaths and losing lots of time for that is not really, like, this game's just not at the level of optimization yet where people are that worried about that.
The only part that I think it's getting used in 80% right now is in Stay Frosty, right, on the grind rail section.
Yeah, I use it there, but that's the only place.
Which can produce some very interesting results if you do it too fast or too often.
Oh, yeah, the doors knocking in and stuff, right?
You can deload like the rest of the level. It's very strange.
I did that actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that, and I like spun right into the TNT afterwards.
Shout outs to them patching out the cutscene skip from the ML. Can I please have that back?
I said that earlier today. I said that because there was a couple of people in chat saying, "Oh, we're gonna ask the devs to patch these glitches," and I was like, "Please patch this in again." Can you ask that? Like,
has anyone checked to see if down patching the 1.0 puts that cutscene skip back in? Because that would make me happy.
I don't know if it goes, so can't.
I doubt it anyways. They you know, in that video they said that they had fixed it before, even like before the game came out.
Yeah, but when I was in the IGN video, I was like, man, I can't wait to see their reaction to the cutscene skip, and then they get to it like, oh yeah, it's that thing we patched out, and I'm just like, I hate you guys. I don't actually hate you guys, though. I love Social Bob. They made a really good game.
Yeah, this game was fantastic.
It's amazing.
But yeah, Hobbs, it might be on the 1.0, because the 1.0 was never released actually. But I think we got the 1.2 like instantly.
I mean, who cares? Like, we're not down patching over one time.
No. But it would be interesting to see that, like, what the game could potentially be at a 1.0. I do agree with that. That would be cool to see. Maybe they patched a lot of other stuff we don't know about. Regardless, back to the run. It's still the little cutscene skip does not change the run big enough. It's like
let's
3 seconds.
Let's continue to review the future patch notes or talk about the run. You see, they in the new patch made Crash's ears have 4K textures.
Listen, Murkaz and I have been doing this for 7 hours now today, alright? You gotta cut us some slack.
I at least had a pizza break. It'll happen.
Oh, I just fell through a solid object there. That was pretty cool. Very nice.
Oh. Yeah, that was...
like,
I imagine what happened, you know, like... The game's logic of what happened is that you probably, like, somehow slid underneath that platform, but visually it looked like you were just sliding over the gap like you normally do. That was really odd.
Yeah. Oh well. So
And
good.
just like that, the race is back. We got a
I don't know
lead
what you
change.
guys have been calling the Kapuno attack, but I call it time warping. So.
We should just call it like time splitting, because I've heard the Time Splitters is a good game.
I'm so partial to time warping.
Yeah, time
Time
warping is a time warping is a good mechanic in World of Warcraft. So I vote for that. I vote for that.
Oh, mage players.
Did I ever tell you guys how I named Mock Tornado in NST? Because that was my idea for a name.
I mean, it's the best name in that game, so I don't know. No, I don't know.
I named it after Meta Knight's neutral special in Super Smash Bros.
Oh, geez, now I hate it. Why'd you have to do that? I love that name.
Meta Knight's the best.
I mean, I still call it Abdul Link. So
I hate you.
I love the name of it. It's so good. Why'd you have to ruin it for me?
That's what I do. I ruin everything.
Next, we'll just call it wave dashing.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, exactly.
When are we finding L canceling in Crash 4?
Has Crash ever had a defensive ability in, like, apart from spin, I guess, but like, has he really ever had a proper defensive ability before?
In Crash of the Titans and Mind Over Mutant, which are like the more combat heavy games, he's got like blocking and stuff.
I mean, does sneak count in Twalk?
Yeah, it's the most important power up of all time.
I'd also argue that like Death Tornado Spin is somewhat of a defensive ability.
Yeah, it's kind of just because
it's mostly used for the hover, but like it's it extends the duration of your spin.
So there's not a whole lot of exciting stuff to talk about in the run at this point. Like, it's kind of just going through each level because we don't really have any crazy skips or anything here. But I do have a little optimization in this level at the near end that I showed HypnoShark once on stream because I was going to show him, and then I failed it 3 times in a row after saying, check this out, this is really cool. So I'm not going to say check this out because that's the magic words to fail everything. But yeah, check this out at the end of the level. It's going to be pretty cool.
I actually really enjoy everything up to the bear part for this level in any percent. Like, I don't know, it's one of those levels that just feels smooth to go fast in. Like, everything kind of lines up pretty well to just react to what's in front of you.
For sure.
The Snow Hub in general is interesting where, like, I want to say overall it's one of the less difficult hubs. It's honestly, pardon my accidental pun, pretty chill.
All right.
But it's also the point where checkpoints start getting very sparse. So if you ever do make a mistake, it's a huge time loss, especially in Stay Frosty.
So I just did it back there. Instead of waiting for the ice blocks to come down, I just kind of spin out and then stop time to keep them underneath me. It saves quite a bit of time because you don't have to wait for that cycle, and you also don't have to wait for the following cycle. So, not like the ice blocks.
I do believe Rico did the same thing.
Oh, did he? Everyone's finally adapting. I've done it.
I do believe so, yeah.
I'll have to. I couldn't see his video because I didn't want to ruin Damo's attempt at Dragon On, so I've only been marginally paying attention.
Having fun, can you tell?
I love how Cortex says, I'm having fun, can you tell, during the bear section. Like, well, one of us has to.
True.
I'm still, like, every time I do this, I'm just like, man, they were so faithful to Crash 2. That's why I don't like this part.
Some part of the bear level is just obnoxious and impossible to control. It's very, very faithful.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly Crash 2.
I actually get really scared watching Rico do this part because he knows how to do it better than me, where just he can mash like the boost the entire way, and I don't know how to do that, and it scares me every single time I watch you do this, Rico. So I'm like, definitely gonna hit something, but you never do. So
I get flashbacks to Totally Bear every time I play Crash Landed. So
I do not like that level. Crash Landed is like by far one of the worst for dying equals like 40 seconds. Just
Yeah.
It's a cool
level.
It's a cool level, but yeah, it's a very punishing one for sure.
I actually think this is the hardest fight in the game.
Yeah, I agree.
I can agree on that.
Especially like because optimally you want to use Kapunawa as little as possible.
Yeah. You never have to actually.
Yeah, but it's scary when you don't.
Yeah. Oh no.
Like,
Trust me, I still use it a lot.
Yeah, I trigger as soon as punch bot's out because at that point it doesn't make a difference.
At some point, somebody's gonna figure out the death abuse strats that Marquez and I were talking
You guys
about.
mentioned that, and I hadn't even heard of it.
How? We definitely brought it up.
Yes, we have.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I also like the memory.
I've had times where I skip the entire like skip an entire phase because I died, and then like he just spawned a punch bot as soon as I respawned.
Rico, are you jumping on the punch bots like on purpose?
Yes and no. Sliding them is like sometimes can. Oh well, I died. See.
It's just you cannot like their gloves is what hits you, right? So you just have to like weave in between them basically. I was just wondering like if there. I was wondering if you knew that you could slide them basically.
Oh yeah, no, I've died a lot sliding them though.
Yeah, okay.
Thankfully, the only one of these phases that is really bad to mess up is the last phase. Unfortunately, the last phase is also by far the hardest one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you die during, like, after the punch bot is out, or even before it, if you die, the entire last section takes like an extra phase and a half for punch bot to come out.
Although the death abuse that I was talking about happened to me in the 4th phase, so.
Someone please make that consistent.
Yeah,
it
it
happened to me too. I died like when the punch bot came out, and then it just was there when I spawned. Like it just instantly
that's
came
the
out.
problem. Is I think it has to do with you already spawning the punch bot, so it's like not
So
necessarily.
it's not a time save, yeah. Still cool.
All right, very close race again here. Rico getting the final hit just a little bit before Demo.
Skipping the most wholesome cutscene in the game.
Merkaz is here for the lore. He's not here for speed at all.
Okay, actually, the lore in this game is great.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, but this is probably the most well-written Crash game by like leagues. It's really good.
As someone who's extremely fond of Twin Sanity, I would honestly agree that this is probably the most well-written one.
Yeah, I said Twin Sanity might be the only like close one to like humor in this game earlier. But I'm not a fan of Twin Sanity, so I don't need to say that. Go Crash 4!
Still could not tell you what the story is in this game. I still couldn't. Like, everyone always asks me, like, is the story worth it? Is it fun? Is it interesting? And I can't tell them. Like, I actually have no idea what happened in this game the whole time I played it.
If you're expecting like a AAA quality, like deep, compelling story, then like you're gonna be disappointed. But as far as like a game about like an orange marsupial jumping on things and spinning,
I was gonna say
yeah,
for a platformer story for a like what's normally a kid's game. This one actually has like mild language in it and stuff, so they clearly wanted to target a slightly older demographic. I think that's why they were able to make the writing slightly more interesting.
they put effort into the story and writing, which I respect. Because a lot of Crash games just have like excuse plots.
You have no idea how impressed I would be if a kid on like 6 years old completed this game more.
I know, right?
That would blow my mind.
They can get up to Cortex Castle, but Cortex Castle's so hard. It'd take a while.
Cannot even comprehend a kid doing that.
Yeah,
And
like
yet
this
someone
Christmas
probably already
is gonna have so many salty kids on Christmas morning who can't finish the game. Oh, I just got this is a
That
very
being said, when I was
interesting
younger, I never was particularly like I consider it kind of odd that I was actually able to finish some of the older Crash games when I was like 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I did too. Like, I completed Crash 3, right? But it, like, regardless, I think this is like not even close to that.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
No, I'm saying that I think for a young child, even the older games would be pretty difficult to, or at least challenging to finish. So yeah, this is definitely like something entirely different. I don't know. People give me funny looks when I tell them the first game I ever 100% it was Crash 1.
Really? Crash 1 was my first ever game, by the way.
The first game I owned was Crash 2, but the first one I fully completed, like got every gem, was Crash 1, which is, you know, the one that is impossible to 100% because you can't die.
First I completed and owned was Crash 3.
And he
Kingdom
still
Hearts.
talks about it every day.
It just wasn't Crash for me. I did have. I think Twalk was the first one I owned, though. I played the OGs, like the OG trilogy, at a friend's house when I was younger. So
I've completed two Kingdom Hearts games, and that was 2 years ago. It was the first time I ever played them. So they're good.
Yeah,
enjoyed it.
So that was an
Very
unfortunate,
strange.
death for Demo. I was going into the same thing, so go ahead.
Yeah, very strange. I actually saw this happen to Hypno Shark recently, and we looked at the clip, and we still don't really understand what happens, but when Crash is like falling and he's near a ledge, he goes into this like animation where he looks like he's trying to grab onto a ledge and he's just falling in the air. And I think when you're in that state, you can't jump. So I think I got too close to the edge and I went into that animation, I couldn't jump. So, hence why. Yeah.
I've had that animation happen, but on my end at least, usually when I get that, it's because like I've already burnt my double jump and I'm trying to use it again.
Yeah, so I was trying to see what happened there too, and I'm pretty sure it was that you actually had burned the double jump because the slide spin was like in a weird part of the animation where it didn't give you the like coyote time basically.
Wait, are you guys saying it was my fault? No.
What would
could it be that I made a mistake? No, it's the game's fault.
No, I wouldn't say that. No speedrunner would ever claim that the game messed something up that they totally were at fault for.
I've never tried a volcano lair. Do good guys have
I enjoy complaining about how the game is bad when it's usually my fault.
Yeah. Look, I've said it multiple times. Any death that does happen is a part of the script. Enjoy the show.
I can feel my nostril hairs sizzling.
You'd think they would have just pre-recorded it if they were going to script it out, but it's more impressive that they're actually able to die in all of these specific spots.
Live as well.
Exactly.
At the exact same time, yeah.
Failed off balance skip. Oh yeah, that's bad, but it's not really that big deal. Fails to run it by skip. This wasn't in the script.
This level that you're both on right now is, I think it's one of the like most difficult to just constantly go fast in.
Yeah, I do think it's one of the more interesting Cortex levels, though, at least in any percent. Like they really like the two Cortex levels that are in any percent, at least as any percent levels, are pretty interesting.
They're probably the best, like, Cortex levels to not worry about boxes and stuff. Like the other timeline versions are just not.
Yeah, Crate Escape is like really annoying if you're trying to get everything, but just going through it, the more I've done it, the less annoyed by it I become. But like I said, I did an all timeline run for the first time a few days ago, and shipping error is not a fun level, regardless of how you do it.
Wait, you're talking about making all timelines your main category now?
No.
Inverted Crate Escape is the worst thing ever, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, I do agree with that. Inverted Crate Escape was.
So Dino Dash has one kind of like scary cycle on it with the lava section. I'm sure it got many people in their first playthrough. With there's like these rocks that you slide jump off, and you go into these small gaps. And I definitely got stuck there for a long time in my casual playthrough.
I honestly think the scariest part about Dino Dash is the beginning of the level.
Oh yeah,
the beginning's pretty rough, but I'm with Demo. Like, there's a part where if you do, we talked about it a little bit before, but a very, very common thing whenever you're going off of any ledge in a Crash game from Crash 2 onwards is to slide, spin, and then jump. And that's the 2D section with the lava is like, if you're doing slide, spin, jumps instead of just slide jumps, you lose a little bit of height, and for some reason in that spot, it will just like kill you right away. So it can be really scary if you're going for like the tightest cycles there sometimes.
Yeah, so this was another level in the demo, so I have a lot of experience with this one also. With the lava section, usually what happens there, if you get like auto-killed, is that you're still a little bit under, the lip you're supposed to slide through. So it kind of like when you try to jump, it pushes you into the lava. So the key to that one really is just, you have to extend the slide as long as possible. And like, it's definitely really, really rough. But it's also one of those things, I guess, where I've done it so many times that I'm kind of just used to it. Whereas like the beginning of the level just throws so many enemies at you, including the plants that like the spit acid at you, that are obnoxious.
Yeah.
That part personally scares me more, but like the level in general is pretty hard, and like I definitely understand when people have trouble with the lava section. Now that I've said that, I'm gonna die here.
Right.
I think what a lot of people don't realize though is that you can slide for a long time in this game. Like you can walk off ledges into thin air, and then get a really long slide. It's actually much more delayable than I think people think it is.
Yeah.
So that helps me like land the lava part, for example, a lot easier.
Yeah, the craziest thing, and it's like this is kind of just a nuance of the movement, is that when you're doing basic movement, you see we're very rapidly doing slide spins. Like we make the slide as short. Oh wow, I died. We make the slide as short as possible. But when you want to do hole skips, you generally want to extend the slide because the slide is what's keeping you in the air, and the moment you start spinning, you start falling.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things that makes the movement in this game so cool. It's not mindlessly spamming slide spin. There's actually nuance to it depending on what specifically you're doing. I tried to do some hole skips on these moving platforms, but I died, so I just jumped over them this time.
I don't know about you, Rico, but I actually do mindlessly spam slide spin. Maybe that's why I didn't have
trying to make us look good.
I mean, yeah, it's all part of the script, as we said.
So at the end of this hub, we get the final quantum mask, Ika, and we've already said how, like, right when the game came out, everybody was able to immediately tell that Akano was going to be broken. Ika was one of those ones where, like, it kind of took us a bit to figure out how broken he could be, but I would say he's just as crazy as Akano.
Yeah, for sure. There's a
you
lot
won't
of
see too much of it in this next hub, but by the time we get to the last two hubs, it's going to be wild.
It's also because the skips that you do with Akano are so game breaking that the ones you do with Ika are just as impressive.
Yeah,
so.
It just took us some time to find the ones with Ika, whereas Akano, it was just immediately noticeable. It was like, something's gonna break this.
I actually have a lot of trouble on Out for Launch recently. Like, it seems to be my #1 run killing level. There's a room towards the end, which is a little gauntlet that...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the room...
The worst part is there's no checkpoint after it.
Nope.
So if you die after the room, you have to do it again. And the respawn cycles in it are horrible.
It's not fun. Pretty much if I lose my mask going into that room, I expect to die, to be honest. It's, or go really slow
I've gotten pretty used to doing it, like, on the first pass, but, like, if I ever actually die at any point after it, it's really, really rough. Yeah, this is one of the first levels that maybe not the first, because Stay Frosty is also pretty checkpoint starved, but this is a point where it gets particularly egregious with how few checkpoints there are. But yeah, Ika's anti-gravity, so there's like some neat things about him mechanic-wise. That some of it was mentioned in ACG, how you can only alter gravity twice in one jump. This is kind of just to stop you from mindlessly spamming it, which would just let you fly forever.
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed that you can't, but I also understand why.
Even then, like, even just with like the two triggers of it, you can still get some pretty good horizontal distance, which you'll see a lot of in later levels. Another thing is that he actually cancels out a body slam, so I don't know if anybody noticed, but I had an accidental body slam there, and I just triggered Ika to get out of it. So that's a nice little, like, backup that you can do with him. These walls here are just obnoxious. Sometimes you should just grab the very edge of the first one and just don't cling to it. So.
The wall running ones, I swear, I'm always like, any of the shorter ones, I have to jump out in front of it like really early. If I try to jump to the middle of it, it doesn't let you jump on it for some reason.
So this is the crazy gauntlet section that Demo was talking about.
Here it comes.
Wow, I took a hit actually.
Yeah, this part's really rough.
I'm more scared of dying in this part, to be honest, just because something silly will happen. We're good. Thankfully, like, one of the few patches they have done recently made it so that these nitros don't bounce anymore, so you can't just get randomly killed by them.
But you can in the alternate timeline version.
It's still bouncing shipping error because that level hates everything.
Thankfully got through the room unscathed, capital THE on the. Which never happens in my runs for some reason anymore. But there we go.
I also saw, and I think a level or two back, someone in the chat ask if either of these runs were record pace. For me, no, very much not.
There's a strong chance that I reckon I might be somewhere around 10 seconds faster than my time, or maybe 30 seconds below. I can't really tell, but I do have some pretty huge time saves in my run right now that didn't go wrong in this. So
my PB from this point, I think I only have like one or two levels left where I have big time save. One of them is nitro processing.
Yep.
I'm currently 2.5 minutes behind my PB, and my PB is 19 seconds behind Yuki's, so I very much cannot PB or record.
Yeah, I'm not too sure where that's pace-wise I'd be right now, but it's probably somewhere pretty close. But
it's also, that's not really what marathon runs or races are about anyways.
Not worried about it. It was someone asked, so I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
I think overall, our runs have still been good.
Didn't get that safety mask, unfortunately, when you spawn to the left. Always a little scary.
It's not really that useful because these weird waffle irons or whatever they are, they just kind of kill you anyway.
Yeah, I'm more always worried about the two lasers that are like right after that box in the vent. But you got through those and got to the checkpoint, so.
This is the part where we find out that Oxide's married. I would say good on him, but apparently it doesn't pan out well.
This is 6 carts stolen this year, Rico.
Yeah, and then now he's hooked on energy drinks and going through the throes of a messy divorce. There's some really, really weird and like tight corner cuts you can do to squeeze through like the moving platforms in that part of the level, but if you get crushed by any of them, it's an auto death, and the checkpoint's pretty far back.
And if you slide into them at the wrong time, you clip in and you soft walk, and you gotta do the whole level over again.
I didn't know that, but I did. That happened to you.
I did that in a blind race in my blind race of this game. So in fact, I'm pretty sure I ended up like losing the blind race because of it.
Rico, do you want to go back and quickly demonstrate that soft lock real quick?
No, I'm fine. I already left the level, so I would have to enter it again.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no worries.
You gotta get ready to meet our amazing animal friend Tim.
I think you mean Schnurgle.
No, I mean Tim.
I can get you kicked off this broadcast. It's Schnurgle. Damo wins.
Look, I'm not going to act like I maybe corrected someone in chat earlier and also called him Tim for the sake of... I already won over Merkaz and now I'm going to win over J-Hobs as well. But yeah.
The entire game is about him. It's about Tim. That is the name of the game, right?
Where did the Tim thing even start?
I think Seth just said that he looked like a Tim, and I went on board with it, and became convinced that I'm going to make sure everybody knows it's Tim.
I was about to slash ban you in chat, and I realized it's no fun. You can't type right now anyways, because you're playing the game.
Hi, Tim.
Yeah, my favorite level.
I do think this level is sick. I really, really like it.
It's a cool level. It's definitely, I think, a level I really didn't like my first time through. I liked the idea of the ending, but I really just had a lot of trouble with it. But it's definitely one of those where it grows on you a lot after you've done it a couple times, and no time through it is nearly as brutal as like your first time through it, I think.
I'm also trying to not get hit here because this is the only level in the entire run where I intentionally get triple mask. It's not. It doesn't really like save a huge amount of time. It just makes the entire next section very convenient.
Also carrying a mask to the end of the level so you don't die to the assassin jellyfish right at the very end.
I thought I was gonna die there.
Yeah, all the ice physics in this level just kind of work really well for it, as opposed to being obnoxious.
Well, there's actually a bug with the ice physics on this level that have definitely killed one of my runs before. Basically what happens, I'm not too sure how it causes it, but you can get all this stored momentum from the ice, where it basically sends Crash uncontrollable. Like, you can't stop him from moving left and right.
I got it, actually.
Good save on that, Rico. And yeah, that's
yeah.
So the same.
I had the stored momentum there.
Yeah, the same thing exists in Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, but in a different way. Like the way that you get it to be stored is different. Because I noticed that when I was playing this through the first time, like casually and stuff, that the ice physics behave differently but have the same problems, which is really obnoxious.
It's interesting, yeah, right.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Yeah.
In it has. I'm trying to remember. I labbed it out, but I kind of forgot because I haven't played this game in a hot minute. I figured it out. I figured out exactly what it was at first. I think it had something to do with like hitting a direction after jumping in the air from a neutral position instead of doing a direction and then jumping. It might have something to do with that. I don't quite remember.
I'm glad I was able to save that because dying in that part of the level is very, very costly.
This level also has a really easy to accidentally run into bonus, which I think is hilarious, but was really annoying when blind racing it.
I don't think I ever hit it because like I always just kind of hug the left there.
Yeah.
Where the bonus is because
But
I
the
have
first-
triple tap there, so I don't have to worry about hitting the TNT.
The first time when you don't know that there's a bonus there, you just keep sliding forward and you end up in it.
But then it's a checkpoint.
Right. Yeah, the annoying thing about this, there is like an annoying audio glitch that can happen here too, but I think that'll...
Annoying? You don't like the sound of, well, Tim's little feet just slapping about? Or?
Squishy sounds of a schnurgle.
I like the noises that the weird like jellyfish make. You can just hear going. Ooh.
As a result of Rico having to kind of like spend that time to save himself, this race is really close again.
Dude, we might actually sync up the.
We might.
Base.
Oh, okay. So we had this idea where, like, well, Rico's idea, but we built on it in the fact that with the Woe Easter egg coming up, we kind of wanted Crash and Coco's unique versions of it to play at the exact same time. Hey, maybe it's gonna happen.
Damo spoiling the meme before it happens. Great. Thank you.
And well, you guys like Crash for me too.
As somebody who usually runs on an SSD, I'm so glad I run on an SSD.
Did you miss the first berry, Rico?
I almost did. I'm not used to actually grabbing that one.
Depp actually told me recently that when he jumped into that portal, he fell to his death.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen.
Is this gonna sync up?
Because it's going to be a little ahead, but I think it'll have both of them on screen at the same time.
Now the pressure's on to not miss
It's like weirdly easy to miss one of these because the particle effects on them make it look like, for me at least, sometimes it made it look like one is phased out when it's not, and then I like swap it, and it's so weird.
Yeah. The problem I have here
is when you're not actually going for this is a straight up like minute and 15-second break.
The thing that I always screw up here with getting these berries is I get the buttons confused about halfway through and I start like flipping upside down instead of triggering the phase, and then I miss a berry, and as a result have to reset because obviously missing this Easter egg invalidates your run.
This Easter egg is so cursed. It's so cursed. This screen is so cursed.
The best part is that
is fit for extermination.
because my casual playthrough, I played as Coco. I got that and was like, "What even is this?" And, I think it was Rab had to tell me, "It's like, yeah, when you do it with Crash, it's the WoW meme." Did we both get it?
Yeah, you did.
So elegant.
Okay, so the Kapunawa section here is impossible. Just so you guys know.
So many little legs to pull.
Something that's very fun that started happening to a lot of us recently is that the when they shoot you with that laser, they can actually quickscope you and completely just flick to wherever you are and shoot you instantly. So that's pretty cool too.
Shoutouts to NSC3 Dingo Dial Fight where that can also happen.
When he just like picks up his flamethrower instantly and like
kills
shoots
you.
Yeah.
No skill. I didn't get hit by that? How did I live?
Well, I'm doing this really slow because I do not want to die on this.
I've had that Dingo Dial thing happen to me so many times that I just like wait for it at this point.
It took so long for me to finally get it that when it finally happened, I was like, "What?"
Yeah, it's great. So I got 5 seconds to chill, and then Dingo's like, "No, no, you don't."
Well, thankfully, no deaths on End Trophy, which for some reason I've been really bad at lately.
That's like weird.
I do want to ask because I think it's interesting. Because Damo, you don't have any previous Crash platforming experience, right? You're a CTR NF runner, I know. But as for platforming before this game, you didn't have much experience with speedrunning in Crash games, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the first one. Like, I knew when this game was coming out, I was gonna speedrun it. Like, I got into speedrunning with Crash Team Racing NF, and then Dark Souls 1 all bosses after that. And then when Crash 4 was announced, like, I knew I was gonna try and jump into this one and take it seriously as a speed game. So yeah.
Yeah, because that's the difference between you and the other. Like, the current top three is the Yuki, which has a history with mostly Crash 1 NST and some Crash 3 NST, and Rico, which has a history with, I want to say, most Crash games. Yeah.
All of the original trilogy, Wrath of Cortex, Twin Sanity, Entrance, the Insane Trilogy.
Then we have
all of them.
Commentary.
Oh no, I just screwed that up.
Hobbs, which have NST3 experience, and me, who has TWAC, NST3, and Entranced. So we're all, most of the guys who have been on today also have some sort of Crash experience, I believe.
ENSG and TWAC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so, it's very...
I mean...
It's not that often we see newcomers come in. It's from time to time, obviously, but...
Also, Damo and the NSG both having Dark Souls experience proves that Crash is clearly the Dark Souls of platform. I'm sorry, I'll just stop.
Dark Souls.
We've all had Dark Souls experience.
What does ENSG play? Dark Souls.
Dark Souls 2.
Oh, and then you dabbled with 3 a bit and Deimos 1. Interesting.
Well, he also ran Dark Souls Remastered all bosses, which we both have a time that's within like 30 seconds of each other in the what used to be top 10. Yeah, we're very, very close in that game. Yeah.
So clearly you gotta pick up all clear gems now, and
oh no,
get really close.
Do you play Remaster or
Remastered, yeah. Which is a completely different run to PTD.
Yeah.
Oh.
So this is the big Ika skip.
It's a big Ika skip.
Yeah.
Yeah, Damo's heading down underneath the level here, and then going to get up onto an invisible wall.
Oh, just happened there.
And then if you do it just right...
Here we go. I do it a little bit slowly because I haven't really practiced the last part of it, so I've just kind of made my own way of doing the end. But
it's a little weird, and like it does save time because it just cuts out in the entire just like last section with Lonnie Loli.
Yeah, and those walls in that last section are terrible to grab onto as well.
Yeah, it's finicky because like the like invisible wall you can land on is pretty thin. So you saw like I tried to get onto it the first time and missed it, so I had to get onto it the second time. Yeah, so now we have Rush Hour.
Ugh.
Longest level in the game.
If it weren't for the rail sections, man, like this is, I'd say this is a really solid level. Like those are the only parts I really just I start to snooze on.
In any percent, I don't entirely mind this level. I don't think it's a good level, but it's not brutal like it is in ACG. Really, in this, it's just like the first 2 minutes is Dingodile, and it can be rough, but overall it's not too bad. And then Tana is almost entirely 3 minutes of auto-scrolling on rails.
Yeah,
with the exception of the Frogger sections.
Which I think those are fun, honestly. Like I think they're really
the more I do them, the more I don't mind them. The last one is pretty difficult, but
this sync right now is unbelievable. Like you two
to ruin the sync because he's going to do a jump that I do not do because I'm too scared.
Actually curious as to what jump this is.
The one at the very start where you jump like the two platforms.
No, that's what put it into sync.
Yeah, exactly. You're literally side by side now.
Yeah. Like you're having the hops from the vacuums at basically the exact same time.
Does this mean I have?
Also, do we have a good name for his weapon? Because I always call it like a vacuum, but also it blows. It's like weird.
So it's a reef blower.
I wanna. What's the similar Ratchet and Clank weapon? Tempest, right?
No, you're thinking of like the there's a
you know what I'm talking about though,
yeah,
right?
it's like I'm trying to remember what it's called.
I've never played a Ratchet and Clank game, but I'm pretty sure that's his grab in PlayStation All-Stars. It's like the vacuum gun.
Might be.
You
also might be one of like 2 people that played PlayStation All-Stars.
I was probably the best Jack and Daxter player in the world by virtue of being the only
by being the only one.
So I just jumped off some nitros and didn't die, which is a very interesting interaction.
Because they jumped. So they fixed bouncing nitro in this game because it's random and it's always been the bane of runner's existence. And I use heavy quotes on the word fixed. But if it's bouncing and you land on it, you won't take damage. You'll just bounce off it instead.
Chad is telling me it's called the Suck Cannon, the Ratchet and Clank weapon.
Yeah, I think it changes into like the Vortex Cannon or something.
Exactly, I was about to say the V5 weapon or whatever. What's that one?
Yeah, I think it's the Vortex Cannon or something like that.
Vortex Cannon is good. Because it does exactly the same thing that Bingo does. Like, it's basically like the same thing, right?
I mean, you can't use it to hover yourself in air, but yeah, otherwise.
True. Other than that, yeah.
I just want to say that in this hub, the trash cans that put their like hands on their heads as if they're like freaking out, it's just like an entire mood.
That's how I'm feeling about this race, and I'd be more hyped about it if I hadn't already been here for 8 hours. This is like so unbelievably close. It's great.
Aren't you guys glad that I messed up all the skips?
Hey, I died on Embryo, okay, while trying to explain the skip, so...
Okay, where did I died on off balance, I died on running by you.
You know what, maybe they should have got 2 other people to do the race.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all I'm hearing here. You both had too many deaths, you're out.
So, you can actually jump up to these rails without having to use the wall bounce, but I have lost a run recently where 2 times in a row Tawna decided that she isn't going to grab the rail, and I'm way too scared now to do that ever again. So
yeah, that happened to me once. It was not great.
Yeah, it's dying here is really bad because it's very much just an auto scroller. You can't make this faster than it is. So with the auto rail sections.
Yeah,
so
it's also very checkpoint starved.
I've seen some people because they're when they got up to that checkpoint, there's a few boxes behind you, and in the time trial, I believe there's TNT there. I've seen so many people just like go back there to take them to see if there's time boxes, and then just die.
So rude. I'm pretty sure that happened to me.
I think the most notably I saw was Trihex like a few weeks ago doing that, and he was so frustrated.
Are there even any time crates in it?
No.
Oh,
I don't.
Rude.
Don't believe there is. There's just a TNT there, I guess. There might be time crates. I don't remember.
Well, here comes a really fun section.
Let's see if all my time playing Frogger 2 Swampy's Revenge has paid off.
In the section, sometimes if things go wrong, they can use. Ooh, that's the mask. They can use the hook shot to like hover themselves in air to try to delay long enough. Yeah, just like what Rico just did there. Delay long enough to be able to let a car like drive underneath them. That was pretty great because Rico missed the mask but needed to like use the hang time to save himself, and Damo got the mask but then got hit by a car, so he needed it.
Yeah, showing what can potentially happen there, for sure. And it's another spot again where you really do not want to die. Like, but yeah, my general strategy has changed on that. I used to be a bit more patient, and now my strategy is just hold right and go.
Right.
So, Trade Escape, everyone's favorite level.
Again, like the more I do this, the less unfond of it I become, but it's still pretty rough.
Yeah. It can be a bit of a battle sometimes to control Cortex, but yeah. It does have... I think the reason I do like this level somewhat regardless is that last section is actually pretty unique.
Yeah.
As a level.
I like that. I wish that was like a way longer section or more sections of that, because that's an actually like super cool section.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like the last one. It's just that if you do it fast, it lasts for about 15 seconds, and I wish it was longer. Like, I really wish that was a whole level.
Yeah, it'd be one of like those areas Merc has. If they could just make it like obnoxiously long, I think it would actually be better.
Yes,
like
I think so too.
Still going. Put checkpoints on some crates too, like float them in the air.
I don't know how well that would go for respawning.
Yeah. You just respawn and then you're soft locked because you can't. That would be great. That would be great.
So I actually wanted to mention the minor like nuance with how Cortex's dash works.
I was just about to bring up the same thing. Perfect.
Oh, yeah. At least how I've figured it out by messing with it is that if you do a dash and you jump out of it, as long as the jump was on ground, you're able to jump again. But if you like jump in the air, then you lose it. So when you see us like cut them off, that's usually why. Also, I like to call this section the garbage section.
You can also skip that elevator there if you jump off that.
Ooh. Damo actually took the lead in the garbage section. Like doing that climb just a little bit faster.
Now I don't actually do the little jumps, like the dash cancels into another dash because I guess I'm just not very good, but yeah, it is very handy to be able to do that.
Love the cluster truck section. So good. Except for when you're trying to get the boxes and then you're sad because you get to the end, you gotta wait.
Oh, I've watched many ACG runners tear their hair out at this section.
In any percent, I love
it. Yeah.
In any percent, it's great. In ACG, it's yes.
Yeah.
In inverted, it's yes times 2. I cannot begin to explain my hatred for inverted slash
Coming down to the final hub.
Here comes the gauntlet.
It's really
and
close.
For some reason, Merc has challenging me to do nitro processing without failure, as if I'm any good at this level.
I saw you practice it for a long time. You better get it.
Nah, that never happened. Totally didn't.
Yeah.
It's why I have a 45-second time save on this level in my PB.
I also have 40 seconds to save here on my PB.
Yeah, it's Also, I can never make this first bug. Okay, I did it. Okay, that's like one of the first ever times I've actually made that cycle on the very first cockroach there. I just can never do it. Oh no.
Oh, the body slam. Anytime you body slam in this game, it's just like terrifying. Because it's very common for runners to have it happen where they think they've landed, but they're still over a pit. So if you body slam and you're not over a pit, you're just like, it's a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, so there's another bypassing of losing a mask coming up. This one will let us carry Ika basically all the way to the end of the level.
Yeah, this is one we saw ENSG do even in all clear gems, even though it didn't save nearly as much time in that one.
Yeah, it's still just like faster because it lets you just dodge so many enemy cycles. I can get down.
Stuck on the ceiling. Did you get stuck on the ceiling as well?
I also got stuck on the ceiling.
You're both just trying to keep the sync.
Yeah, the worst thing about this is that if you ever if you fail it, if you accidentally lose Ika, it's not worth going back to get it because it saves time, but it's not a huge time save, or at least not to the point where going back to get it again would be worth it.
Not like off balance where that skip at the end is just so big that you need to.
Yeah, like I died in off balance and probably still saved 20 seconds over doing the level normally. Let's see if I get this.
Damask's the first one to go for the big out of bounds skip here.
I'm sweating.
Remember, you can only flip the gravity twice per jump, chat, so they got to know exactly where they're going with this and nail it in one jump. Oh, Damask got to the checkpoint, and then Death abusing to kind of load the rest of the level. Rico
faster, so
did the same
a
little faster, yeah, wow.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
I was really scared because I was like lower than I usually am. I was like, am I gonna die if I walk forwards?
The setup for that was found by Depp like a few weeks ago, and it's great because this is a skip we've known about for a while, but we didn't have a reliable setup for it, so nobody was really going for it. But then Depp found it, and it's just so much nicer.
I believe we go for different strats here. Do you keep your Ika?
No, I take it vanilla.
Okay.
I've never tested to see how much keeping it to the end actually saves. And it's a pretty short section, and Ika or vanilla is useful.
Rico finished? Damo finished.
Wow.
Second apart right now, yeah.
Yep, it's really gonna come down to this, is it?
I feel like it could be decided by toxic tunnels because I go for really, really crazy stuff here, but it's also huge potential to lose minutes.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Rico is ahead right now because of me stopping Damo.
Yeah, this is invalid, officially invalid. Guys, thanks for watching GDQ.
Oh man,
we're off. We're done.
If they will lose it by a second due to the hook, line, and sinker thing, it's actually going to be the greatest
Oh
thing
my
ever.
god.
Okay, but I went for the skip twice in hook, line, and sinker, so.
Yeah, true. But that was failing a skip and not me sabotaging. Right.
Yeah, Murkaz took the controller out of my hand. And...
Oh yes.
Murkaz kind of sus.
I have a very long arm. It reaches all the way to Australia from Norway.
Toxic tunnels is there's just really long sections with no checkpoint in this level, and it's pretty difficult, especially when you're trying to cut every corner. Thankfully, they don't have to do the gem path.
You can get a lot of cycles here, and I honestly think this is probably like casually, it's already probably the hardest level, but even speed-wise, I'd say it's also the hardest.
Casually, it's hard to say that anything other than Cortex Castle is the hardest, just because it has absolutely the hardest section in the game.
I think Cortex Castle,
Even
like, the more you do it, the easier it becomes. I think Toxic Tunnels just is consistently difficult.
But everybody knows casuals only play it once, which is why I was saying casually.
Oh my god, I completely tuned out to what I was doing.
Oh no!
I was like,
in my
head.
head.
Cortex Castle, yeah, that's a pretty cool level. Oh.
Yeah, I'm no longer the reason Damo is losing. That's great.
I mean, all it takes is one death from Rico for this to
Yep, just like that.
Again. Oh no!
I was a little too far back.
Yeah, we're really good at following the script here, Rico.
Damo grabbed the checkpoint like right after Rico respawned.
Literally on the same cycle.
Oh my god!
There's delay on the stream from what I'm watching, so I'm actually like having no idea where Damo is. Oh my god.
There's no delay on what we are.
No!
No.
Alright.
What's that?
Rico opened a door. Damo's trying to walk through it. Oh man. I can tell Damo's so nervous to die one of these. You're waiting on every cycle. That's great.
It's totally that. I'm just not bad at that section. No, that's totally not it. I thought you were about to say because I went really quiet. I was going into focus mode.
I mean that too, but
well, I'm currently more nervous than I would be. I'm gonna go for this. Okay.
nice.
Oh.
Yeah, avoiding having to wait on that cycle there.
I'm not gonna reach that though. I jumped on a box.
Oh, I hate that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh yeah.
The worst way to miss that.
That's rough.
Almost
And just like that. The link. One of these days, there'll be a Crash game that comes out where Body Slam and Slide are not on the same button, and then speedrunners will be unstoppable.
You can remap.
They're upon taking it.
You can remap basically everything in this game except for that. Yeah. It's, like when I saw that, I was just like, oh well, they had to do that, huh? Couldn't let us do that.
There's so many buttons on a PS4 controller.
Yeah.
Well,
does the game even use L1 for anything?
No.
No.
Nice. Consistent with Crash. Doesn't never use L1.
how was your Toxic Tunnels?
I lost a minute.
Like, when did you finish?
Oh yeah, no, I'm entering Cortex Castle now.
He beat it before you, but not like it's definitely still within arm's reach.
I would say it's about a 10-second difference right now, something like that. Like,
All right.
Merkez, I think.
Robot Merkez?
Yeah, I think your internet. I think your internet's picking up a little bit.
It's downloading new strats to the AI to teach me for
Yeah.
this level to once again ruin my chances.
You might have to mute for just a little bit, Merkez, until the internet stabilizes for you. All right, Rico, showing off some of the strats that we saw from some of the time trial runners earlier. Oh! We saw some of that too from the time trial runners. Just dying. You hit Cortex Island, both runners go silent. Tell it's big focus mode here. This is where they really put together all of your masks. Just putting you through the gauntlet on everything. So you can see a lot of the big bounces we were talking about before with the Economask.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't even notice.
Man. What a bad death.
Oh no.
Uh,
Damo right in front of the checkpoint.
Yeah. Just misjudged my timing there.
Oh, I died too.
Yeah, but you got past the checkpoint, Damo died.
my dropping frames right at the triangular fossil comment makes me
Nah.
really sad.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
You are on the same segment right now, so like any death could be a lead swing. That is one of the cool things about sections with longer periods before checkpoints is in a race it means more situations for lead changes. Rico exiting the cutscene right as Damo enters it.
Quit struggling.
We're gonna see a death in Cortex boss fight. The last one to.
Oh, Rico dying back to the checkpoint. Damo takes the lead.
This is actually like a nail biter race.
This is stupid close.
Yeah.
And with a damage boost through the wall. Some of these lasers will actually insta-kill you through masks, but others you can actually get damage boost through. Damo's the first one out of the level. And unfortunately, Rico with that death lost his mask, so he wasn't able to damage boost through. Had to take it a little bit slower there and wait on the moving platform.
So it comes down to the final one.
Yeah,
It's
second
never
attempt. These
over
three.
until this fight is over, to be honest.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's so easy to die in the Cortex fight, and there are checkpoints after every hit, except for like the last 4, all happen at once, pretty much. So there's only one big checkpoint for those.
There's a 14-second difference entering the last boss. I just can. But the one jump at the end can.
Yeah, it's
can change
probably going to
that.
come down to that.
Yeah.
Did you jump on the shoot-o-matic? She lasted! Assistant, go!
Sorry for the internet thing here, but if I was disturbing, by the way, I did not know it was happening.
Accept non-existence.
Not a big deal.
Good.
Shoot-o-matic! Shooter! Assistant, go! Time out! Time out! Annihilator! Fire!
We've just gone silent. We're just letting them focus so hard. It like took me a moment to realize. Just watching so
What's the
hard.
matter? Afraid of the searing, deadly laser?
Just like in the tapes, where we just like went silent because it's so interesting.
I might live.
Damo's now going into the Ika Ika mask section.
Your whole world is upside down. Confused? Disoriented? I can see your tiny brain cells frying themselves.
It's gonna come down to the jump. Is it all down to the jump?
Assistant, help!
Damo's hit number 3 at 151.53, I guess.
I don't know how to do the jump.
Hey, I mean, you're in the lead. You can afford to skip it potentially. 152.06 for Rico, so it's a 13-second difference right now.
Damo not doing the jump, so Rico can do the jump and maybe save that time back.
All right, the last 4 hits come pretty quick, so gotta get ready on that timer.
Bored of your shenanigans.
Rico nails the jump.
Yeah.
He saves the time. Death here would be very problematic, honestly, for either runner.
Assistant, go!
All right, Damo has hit all of the bouncy pads, spawned all of the enemies, is 1, 2. Get ready your time.
Time. And then Rico's doing that now.
Wow.
This game has been
and time. 152.55 for Damo, 153.04 for Rico.
9 seconds.
Well,
what a race. Fear of alternate dimensions. Fear of moving platforms.
That was a nail biter like all the way through, basically. Like the entire race was really close.
Yeah, that was definitely an insanely good race.
Like, I did not want to talk.
It got so quiet in the last island, especially the last 2 levels. It was so funny. Wow.
Once one of you died, the other one died like within a minute after.
Yeah.
To make up for it all the time. That was great. That was
grandma. I don't know if she has any
some very unfortunate deaths from both of us in the last couple of levels, for sure.
In any way endorse eating at Dingo Dial.
What a great race, though. Both of you still coming in under estimate.
That was
parasitic slime boil.
What's that, like 3 minutes of estimate?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
During
Oh, cool. Sweet.
That was fantastic to see. Thank you thank you both so much for racing here. This is a really good one.
Thank you for this. Like, this was awesome. So, thank you very much. Yeah, and good race, Rico. As well.
Yeah, it was amazing, dude.
Just a log with some moss on it.
And be sure everybody follow these two on Twitch. Like everybody from today, their Twitch names are on the screen or rotating on the screen. And this was a fantastic showcase all day long, all night long. This was really fun. Murkaz, thank you for joining me on commentary for so many of these.
All good. It was good fun. I love the Crash community, and doing any kind of work for it is just absolute pleasure. It's always a good time for a community. Yeah,
been really great with Crash 4. Like, so many new runners coming in, putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, and as someone who's new to the Crash community, especially this, like, I feel very welcomed and made a lot of friends very quick. I really like this community a lot. So yeah, thanks, guys.
If you want to check out Crash 4 speedrunning for yourself, or Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy or Nitro Fueled, all of the modern Crash games, you can go to the speedrun.com/Crash4. And there you can find a link to the Discord as well, which is where a lot of the resources reside, and where you can talk to all the folks in the community to get help, get tips on your gameplay and stuff like that, on how to do some of the strats. It's a lot easier to get into these games than it might seem to, and they're really fantastic. So gonna hit everybody up with a few announcements real quick at the end here. Don't forget that Fleet Fatales is coming up in just like a week at this point, November 15th to November 21st. You can check that out and get more information at gamesdonequick.com/framefatales. West Coast weekend is going to be the first weekend in December 4th to December 6th. And the schedule for that's coming out in 13 days. It's coming out November 20th. That'll also be on the website. And while you're there, you can check out all the information about HDQ 2021 online, which is coming up right at the beginning of 2021, January 3rd to January 10th. And prize submissions are opening on November 8th and will be open for a couple months. Don't forget to go to youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick for all of your, hotfix needs for the previous episodes of things, as well as where you can rewatch this fantastic race in about a day or so. Because I'm sure we'll be needing to do that to catch everything, all of the lead changes. It was so fantastic. And tune in Monday for the Community Spotlight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. And thank you once again to all of the fantastic runners who helped participate. And we will see you all next time, hopefully on Monday, for Community Spotlight. Bye, everybody.